All Muslim children start life and are told by their loved ones thoughts they're meant to hold. Their mother, their father, their sheikh, their imam told them the Quran is preserved. Every letter, every sound, dot by dot, letter by letter, sound by sound.
There is one and only one Quran.
That's what they found. That's what makes it unique above all the rest. Others are corrupted. This one is the best.
Yet there are holes in that narrative.
In 2016 at Speaker's Corner scene, a woman stood there with 26 Qurans in between, holding them up.
Which one is true?
Which is the word of Allah?
Which one for you?
Which is on the eternal tablet? They think, they pause,
They think about it,
but they don't resolve.
then it happens.
Emails get exposed. Now our bros leak what was kept closed. The holes in the narrative. Why did you leak it? Why would you do that? I thought we loved Allah. Imagine that. When you're a student, you say what's going on, then later you adjust it, just carry it on. You change it, repeat it, regurgitate the line, but do a deep dive, it gets hard every time. Don't push me! Don't do a deep dive. Things get awkward, difficult. In my heart I had a doubt. This is serious, not a joke. When I say no joke, I mean serious, no joke. My crisis at Yale, my foundation broke on the holes in the narrative. Don't bring it public, don't say it out loud. Most advanced scholars can't answer it now. This is the foundation, yet we don't explain, so don't push me! Leave it the same, I don't wanna get into this issue again. Even graduate students cannot defend, those questions can't be answered. Don't push me! Khalas and khalas.
Just let it be.
Because there are holes in the narrative. It's like the emperor with no clothes on. It's in our sources, but we don't go on. They don't read it, so they don't know. And we want to keep it exactly so. It is clear, scholars clear to the learned. The standard narrative has holes, that's confirmed. That's all I'll say, I won't say more. Why you cut me off, bro? Let me explore. These holes troubled the ummah from the start. From the prophet's time, it shook the heart. 50 opinions, but Allah knows best. Although none can settle when it's put to the test. Don't push me! Don't make it public, this is not wise. The holes in the narrative, just leave them aside. This is not hikmah. We need defenders, not questions out loud. So don't push me, not in a crowd. On a blank mushaf, what would you write? Would it match what we have today, line for line? It's not that easy, you know it's true. So why are you asking?
What's wrong with you? This is not like Mata, not a hotel marriage stay. Not a 60-second marriage you can start and stop one day. The holes in the narrative can't be explained away.
This should be private, don't speak it out. I'm about to fall. Don't push me now.
Don't push me.
Don't push me. Leave it there. There is no hikmah in this right here. When I wrote my books, I stayed in line. Because a deep, deep dive will shake your mind.
If people knew this, they'd walk away from the ummah, complete, no reason to stay.
Dive deeper and deeper, then problems arise.
They crash on your face.
You can't disguise. You're making me uncomfortable. Yes, you are. It's a simple question, but it goes too far. I'll give you a pen and a blank white page. What would you write from memory stage? I'd write a mixture.
Like leftovers after you eat.
Like biryani mixed.
Everything incomplete.
That mixture will give you pain inside.
But still they tell you just let it slide.
Choose what you like, forget the rest. That's how you stay firm, never put to the test. Holes in the narrative exist. If you bring someone, don't talk about this. And don't push me.
Keep it hidden, that's the method they insist. You're trying to patch the holes that exist because you're hungry for the perfect word of God. But you can't fix the holes, no matter the plan. It's beyond your hands, it's beyond man. Repent and turn, don't stand alone.
To the one with the holes in his hands. Yes, hands and holes in his feet.
He can make you whole.
You cannot fix it, but he'll redeem and rescue you. I shook the foundation, I set it clear. Faith crushed in front of eyes right here. More holes coming,
just wait and see.
as it all falls down
In front of me.
There are holes in the standard narrative. Say no
To the standard narrative.
No
To the narrative with holes.
Yes to the only holy one.
Yes
to the divine eternal Son.
Say yes
To the man
with holes in his hands.
his holes will make you whole.
Yes, make you whole.
go. Tick-tock, time to rock. Good morning, good afternoon to everyone who's watching from all over the world. We got a fun show, guys. A show 6 years in the making. Well, actually 1,400 years in the making, guys. 1,400 years in the making. A lot of people in the past 14 centuries tried to cover things up. Muhammad tried to cover things up. And I mean flat out, like indisputably. It became apparent in the past in the last couple years of Muhammad's life, became apparent that some different Muslims were reciting the Quran differently. None of these guys had any clue that it was being revealed differently until it was brought to Muhammad. Muhammad, he says he learned the Quran like this from you, and this other guy, he learned the Quran differently from you. What's going on here? And Muhammad said, oh yes, Allah revealed it in all these different ways. Instead of just saying the obvious, okay guys, I recited it a little differently because my memory's not perfect. Would have been okay to say that. That's not what he said. It's not what he said. So Muhammad set the example. A comforting lie is better than the reality. The reality would have been, okay, Muhammad taught the Quran differently to different people because his memory wasn't perfect. They didn't want to go that direction. So Muhammad set the example. Just make something up in order to avoid the problem. And little later after Muhammad's death, you got Muslims with different Qurans, quoting the Quran differently, making their own Qurans and their differences. And so Uthman pulled a Muhammad and said, hey, everyone hand over your Qurans. I'm burning them all. And then he issued a standardized Quran. Well, that didn't work. After a while, you ended up with different Qurans yet again. Obviously, because people like make mistakes and so on and writing manuscripts and so on. So it was obvious why, but instead they decided, hey, let's just say these 7 are the official ones, even though there are differences between all of them. These 7 are the official ones. And then later on, no, let's make it 10. And then you get different numbers down through history until you get down to our present time. And it's just one big disaster. And anyway, one of the big shifts was you had the last official caliphate, the Ottoman Caliphate, and their favored version was the Hafs Quran. Now, that's interesting because Hafs was considered a liar. He was considered a liar and a thief. He does not have a good reputation in Islam. But that was just a favored version of the Ottoman Empire, so that's one they pushed on everyone. Guys, if you see a hadith and Hafs is a transmitter, it's automatically weak because they don't trust that guy, Hafs. And yet they go with Hafs. They go with the Hafs Quran. So anyway, the Hafs Quran, that's just the favored version of the Ottoman Caliphate. So that's the one they used in a bunch of the Muslim world. This lasts until the early 20th century, where in Egypt, they noticed they were even using different versions of the Hafs Quran in different parts of Egypt. They noticed there are variants just in the Hafs that they were using in Egypt. So they decided we're going to standardize this. It took them 17 years. It took them from 1907 to 1924 to come up with their standardized version just of the Hafs Quran. And then they put that out there. And then, of course, this gets spread all over the place because now they're printing copies of it left and right. And this one has the stamp of approval of Al-Azhar University. And give it a few more decades, and then Muslims start arguing there's only one Quran preserved dot for dot, letter for letter from the time of Muhammad. It's total idiotic nonsense, but it became one of their main arguments for Islam. And even Muslim scholars knew this was a lie. They still spread it because they understood if we tell Muslims the truth, that entire chapters of the Quran came up missing, large passages were lost because the only people who had them memorized died in battle. Muhammad's own companions, even the ones who were best at reciting the Quran, they couldn't even agree on what's supposed to be in the Quran, which chapters are supposed to be in the Quran. And so they knew this was a complete lie, but they knew that if your average Muslim finds out about what a disaster the preservation of the Quran was, you'd leave Islam. And so they just kept rolling with the lie. And early on, people like me and Nabil and other apologists in like the early 2000s, so 2005, 2008, 2010, 2012, we kept trying to show that this is total nonsense. There's a few different directions you can go in. Like me and Nabil and the guys like us, the guys who were writing for Answering Islam, a lot of the guys who were writing for Answering Islam back then, we mainly just stuck with the Muslim sources, quoting the hadith and the various Muslim sources showing what they said about the early preservation of the Quran. Then you had the manuscript guys, so like Dan Brubaker and so on, before him some others, but they would actually show manuscripts and show differences in the manuscripts. So this is after the Muslim sources. This is like manuscripts that are in museums and so on. They're taking pictures of the museum manuscripts and showing, hey, this is not the same word here as this over here. This one, look, they had to erase this and so on. And then you had people who were focusing on different qira'ats. So these are different versions of the Quran that are still being used in different parts of the world today. So anyway, we were trying for years. We could not make much progress. We couldn't make much progress with this until some lady showed up to Speaker's Corner in the UK with 26 different Arabic Qurans. And we'll be checking that out here in a few. But speaking of a lady who showed up at Speaker's Corner with 26 different Qurans, how you doing, Hatun?
By God's grace, I'm good. Thank you. How are you?
Good. So we got a bunch of video clips we're going to go through. We have a little compilation Jai sent me of Muslims making these claims about the perfect preservation of the Quran. It's all we heard for years. So we're going to check that out. Then we're going to check out Sheikh Yasir Qadhi saying one thing. He'd say one thing if he's talking to people in general. He'd say something completely different if he was talking to students of knowledge. That's people who are actually learning the real stuff. Completely different messages. Then we'll check out the video from Speaker's Corner when someone showed up with 26 different Arabic Qurans to Speaker's Corner and caused a big uproar. And then the aftermath was people going into panic mode over what lie they're gonna continue with. They realized that the lie couldn't be perfectly preserved. And then we're gonna go and watch the Holes in the Narrative interview, which led to all kinds of problems, and we'll check out Mufti Abulay's reaction to it because it's real funny. But yeah, what are your thoughts on all this before we get going?
It's good, right?
It's good.
It is good that when the enemy of Lord Jesus Christ joins us in the ministry, right? We can call those individuals as our ministry partners, that they are helping inside to destroy Islam, while we've been saying there is some problems in Islam. So in that sense, it is very good. Setting overall these things, like even we are in 2026, still Muslims, even Muslims in Yasir Qadhi's mosque, believe that there is only one Quran.
How would you know? How would you know what people believe in Sheikh Yasir Qadhi's mosque?
I know things, David.
Oh, okay.
I've got connections. I was at Sheikh Yasir Qadhi's mosque in Texas on Friday. I had a, let's say, privilege of meeting with him, as well as spoke to few people. And one of the person I spoke, the reason I said so people still believe in his mosque that there is only one perfect Quran, is the person who is head of outreach in the mosque. So information has not circulated enough yet. So we just need to help Yasir Qadhi to share the information more and more.
Yeah, that's the problem I noticed too recently. And this is something everyone here on YouTube needs to be aware of. We kind of, YouTubers and people who spend a lot of time on YouTube, they're looking at things through kind of a YouTube lens. And the YouTube lens on this would be they spent decades lying about the Quran. Then, we spent many years trying to refute them. And then all of a sudden it got out of control for them. And even Sheikh Yasir Qadhi was forced to admit narrative has holes in it. And that what he's actually talking about, because we used it to say the narrative of perfect preservation. Hey, he admits there's holes in the narrative. He was saying something much more devastating than that. He was saying even the scholarly explanations for all these variants and stuff, that narrative has holes in it. They can't really account for all these differences in a way that justifies their confidence in the preservation of the Quran. He's saying we can't answer this stuff. But so from a YouTuber perspective, we think, okay, they spent decades lying. We spent years trying to refute it. And we were correct. We were absolutely correct. But how do you get that? How do you get that across to all these people who are still using the argument? Eventually, one of their top guys acknowledges it, and then a bunch of other Muslim, and then the other YouTubers, the other Muslim, the Dawa guys on YouTube, they stop using the argument, and then they suddenly get confused when you bring up perfect preservation. There's that famous clip. Who was it? Chris? Was it Chris who walked up to Mohammed Hijab, and he's like, "So you guys talk about perfect dot for dot, letter for letter." And what? Who says this? Who says this? He's acting like they didn't say it, even though it's all we heard for decades from them. We heard the same thing: perfect dot for dot, letter for letter preservation. Then they started acting like they didn't claim that sort of thing. So we had that going on, and then we even had like Fareed. Jai and I were just talking. Fareed played the clips that I shared of Yasir Qadhi saying one thing to one group, and it's something completely different to a different group. And Fareed acknowledged it, that Sheikh Yasir Qadhi was lying about the Quran to people. And so we look at that and we say, aha, it's done. We got the Dawa guys to stop using this argument. Cool. We won. What's the problem? Well, as Hatun was just pointing out, you go to a mosque and start talking to Muslims, they still believe in just this one Quran myth. And we would find it out by going to Dawa booths, not the main guys who are on YouTube, but just the regular Dawa guys who are at their Dawa booths. They're still preaching one Quran, perfectly preserved, dot for dot, letter for letter. The point here is we already won, but we still got a lot of work to do because people don't know. People still don't know. Muslims don't know. Your average Muslim still doesn't know this stuff. So we're gonna have to keep putting material into the hands of people to go and share at the Dawa booths. We're going to have to make short little videos, screenshots, pictures of differences between like Hafs and Warsh so that everyone has them handy so that any person can walk up to a Dawa booth and go, wait, you're still preaching one Quran, perfectly preserved? What do you do with this? Hafs, Warsh, right here, side by side. They're saying something completely different. What do you do with this? So we got to do that until Muslims, even just regular Muslims, know this stuff. Pretty rough. A lot of work to do. But guys, the main work has been done. Now we've got a lot more work, but it's getting this information into the heads of the average Muslim. And guess what? Hey, Jai, we even saw this recently. How you doing, Jai?
Good, man. Really excited. Happy to be with you guys. Really excited for the stream today. I know we're going to get into a lot. It's going to be a mega stream. I was just telling everybody before they came here to get their popcorn, get their Pepsi ready. It's going to be a long one. It's going to be epic.
Yeah. And Jai,
Yeah.
I brought this up because this was just a couple of days ago. The clip we watched over on your channel, which is of God Logic holding up 3 Qurans saying, hey, these 3 Qurans here? And he's just making a simple point, responding to a Muslim about the Trinity. He's trying to say, hey, there's 3 Qurans, and yet you're saying there's only one Quran. So this is 3 in one way, 1 in a different way, right? What's your objection to the Trinity? So trying to get the guy to clarify what his objection to the Trinity is. But this was a Muslim news channel. A Muslim news channel shared that clip and said, ha, this dumb Christian, he thinks that because he's got 3 different Qurans, that there are differences in these Qurans. And someone responded to that. If they show me 1 letter of difference between these 2 Qurans, I'll leave Islam.
Yep.
And so Jai jumped in there and said, you say 1 letter difference? And so Jai starts showing him differences between Hafs and Warsh. And so the guy said, show me 1 letter of difference and I'll leave Islam. You showed him differences between Hafs and Warsh, including letters of difference, but sometimes a single letter completely changes the meaning of the verse because it makes it a different word. So Jai, what was his reaction upon you showing him exactly what he said would cause him to leave Islam?
His reaction was, I'm not going to leave Islam to join a pagan religion.
Now, what would that have to do with what he said? You don't have to join some other religion, but you said you would leave Islam if there's 1 letter of difference. So
that's right. So he made the claim that he was going to leave Islam if he could see 1 letter of difference between the 3 different Qurans that Avery was showing. So yeah, as you said, he showed him the difference. And his response was that he's not going to leave Islam for a pagan religion. Now, I wasn't inviting him to a pagan religion. We invite Muslims to the Lord Jesus Christ. We don't invite them to paganism. But he said he would leave Islam if someone were to show him the differences amounting in just one single letter. So it just shows you, it goes to show you that they're not, a lot of times, they're not honest about these challenges that they make. I'll become a Christian if, or I'll leave Islam if. That's just rhetoric. They don't actually mean it. They're just saying it because they're trying to show you that they're very confident that their claim is true.
Yeah, and so you might hear something like that. You might think, well, I mean, what's the point even? What's the point if they're not going to actually leave Islam like they say? If they're not actually going to do what they say, why even share it with them? Well, because
A lot of them do
some
listen.
Muslims do
A
have
lot
a
of them
different
do.
reaction,
Yes.
right? Some Muslims
Yes.
do have a different reaction, and we saw this just recently from Libiano's video where he was. You
Yep.
remember the famous video? We suck. Dawa sucks. It sucks so bad. We're the worst. Everyone's better than us because we suck so bad. That's fun to watch. But in there, he said, "You wouldn't believe my inbox is filled with Muslims who are doubting Islam." And he goes, and then he brings up the logical problem of the Quran. He says, logical problem of the Quran is, okay, if you say there's one Quran, you have different Qurans with that are distinct, and they contain completely different readings and stuff. What do you do there? What do you do there? So you're saying one Quran, but you have different Qurans with different meanings, so there's distinctions between them. Mm-hmm. And so people made an argument out that called the logical problem of the Quran. And Libiano says, you may think, talking to his fellow Muslims, you may think that argument is stupid. My inbox is filled with people who are doubting Islam because of that. So what's the point? The point is, you still have vast majority of Muslims who believe there's one Quran, perfectly preserved, dot for dot, letter for letter from the time of Muhammad. That's still very common belief. They're not going to find out that's a lie unless they find out from us. Sadly, in their religion, we have to be the ones who tell them the truth about their own book and their own prophet and all this stuff. We have to be the ones telling them that. But when they find out, some of them just say, oh, well, I'm not going to leave Islam. Others will say, okay, this is bothering me. Now, there's a reason it should bother you, right? If you've heard from your sheikhs and imams all your life, perfect preservation, dot for dot, letter for letter, you heard this from all your dawah guys, you heard this from your sheikhs, your imams, you heard this, and you find out it's a complete lie. The reason that should really bother you is all these guys, all these people I look up to in my religion were all lying to me about something as important as my book. If they were lying to me about this, if they were concealing the truth from me and feeding me lies to make me feel confident about my religion, what else are they lying to me about? And maybe I need to investigate this for myself, because if all these guys are liars, and these are the guys I got my religion from, who told me about my religion, and my beliefs come from these guys who are liars, maybe I need to investigate this for myself. And that's as soon as someone concludes that, that's someone who's on his way out of Islam. My point is, the Muslims will never be in a position to make that decision. Do I realize that I've been lied to, but I'm just going to remain Muslim anyway? Or do I realize I've been lied to and decide that I have to leave Islam or start investigating it seriously? They're never in that position unless they hear the reality from us. So we got work to do. That's the point, guys. We got work to do. And part of the work is knowing what's been going on, which is why we're here today.
And I just want to say one of the... Oh, sorry. Go ahead, sister. Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to add something what you said, David, regarding them to getting emails in their inboxes that I'm doubting on my faith. Back in 2020, wasn't it Hijab who was like shouting at people, what doubt, man, what doubt? That I cause you to leave Islam stuff. He was shouting at people. And I think it's been almost a decade now. Muslims have proper ministry. I don't know if we can call it ministry, but like they've got proper setup team who is simply dealing with people who's got doubt in their faith, right? I remember checking someone's account where he was simply charging people $100 for each half an hour for people to meet with them and then express like, oh, I've got doubt on my faith. I've got doubt on my faith. So like they're having one-to-one meetings to clarify the doubts. You can even like pay people to get rid of your doubts. So I guess in a sense, it's good. We are helping not only Muslims to have doubt in their faith, but we are also helping certain Muslims to make money from those Muslims who are doubting in their faith.
That's a pretty
all
good
belief.
deal. That's a pretty good deal. So make sure people have lots of doubts because you spread the doubts, and then
Keeping them
you
in
can charge
business.
them. Yeah, they can. Hey, if you got doubts. Now, by the way, that is what is like strangest to me in all of this, as we're going to be going through this. But if you're a Muslim and all of a sudden, like Hatun shows up with 26 different Arabic Qurans, and you've been told there's only one, and you think, oh, okay, yeah, so it's 26 different covers, but those aren't 26 different. Like there's no difference in content. The content is all completely identical. Because I've heard from people like Sheikh Yasir Qadhi, not one letter of difference between any of these Qurans. And then you actually put them in their face. Is that the same word as this? And they're looking at that, and all of a sudden, I'm confused now. What do those guys do? They go back to the exact same guys who were lying to them and say, okay, yeah, these Christians pointed out, they showed me different Qurans with different words in them. What do I do? They go back to the same guys who lied to them. Then they tell them the new lie. And the new lie was, oh, yeah, there are differences, but it's different dialects. It's just different dialects. And they go, oh, now it makes sense. And they run back out. You see, you dumb Christians, you don't know that these are just different dialects. And then then you start showing, no, this gives a completely different meaning to the verse, a completely different meaning in this Quran and in this Quran. This isn't a different dialect. That's not what dialects do. Dialects don't give you completely different meanings here. And then so they go back and they go back to the same guys who lied to them and said it was just different dialects. And they go back and say, wait, they pointed out this verse means something completely different from this verse in this other Quran. So it's not just different dialects. And they go, yeah. Of course, there are different meanings, but they complement one another. They complement one another. And they come back, you stupid Christian idiots. These verses complement each other. And then we show them, actually, this contradicts this one. There's a contradiction here. And then they keep going back to the same people who like, how many lies do you need to be told by someone before you don't trust? And it's weird. It's just like, it's almost like the Dawah fans understand that lying is part of their religion, and that's why they keep going back to liars, because lying is just fine as far as they can tell. And so no harm. Pretty crazy stuff.
Yeah, the power in getting someone like Yasir Qadhi to talk about this, and the reason why it had the damage and the kind of eruption, the earthquake that it had, is because, as you pointed out, if you just go up to a Muslim and you say that there's differences there, they're going to default back to what their scholars say. They're going to say, this is what my scholars say. They'll even accuse you of printing out your own Qurans, and like as if you have your own warehouse or you have your own printing shop and you can print out your own copies of the Quran. I was told, one guy told me that I showed him a recording of two different imams reciting the different Qurans. He said, no, what you did was it's the same verse, but he was saying another word in another verse, and you like spliced it into the other recording, so it made it sound like he was saying another word. In other words, they will go out of their way to just create the biggest conspiracy theory as to what you're doing and why this is not the case.
Mm-hmm.
So when someone like Yasir Qadhi comes out and says, especially when he's known for saying that there's no differences, when he comes out and admits that there are differences and that there are big problems with the standard Muslim view, it has an enormous impact because he's the one that they go to find these answers. And now, they're trying to distance themselves from him because of other issues, but related to this as well. But all of their scholars, really, if you get them to talk about this, you can get them to make some sort of admission that will go against what your average Muslim believes in. And that's dangerous, very dangerous for the average Muslim and the scholars as well, because they want to keep people in ignorance. Mm-hmm. But we're just trying to show them what the truth is, even what their own sources have to say, and hoping and praying that will be enough to get them to see that they're in the wrong religion, they're in a lie, and that they would repent and that they would come to the Lord Jesus Christ. And I found that this is a great segue into the presentation of the gospel, because you can say, hey, look, if you were lied to about this, like you were pointing out earlier, like this is like the biggest thing. This is your foundations for your belief, the Quran. If you were lied to about that, what else could they have lied to you about? You think they could have lied to you about Jesus? You think they could have lied to you about the Bible being corrupt? You think they could have lied to you about that? I see it as a great segue to those gospel presentations.
Mm-hmm. And and then the big picture, just like, why is lying so common and acceptable in your religion? And why does this sort of thing, just, hey, we got all these disagreements and differences in the Quran? Well, let's burn them. Let's burn them to cover things up. The solution in Islam, well, the main solution is usually violence. That's the main solution when problems arise. But the other solution is that a comforting lie is better than the truth if you're going to have to actually like struggle with the truth a little bit and like think, right? Because notice, when Uthman is confronted with the difficulty of different people having different Qurans, there's a way to deal with that. Hey, let's line them all up and get back to the correct reading of all. That wasn't it. It was just burn them all, burn all the evidence.
Yep.
And that for a long time was the solution. Jai was recently pointing to a passage in the Muslim sources where some people eventually brought out Abdullah ibn Masud's Quran. Now, Muhammad said, if you want to learn the Quran from anyone, learn it from these 4 people. Abdullah ibn Masud was number 1 on his list. If you're not familiar with who Abdullah ibn Masud is, that was the guy behind the Diddy line. That's how close he was with Muhammad. He's the one guy Muhammad wanted out in the desert with him watching while he's with the men of Al-Zut, right? I want this guy, who happened to be his top Quran reciter. Abdullah ibn Masud only had 111 chapters in his Quran. He didn't believe that Surah 1, Surah 113, or Surah 114 are even supposed to be in the Quran. He didn't believe those are prayers. He said the Quran is Allah talking to us. These are prayers that we're presenting to Allah. That's not the Quran. So, and by the way, had tons of other differences, tons of other variants, and so on. Well, eventually they get rid of all that stuff, but there comes a point where someone actually had preserved it. Because Abdullah ibn Masud, he told his followers, don't hand your Qurans over for this lunatic to burn. Hide them. Hide your Qurans, which is weird if they were all exactly the same Quran. He said, hide your Qurans. Well, some people did hide their Qurans. Eventually, someone brings out to the Muslim rulers, hey, here's Abdullah ibn Masud's Quran. Boom, they burned it. They burned it. Now, think about that. Muhammad said, if you're going to learn the Quran from anyone, learn it from Abdullah ibn Masud. They bring out Abdullah ibn Masud's Quran. They say, burn that thing. Why? Because it doesn't line up with what we're passing off as the Quran today. This is just one giant disaster. But anyway, that becomes the methodology in Islam. It's better to destroy the truth and reality than for people to have doubts about something. And so they're always trying to destroy any source of doubting Islam, even by lying. And so that just becomes part of Islam until you get down to the Dawah guys of our time, who are the biggest bunch of liars the world has ever seen. But it's weird because they believe the Dawah fans just believe that lying is part of all of this. And so when we tell them something, they think we must be lying. And so Jai was just pointing out, you can actually play a recording. No, you edited the recording. You modified the recording. You must have done that. I remember the same thing after Hatun showed up with 26 different Arabic Qurans. I start seeing Muslims in the comments when I'm posting this going, she printed those herself. Yeah. Hatun actually has a publishing company that we didn't know about where she publishes Qurans. And what she does, she gets the one official Quran and then she makes a bunch of changes in it and then prints it up and then calls that something else like Warsh. And then she prints up another one, makes differences in that one, and then calls that Duri. And she just like keeps printing up different Qurans over and over again. It's very shameful, very shameful. But they'll believe that, those kinds of conspiracies, rather than believe that their leaders lied to them their entire lives. That's which is weird because they seem to understand that their leaders are a bunch of liars. It's just weird stuff.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
There's one website that we use. It's called nquran.com, and the Muslim said N stands for Nasara, like Christian, like the Muslim way for saying Christian. Yeah. And so he was like, no, it's a Christian website. It's a Christian website. And it's because it shows you the differences between the Qurans there. So they'll come with anything.
Mm-hmm. What are you saying?
In the publishing the Quran. So think about how powerful I am, right? Like when someone says you publish them. So I was able to put exactly something like Quran and then just edit out few letters in a way that those letters just like good enough to change the meaning and then play with the full sentence or in certain occasions with the full practice of Islam. And then I was able to convince Muslim publisher to publish it. And then I was able to make sure people buy it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm very clever.
Yeah.
And course, economy messed up, right? Someone needs to contribute to the economy by like cycling this kind of thing. So it was good business.
Yeah, and you're able to build a time machine and then go back in time and get Muslims in different parts of the world to use these other Qurans that you invented and made up and stuff. So it's really awesome work. It was very hard, but I mean, they'll notice Muslims will believe all of that, will believe all that nonsense and that big conspiracy before they'll realize they're being lied to by their leaders. They just got serious problems. Speaking of Muslim leaders and dawah guys who lie about this stuff, let's go ahead and check out this little compilation of what some of these guys were saying about the Qurans. Some of these guys were saying about the Quran for a good bit of time. Let's check it out here.
The Muslim claim has been for the last 14 centuries that the Quran is absolutely word by word preserved. I repeat, our claim about the Quran, and we stand by that claim to this day.
How about now, buddy? This is several years ago. How about now?
He still stands by the claim. Shame, right?
Yeah, that's good to know. Hey, Adnan, you want to join us and explain? Hey, Adnan, straight up invitation. If you would like to join us, to explain some things for us about this one Quran. We're very confused, as you'll see if you join us. But if you'd like to join us and explain some things for us, open invitation. You can clear up all of this stuff for us. We'll put different readings of the Quran up there, and you can keep explaining how it's just one Quran.
2020, we stand by that claim that in the light of evidence.
2020, dude, that was the year of the holes in the narrative, man. What are you talking about?
And otherwise.
Yeah, so he realized Muslims were having doubts, and Yasir Qadhi had admitted there's holes in the narrative, and so look, I'll just say it again. There's only one Quran. Yes, one Quran. Yes, this is what we believe, and we stand by this. Yes, even our scholars are finally being forced to admit that it's complete idiotic nonsense, but we still believe it, and we still maintain it, and we still proclaim it. Yes, this is Islam. We lie for a living.
The Quran is preserved word by word, and it can be traced back to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, word by word.
And frankly, the Quran has been preserved, we believe, since the time of the Prophet till now, word for word, letter for letter, haraka or vowel sign for vowel sign.
There is not a book on the planet.
Now, because we were talking about whether they changed the positions or not, he has changed his position, Mohammed Hijab. Now he says, well, the Quran wasn't revealed with letters. It was revealed by sounds.
Yep.
And so he's getting very technical now.
Now Mohammed Hijab says that the different recitations of the Quran, the different versions of the Quran are all parts of the Quran. And so if you memorize the entire Hafs Quran, according to Mohammed Hijab, you haven't memorized the Quran. In fact, you can't memorize the entire. You can memorize all the different qira'at, all the different canonical qira'at. You can memorize all of them. You still haven't memorized the complete Quran because a bunch of the variants were lost when Uthman burned them. So sucks to be you.
Good, right? That's very good. We want him to change his position because he needs to make money from those whom he causing the doubt, right? So in that sense,
true.
good.
That's true. Yeah.
Recently, he also said it can't be dot by dot because they didn't have dots in time of Muhammad. So.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So that's an additional problem, but that's just more doubts for them and more money.
Earth in human history that has been preserved like this in its reading,
that's Mansour.
In its articulation, in its pronunciation.
Mansour just jumps up. That's Mansour, guys. I like that how he just appears. He's like, oh, someone's on video. I have to get some attention. Mansour to the rescue.
Preserved like this in its reading, in its articulation, in its pronunciation, in its preservation. There is not a book on the planet Earth which has been preserved like the Quran.
There's not a book that's been preserved like this. Pink rectangle, pink square, another pink rectangle, very light blue rectangle, another light blue rectangle, darker blue rectangle, another darker blue rectangle, a little bit of white underneath there, and then we're back to pink. Yeah, so this is powerful stuff as far as I can tell.
So Muslim on planet Earth or elsewhere have no doubt whatsoever that the Quran has been preserved to the letter to the dot and to the sound when we talk about this.
It is amazing. The Muslim Ummah has its fair share of strange ideologies, different sects, different beliefs, different groups. But guess what? All of these groups, no matter what their sect and understanding of Islam is, their Quran is exactly the same.
Jai, when he said those words, did he know that was a lie?
Absolutely, he knew that was
Absolutely, guys.
100%.
100% he knew that was a lie, and he was lying.
Because he wrote the book.
He wrote the book about this issue long before that.
Yep.
What a liar. Was flat out lying.
Their Quran is exactly the same. And no group of Muslims around the world believes in another book they call the Quran that is not our book. The Quran shall remain uncorrupted, untouched, and unchallenged until the day of judgment. No one shall be able to tamper with the Quran. No one shall be able to bring a false copy of the Quran and the Muslims will be fooled and say it is a false copy. And therefore to this day, the Ummah has never disagreed about its holy book. O Muslims, thank Allah for this blessing.
Thank Allah for this blessing that we made up and is a total lie. Ivan here said, Ali D said the scientific argument was debunked, but can't let go and reconstruct his view on the Quran. Yeah, guys. So Ali Dawa, famously, we covered it. Ali Dawa, who used to use the scientific miracles argument, came out and said, guys, stop using the argument. It's been debunked. This is another issue. This is exactly the same right here, that on YouTube, when the Dawa guys finally admit, okay, scientific miracles argument, it's completely bogus. It was made up. It doesn't work. It's been debunked. Stop using it. And we think, oh, the argument's done. But you still go out to a mosque and they'll still be using the scientific arguments. I mean, for the Quran. You go to the Dawa booth, they're still using that argument. So there's a disconnect between what eventually gets admitted on YouTube and what the Muslim Ummah finds out about. So again, work to do also on the scientific miracles issue.
Quran, there's only one.
By the way, the scientific miracles, so when Mohammed Hijab had one of his debates, I can't remember if it was with Inspiring Philosophy or whether it was Avery, one of those two debates, he mentioned afterward, I think it was the one with Avery actually, he mentioned afterwards that, you know, as you guys were pointing out, as Sister Toon pointed out, that they have like this doubts hotline, 1-800-DOUBTS, call if you have any doubts. And he's one of the people that runs from the Serpents Institute or the Sapiens Institute. And in the Serpents Institute, they have this you have doubts, you email us, we'll get in touch with you, we'll contact you. Well, he was talking about the types of doubts that Muslims have. Now, he's not getting the same emails, obviously, that Libiana was getting, because Libiana specifically said it was because of the Islamic dilemma and the Quranic dilemma. So he must have a different Muslim audience. Mohammed Hijab was saying that because he doesn't hear Muslims talking about the Islamic dilemma in his emails or in his sessions with them about their doubts, therefore it's not a big issue. He should talk to Libiano about that. But what he did say, and he's like telling us, he's letting us know what Muslims are getting doubts about, and he brought up the scientific miracles. This is still an issue for Muslims today, even though Ali Dawa has come out, many Muslims have come out, Hamza Tortis has come out. They've said that there's no scientific miracles in the Quran. This is nonsense. This is bogus. This is rubbish, whatever. He still gets doubts about that. And he says that's one of the issues. That's one of the things, like the top things that he thought about was that. So he's like letting us know, hey guys, your next project, let it be about this.
Oh, yeah. But I mean, think about it, because so Ali Dawa is similar to the guy on X who said he would leave Islam if you showed him one letter of difference, and then you show him multiple examples of this, and then he says, well, I'm still going to be a Muslim. Ali Dawa said he converted to Islam because of the scientific miracles argument, and then he eventually realizes it's a total lie, and then nope, I'm just going to stay in Islam. So you do have people like that, but you want to give people the opportunity to make an informed decision, because right now, a regular Muslim in a mosque, he's not making an informed decision. In other words, he doesn't know, he's not aware of the actual reality to be able to base his decision on reality. He's been lied to, and he's basing his decisions on lies that he has believed. We want them to know the truth so that they at least have the opportunity to go, oh, these guys have been lying to me my entire life. Well, I'm going to listen to them anyway. Some of them do that, right? But you want them also to have the opportunity to go, these guys have been lying to me my entire life. Oh, I'm out of this religion. Bunch of liars. Don't trust them anymore.
Quran, there are no various versions.
I just want to say one more thing, which is that Yasir Qadhi has also told on himself as well, and he says time and time again, we have recordings of him saying that the most complicated, the most difficult issue
that's in the Holes in the Narrative interview.
That's it. So he's letting everybody know, if you guys want to focus on areas what Muslims are doubting on, this is the area right here. So Mohammed Hijab says focus on scientific miracles. Libiano was telling us Islamic dilemma and the Quranic dilemma. Yasir Qadhi told us to focus on this issue. So,
and Hijab, of course, did the poll, not in the Zoot sense, but he did the poll asking Muslims what bothers them about Islam, and the number one answer was moral problems with Muhammad as far as causing doubt. So these guys, the great defenders of Islam, have told us everything we need to know about what causes doubts among their people.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And I guess they want us to have that information because mo doubts, mo money. You know what I mean? Mo doubts, mo money. That's what they say in Dawah.
And the Quran, there's only one Quran. There are no various versions or whatnot. It's one standard copy of the Quran across the Muslim world. Really, there's not been any variant versions of the Quran. The Quran is the Quran for all sects and schisms and groups of Islam. And we also, all Muslims take pride in the fact there is but one Quran. There's no variants of the Quran.
If it were the case,
Yasir Qadhi wrote the book Science of Quran way before he debated James White, right? In his book, especially, he gives the name of those Qurans and then tells us where are those Qurans today. You can go and find them, and then he gives examples of them. So if anyone wants to learn what the lying voice looks like, they need to re-listen that part of that video. This is when someone is lying to you intentionally. They know they are lying.
Yes.
They know they are lying. They know even their God or their mother know they are lying, and they still choose to lie. That's like sad.
And I still remember when Nabil, we were heading to the UK for a series of debates, and one of his debates was with Bassam Zawadi on whether the Quran has been perfectly preserved. And so Nabil had his case laid out, but he's like, "Hey, I better check out Yasir Qadhi's book on the sciences of the Quran." And but he's sitting there all shocked at some of this stuff. He's like, sitting there, and he's turning to me. He's like, "Do you know they have no clue what the ahruf are?" And I was like, "What?" He goes, "Yeah, they have no idea what these things are." It's like, "What?" And I forget what the number was. He's like, "They got 28 different positions on what the ahruf are, and a bunch of them say the others are all wrong." I was like, "What is this? They don't even know, man. They don't even know." And so this was Nabil finding out about this stuff from Sheikh Yasir Qadhi, who suddenly, when he's talking to a popular audience, forgets about the various things that he actually writes about in his book.
I have a clip of that debate, and guess what Bassam Zawadi did? He appealed to Yasir Qadhi to talk about Quran preservation in that debate. So the theme of the video was when Muslims used to cite him, and then they threw him under the bus.
Oh, yeah,
so
that's good stuff.
In that debate that you just referenced with Nabil, the guy who was debating, the Muslim who was debating, appealed to Yasir Qadhi to say that the Quran's been preserved.
Strange stuff.
Now, at this moment, every single mushaf, meaning book or parchment wherein the Quran was inscribed, was to disappear. Right now, overnight, in every single Muslim community, you will have exactly the same book with exactly the same letters, with exactly the same vowelings.
So Jai, is that true? If Muslims in Morocco, if every Quran in the world, and by the way, guys, you have to pay attention to this. What you just heard from this guy, they make the lie, and then they all spread the lie, and then they all tell the same lie. If you talk to a Muslim at a dawah booth outside a mosque, and you ask them about that, they're going to say exactly what did you know that if every single Quran were destroyed in the world today, that overnight they would all just come up with a new copy, and everywhere in the world would be the exact same copy? Really? Even the Muslims who memorize the Warsh version, they're going to come up with the exact same Quran as Muslims who memorize the Hafs version? Really? See, I don't know this guy. He either knows he's lying or he's spreading the lie that he got from somewhere else.
Well, Mohammed Hijab is sitting right next to him, so you can kind of guess.
Yep. So, but the point is, guys, they're telling lies, lie after lie after lie, either because they know it's a lie or they've never studied, but they heard the lie from somewhere else.
Emerge and be transcribed and be recited out loud amongst every single Muslim community worldwide. That's special.
So Hafs transmission throughout the world has remained.
Yeah, guys, what's actually special is Islam lies, right? They're the ones who are obsessed with lying about this stuff. In other words, you go into any Christian bookstore, you grab a Bible off the shelf. You open it up, it'll tell you about variants. It'll say there's a variant in this verse. It'll say there's a textual variant. It'll say some manuscripts say this. They'll tell you about it. You can go into any Christian bookstore and find books that talk about textual variants. And in Islam, you just lie about it, and then they say, see, we're special. What, for lying? That makes you special? Being completely dishonest makes you special? Yeah, but not in a good way. Not in a good way. But here we have Mansour talking to Hatun.
The world has remained.
You know how you just mentioned in the Bible how we have textual variants and Muslims will bring that up? That was the initial context where I would only ever bring this topic up with Muslims. It was only in like a defense, and when Muslims would talk about textual variants in the Bible, I would just be like, well, what about you guys have these variants in the Quran here and there? And I didn't realize how that argument actually made Muslims really Islam will collapse under their feet because of that argument. I thought I was just like, yeah, I had no, I was like just bringing it up in like a defensive kind of context. Then I started realizing, wait, I could bring it up as like a offensive kind of, thing and see how they respond to it. And then I started learning the power of that argument. And then that's really what got me really passionate to study it, was because I didn't realize that this was like something that Muslims, like they were lied to about on this scale. Like I know they're lied to about things, but I think this is like almost like the number one thing that they're lied to. I mean, maybe you guys can think about other things, but
character
I think
Muhammad.
That's okay. There's a debate you could have, right? But like this is one of the top things that they're lied to about the most. And character Muhammad's definitely contender for that too. But and I had no idea until I started seeing other people doing it and then doing it myself, and I was like, whoa, this is a really great way to dismantle Islam and then come in and present the gospel after.
Yeah, and the reason I mentioned character of Muhammad was when you just said, hey, I would initially bring this up as a response when they're using that argument. People don't remember this, but if you go back 20 to 25 years, one of their 3 or 4 main arguments for why we should believe in Muhammad is his character was so perfect in every way that you can't accuse him of being a liar. If a guy's character is perfect in every way, how is he also going to be a liar? That makes no sense. And so it was in that context that we'd start bringing up like Muhammad and Aisha. It wasn't, hey, we want to go and attack your prophet for what he did here. It was, oh, you guys are arguing about his wonderful character. Well, how do you explain this? How do you explain him taking the wife of his own adopted son? How do you explain this? How do you explain that? And that was the sort of origin there. Notice you almost never hear a Muslim arguing based on the perfect character of Muhammad anymore. Why? Wouldn't work. People know things about that. But notice when Mohammed Hijab did his little poll, again, not in the Zoot sense, but when Mohammed Hijab did that poll and Muslims said the main thing that causes them doubts is finding out moral problems with Muhammad. Why? They were all told those lies back in the day. And so they find out that it's a bunch of lies. Wait a minute. Why didn't my leaders ever tell me any of this? Why are my leaders telling me Muhammad's great and they don't tell me anything about how the guy really lived? And then they lie to me about it. What's going on here? And then I have to hear the truth from these Christians, these atheists, all these other people. I have to hear facts about my own prophet from these guys. Oh, no, this is making me doubt because I can't trust these guys anymore. But similar situation with the Quran. Jai was saying he didn't know how important this was. Yeah, after Nabil became a Christian, he told me, he said, hey, go after the preservation of the Quran. That should be the main argument. I was just thinking, why? What? Yeah, so they've been told perfect preservation and it's a lie. So what? We're going to argue and then we're going to show they have textual variants. Okay, that's exactly what I would expect. If human beings are copying an entire book by hand, of course you're going to get textual variants. That's what happens when human beings copy long books, and you have different levels of skill. You have some people who are just professional scribes. You have other people who aren't as good as scribes, but they want a copy for their mosque, and so they make a copy. And so of course you're going to have variants. Who cares? It's not going to bother me. He's like, no, you don't understand how important this is to Muslims. And yeah, he was right on that. I found out later he was totally right about that. But let's see here.
That's special.
So house transmission throughout the world.
Would you say, Hatem?
I just want to point out two things. So the previous gentleman from Al Jazari institution, we were talking, we don't know whether he's lying or not. I would like to say he's lying. The reason I'm saying this because I'm just on their website. They are charging £600 to teach people the different recitations.
Oh,
Wow.
nice.
And then you can they've got like 10 major Qur'an course. It's £400. So
Quite a bargain.
I would like to it's very see, like, this is good business, right? We should set up something like this. Join us, we teach you what Islam is all about, and then we can simply partner, do ministry partnering with Mohammed Hijab and others, and then contribute their ministry while we are causing the doubt. They are trying to fix it, and then we will set up another ministry to kind of break that down as well. So anyway, yeah, he's lying because they are running courses £600, and then another one is £400, and they've got even payment plans. So that's like screams out as this is the face of lying. And then on Mansur, Mr. Muslim, who is talking about just coming clip, that Hafs Quran is dot by dot, letter by letter is exactly the same. So at the beginning, it was, there is only one Quran. They are perfectly preserved, dot by dot, letter by letter, sound by sound, word by word, right? In the planet Earth or in any other planets, there is only one. And then he comes back after seeing 26 Arabic Qurans. He comes back. It's the Hafs Quran. Dot by dot, it's exactly the same. So he got rid of, like, he acknowledges in a sense that, yes, there are different Arabic Qurans. They are different than the Hafs Quran, but the current Hafs Quran we are reading is exactly the same. And then I think it was 7 different Hafs Qurans. The speaker's going to show them. Even the Hafs Qurans that are being printed are different from one another. So their argument is changing as much when you start keeping them accountable for what they said. So it was one perfect Quran, and now we find out one out of these 26 Quran has been perfectly preserved, and that's kind of another lie.
Yeah, so I don't like to accuse people of lying when they could just be. Some people are lying and they know they're lying. Other people are telling a lie, but not intentionally. They're sharing a lie that someone else told. And so I wouldn't accuse them of lying. I would say they're saying something that's false, but they were lied to. And so try to give the benefit of the doubt, but Hatun's pointing out, so I didn't know if this guy was lying or if he was spreading a lie. Hatun pointed out, nope, you go to their website, they talk about the different qira'ats and so on, and they charge money for learning these different qira'ats and so on. So he knows about the differences, and therefore he knows that in different countries, in different places where they use these different Qurans, if the Qurans were all to disappear and then Muslims were to write out Qurans from memory, they would not match up perfectly. They wouldn't. And he knows it, and he lied.
Yeah.
All right. Good to know. Hey, what is this? We've got Real Jeet here. It says, lower the volume, David. Why don't you lower your own stupid volume? Lower everyone's volume. Come on, dude.
Special.
So house transmission throughout the world has remained preserved to the dots and letters and sounds and vowels.
As we all know, the Quran
Not
has
true,
been
by the way.
preserved word for word.
Just on that real
exactly
quick,
the same.
this is something that Muslims will say. They'll say, okay, I'm not talking about the Quran, but like this particular reading or this particular transmission, as you guys know, like you have the 10 readings, and then each of those 10 have 2 transmitters. So you don't actually have like the readings in and of themselves. Like, for example, the reading of like Awesome, for example, doesn't exist anywhere. It only exists in his students. And there's, he had many students, but there became 2 canonical students, 2 canonical transmitters. Now, that's the same case with them as well. They had many students too, and their students differed. So Hafs had students that differed with. So he's saying that Hafs has remained the same. Okay, maybe the Quran as a whole hasn't remained the same, but Hafs itself remained the same. Not true.
Yeah.
There are differences that his students. You can see this in the books, like Ibn Mujahid's books and Ibn Jazari. These guys that their institutions are named after. Go to their books; they'll tell you Hafs had a student that used to read it like this, and he had another student that used to read it like this. Now they do have, ones that they pick and they choose to be like their particular version of Hafs, but it's just not true to say that Hafs has remained the same since like the end of all since all time. No, he had students that differed with his other students, and so that's just a false claim that he made. Another false claim. It's another false claim to defend a false claim, right?
Yep.
That's what it is.
Yeah, and I mean, I already pointed out, it took them 17 years to get an official Hafs version, right? Why? Because they had tons of variants in the Hafs versions that they were just using in Egypt. So hey, let's do some difficult work and come out with a. Okay, how can you say Hafs was preserved dot for dot, letter for letter, when it took them 17 years to try and assemble an official Hafs version? You had variants within the Hafs. Weird stuff. All right, Fareed here.
Word for word.
Today's Musaf, it is exactly the same, word to word, letter to letter.
This book, the Quran, is Kalamullah, غير مخلوق. It is the words of Allah, not a part of the makhluk. It was revealed to the Prophet ﷺ and preserved word by word, letter by letter, harf by harf. Even the pronunciation is preserved.
The Quran that we read is exactly the one that was given to Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. Word for word, letter by letter, surah by surah, the whole Quran. Surah 15, ayah number 9. Allah says that it is Allah who has revealed this zikr, this message, the Quran. He will protect it. No change, it retains its purity.
Good to know, good to know, good to know. All right, so guys, that's the...
There's going to be a lot of Arabic every now and then. So what Uthman ibn Fibin was just saying, he was saying like he was saying when he says Kalam Allah, he's saying the speech of Allah, and then he's saying it's uncreated versus created. So we're going to see that a lot in the interview as well. They love to sprinkle in Arabic words. Number one, because it's like a flex for them, because it makes them look like they know what they're talking about. But number two, they're trying to keep their audience kind of like not so clear on what's going on. Right, they use it as a way to be deceptive in a lot of cases as well, or deceptive in the sense that they don't want you to know exactly what they're saying.
Let's zoom through these super chats, and then we'll show a clip from Yasir Qadhi, and then we'll show another clip from Yasir Qadhi saying some very different things, and we'll check out what happened in Speaker's Corner, and then the infamous holes in the narrative interview. Let's see. Try the Quran, and it's 31 flavors. No, it's 31, kidot. Holy Quranic narrative, Batman. Hey, it's Winger. Ha, good one. No, shocker. Mike Winger joke. So funny. Hatoon! I love you, sis.
Thanks.
Hey, Hatoon, we're kind of noticing your shirt there. It says the standard narrative, and then you got a picture of Sheikh Yasir Qadhi. Tell me you didn't wear that around that mosque.
Not in that mosque, but yeah, okay. Around I do wear it. It is very useful. It is very useful. I did wear the other one, Mohammed is false prophet one.
Oh, that's very Islamophobic of you. But true.
They were searching the bags. Actually, he wanted to search my bag, and I'm just like, I don't have anything. I've got Quran with holes in it, and then I've got Bibles. And then he just pulls the Quran and then puts it back.
Nice. Classic Hatoon. Where is AP? Why is he hiding? AP's just lazy, ladies and gentlemen. Muhammad tried to cover things up except for the hole. He covered everything else up. The Quran is like Heinz, comes in 57 varieties. That is true. Then we have even Muslim scholar from Harvard University, Dr. Javad Hashmi, also said that the Quran is not word for word from God, but divinely inspired, just like Bible. The finding was a shock to him and his Islamic faith. Well, he's not. He's kind of in a different category from a lot of the Muslims we interact with. Saw Sam's live today. He is talking to his own front door and calling the door and furniture his friends. Well, those would be about as close as he has to friends anymore. They don't talk back or criticize him. I'd like to know how she carried all the books.
Speaker's Corner.
Oh, okay, at the Speaker's Corner. At the Speaker's, she had help, guys. She had help. Even the Quran's own challenge isn't serious. Yeah, I know. It sucks. What's the phrase they use for lying? Tequila. Nike's voice. It's a scientific thing. The standard narrative has holes in it. Show me one Muslim, one honest Muslim. Hatun, where can I get that T-shirt? Oh yeah, you're gonna have that available as merch somewhere, Hatun?
No, I just got it done.
It's
There
just
are,
for.
like, there are websites. You just like whatever design you want. You just put the picture and then they publish it.
You might want to give the design to Elle, and she could toss it up on a website for anyone who wants to grab one. Hide your Qurans, hide your Hadiths, because they burning everything out here. Because they burn everything out here.
That's what Ibn Masud said. Actually, he said that.
Hide them,
to conceal. He said to conceal your Quran. Hide your Qurans.
We might need to take that famous song. I don't know if you even know what that is, Jai. You remember that? Hide your kids, hide your wife, because they everybody out here. Yeah, they made a song out of an interview where a guy.
I seen the interview.
Yeah, the guy's sister had been attacked. Yeah, but we might need to use some AI to have the same thing, but about Ibn Masud. Hatun is more powerful than Allah. She corrupted his word. Yeah, Allah said no one can change his word, and then Hatun did it and made a bunch of them. This might be an obvious no, but has anyone ever tried to do the textual criticism with the Quran? No, actual scholars will do that sort of thing, but they just it's understood that it's forbidden to tell Muslims, the regular Muslims, about this stuff. And you can even, Jai, you can verify this, but like in like commentaries. Some of the commentaries, they'll say, okay, there's this reading, that reading, this is the better reading. They'll say things like that, right? So they're aware of the multiple readings, and they'll say this one is better and more likely the authentic reading.
Yeah, Al-Tabari is famous for that, and he often says that about like a reading that Muslims accept today, like the Hafs reading, for example. And that's another way to show you that the Hafs was not popular through Muslim history. It only became popular recently because even the scholars like they'll give you their readings which differs from Hafs, and they accept readings that are different from Hafs.
Why does it look like Adnan is shooting a Nat Geo documentary? Insert Nat Geo narrating voice about. I wish I knew who that was, so I would get what you're saying. But
National Geographic.
Okay, National Geographic. Okay, yeah. Guys, I do not get
because he had like all the
abbreviations. Yeah.
He had like all the background behind him, like it looked like he was in the wild or something. He was at Speaker's Corner, actually. I think.
That's pretty good. How do medical doctors and PhDs who are Muslims reconcile the scientific miracles? I'd run the other way if my doctor believed any of that. Yeah, you will occasionally. I mean, you will have some of them who actually believe in the scientific miracles, and you're like, what? Oh, come on, please do not be my doctor and stuff. But you'll have a bunch who just, they understand that the Quran's wrong on about a bunch of stuff. They just say, hey, the Quran's not a book of science. It's a book of signs.
Wasn't Zakir Naik medical doctor in one point? Or has a degree on it?
I've never seen it. Yeah, I think he went to school for it, but I have no reason to think that he ever practiced as a medical doctor. So in that sense, he'd be similar to Nabil. Nabil finished his MD, but then by the time he finished, he realized he wanted to do something else. So he graduated, but decided he wanted to do apologetics and stuff instead.
Oh, he never went to a specialty? Nabil never went to a specialty?
I mean, he did the stuff because he'd tell me about all the weird stuff he was having to do, like probes and stuff like this. And anyway, he never went and actually worked as a doctor because you basically start working as you're going through school and stuff like that. But he didn't actually work as a doctor.
In certain occasions, I think it's all right if you didn't work it, but still you studied and then you got the degree on that, right?
Yeah.
So in this occasion, the reason I brought up Zakir Naik to attention because if he studied, that's what he claims, that he's a medical doctor. He's the one who is encouraging people to drink camel urine, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I think they.
And the scientific thing. You drink camel urine, you behave like camel urine.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, you would have.
I would not trust a doctor. Yeah, if he were the only doctor around, I would not. I'd be like, okay, get that crap out of here. In percentage, how much closer would word peace be? What? Oh, please add to my last comment without Islam. Well, you still have human beings. Anytime human beings are involved, you're going to get violence in various places. But yeah, I think the world would be better without Islam. So if you are in doubt, about that which we have revealed to you, then ask those who have been reading the scripture before you. That is a good verse. Everyone needs to learn that one. Aussie Dawa guys still use the Muhammad's character argument. They pulled the none of his wives spoke badly about him. That makes that makes me a prophet. Yeah. So Aussie Abe's wife doesn't speak badly of him. I guess that means he's a prophet. Yeah, based on everything I hear from Aussie Abe and others, it seems like Dawa in Australia is like what Dawa was like 10, 15 to 20 years ago here. Yeah. And so,
yeah, they're behind.
Quran is the word of Allah because that's why. Yeah, that's a good response. Quran is word of Allah because that's why. Oh, we got that twice. That's good. And
I finally saw the original thing that they were doing the parody off of for that. And I think the guy's like, he's like an English teacher or something like that. And he like makes these jokes about like how, you pronounce this word this way and then you get used to a rule. And it's like, then you pronounce it this way, right? And
because
like,
that's
no,
why.
Because that's why.
Yeah. Yeah. I knew IP has been copying that guy, and I just thought he was being funny, and then someone pointed out that he's actually copying someone else. I hadn't seen who he's copying, but yeah, that's the guy here. Yeah. Let's see. In the name of the God of Abraham, according to the name by which I am called among them, yet I am not their God, and though I am even God alone, Allah is not my name, for this Allah is no God. He is an idol, the works of men written in a book, a graven image. Interesting. I hope you're not claiming that about yourself. All right. So now we have, we won't watch all of this, but we want to get the gist of what Yasir Qadhi is saying here. So this is Sheikh Yasir Qadhi. And this is for the Why Islam campaign. So this is made for people at the popular level. And he's responding to the, matter of fact, I'll just play the beginning here. And then we'll kind of skip to the end what he says. But he says he's responding to the question of why did Uthman burn the Quran?
The question that many people ask us is, why did the third caliph of Islam, Uthman, why did he burn all of the Qurans of his reign and his empire? And this is viewed as being something sacrilegious, something that shows that there were Qurans that were somehow wrong. This is a cultural misunderstanding, because from the Islamic tradition, when you burn the Quran, you're not disrespecting it. In fact,
that is good to know. I thank you for that. I'm going to use that clip in some future installments of Quran Demolition Ranch. We are not disrespecting the Quran. Ladies and gentlemen, you are not disrespecting the Quran when you tear it, soak it in alcohol, feed it to your dog wrapped in bacon, or even burning it, or drilling holes in it. Yes, none of that. Yeah, making a Quranosaurus and then destroying the Quranosaurus. None of that. Okay, at least he says that burning it is not disrespectful, so that's good to know. Other things he might say are disrespectful, but not burning it. Okay, so he goes on to explain the situation that arose and Uthman having to burn them and so on. But he said it really worked out because from that time on, every Quran is completely identical. So let's see.
Quran, and so everybody agreed, and therefore the people's Qurans were compiled by the authorities. They didn't go house to house searching for them. They didn't go confiscating. It was a voluntary move, and everybody agreed because it makes sense. Everybody understood.
Everybody agreed, huh?
Now, everybody agreed, guys. Everybody agreed.
Hey, Yasir Qadhi, you ever hear this guy Abdullah ibn Masud? You ever hear this? You ever hear this hadith collection, Jami at-Tirmidhi? Because there's a hadith in Jami at-Tirmidhi where Abdullah ibn Masud did not agree, and he ordered his followers hide their Qurans, do not hand them over. Oh, it's voluntary, and everyone agreed. Wrong, and you know it's wrong, and you're lying. But anyway, it's not even the lie we want to get to. We want to get to this other lie.
Muslims have this thing called the silent consensus, and it's similar to silent consent, meaning like if you are silent, you're giving your consent, that Muhammad laid out as a rule. And so they have this concept as well in consensus that if someone doesn't speak out against it, or at least publicly or directly, that means that they're consenting. So they have this idea that the companions who had other codices of the Quran, but because they didn't publicly say something like Ibn Masud did, he certainly did, and there were others who objected as well, but if they don't say something directly or they're not quoted as saying something, they take that as a silent, agreement. And so they have this thing called silent consent. And consensus in Islam, not a lot of people know this, but consensus in Islam is the most powerful thing. It's more powerful than the Quran. Why? Because the consensus is what decides what the Quran is in the first place. Uthman, the ruling, he gets to rule what is the Quran. So they always say it's like, it's the Quran, it's Sunnah, it's like, it's consensus amongst, the scholars, etc., the fiqh, whatever, like, your jurisprudences for certain rulings. But the most strongest thing is actually consensus, because consensus gets to decide what all those other things are. So,
Melly Mac here points out, that's why they burn the U.S. flag. Respect.
That's what it is. Okay.
I just wanted to point out something in case anyone might miss. So if you come and then break my hips, and then people are watching how you are beating me up and breaking my hips, and then you say, anyone else has any objection? Probably people are going to play the silent game, right? After you, in front of the people, break someone's hip. They're just going to turn other side because they don't want to be broken again. They want to keep their hips together.
Yep.
Everyone wants to keep their hips together except Muhammad on the night of Al. Anyway.
You're going to get scribal errors, you're going to get punctuation marks, you're going to get all of these problems unless you go directly to the original. So the Caliph Uthman standardized the copies of the Quran, and therefore from his time up until our time there has never been two copies of the Quran that are different even in one letter or one word.
Hey, did you catch that, guys? Let's back it up there.
Standardized the copies of the Quran, and therefore from his time up until our time there has never been two copies of the Quran that are different even in one letter or one word.
Since the time of Uthman, there have never been two Qurans that were different in even one letter or one word. Jai, did he know that was a lie when he said this?
He knew it was a lie. And by the way,
100%, guys. We're not 99.9% sure. We are 100% sure he knew that was a lie when he said these words. Why? Read his book. Read his book. He knew that was a lie.
And we weren't the only ones as non-Muslims who recognized that was a lie. He has one of his best friends actually recognized it was a lie too.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if you have the clip or you want to share who that is, but
who's that? Fareed? Oh yeah, Fareed.
He knew this specific clip. You pointed out that he's lying here. Fareed played it for his audience multiple times because they were afraid to say that Yasir Qadhi was lying. Multiple times he played it for his audience. He's like trying to pull teeth. Guys, is that the truth? Guys, is that the truth? Is he telling the truth? And eventually he said, guys, he's lying. You have to say he's lying.
You could tell he was actually getting frustrated. Like,
yeah,
do you guys just give the answer you think is best for Islam here?
Yes.
And you don't want to call him a liar? Let me play this again. There is not one letter of difference between any two Qurans. And he played the other clip. Of course, and we have different Qurans in different parts of the world with different vowels and blah, 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 blah. Okay, was he lying when he said not one letter of difference? No, he's not lying. And he was like, what the heck is going on with you guys? He has to keep doing it to get them to realize Sheikh Yasir Qadhi is obviously lying here. Let's see if he says anything else in this clip.
This is because of the far-sightedness of the Caliph Uthman, and it's something that we're forever grateful for. And really, Muslims are very humble and very proud and very grateful to God that they're the only religious group that can, with so much authority, say that their scriptures really have been preserved authentically as their prophet intended them to be.
Yeah, you see this nonsense? He says, not one letter of difference. And we're the only ones who can say this. You're the only ones who can what? Lie? No, anyone could. We just wouldn't. We just wouldn't because we don't believe that we need to lie for our book. We don't believe that we should lie for it. You guys do. Why? Anyway, wild stuff. All right, so
they're humble and proud.
Yeah, they're humble and proud of the lies that they're told. Yeah, must be great. What a great religion. So many such a great religion out there. Okay, now we'll kind of skip here. And what I want to point out here is this is Yasir Qadhi, also from back in the day. But what you see on the screen right here, that's Sheikh Yasir Qadhi talking to a popular audience. What he wants regular Muslims to hear, what he wants regular non-Muslims to hear. Let's see the difference between this and Yasir Qadhi giving a talk for students of knowledge. Students
Assalamu
of knowledge.
alaikum wa rahmatullahi.
So here's him. Here's him, also from back in the day. Even looks a little younger than he was in the other picture, so maybe a little before that. But let me go skip down to where he starts talking about. So he's talking about the different ahruf for a while, and then he eventually gets to the kirat. But let's go ahead and check out what he says.
Became famous for them. So these differences were named after specific people. And these people were the ones who became famous for their particular recitation. Until finally, the codification of these recitations occurred. And this was done in the 2nd and 3rd century of the Hijrah. And these recitations are known in Arabic as the qira'at. The qira'at are not the same as the 7 ahruf. I'll give you a very simple analogy here, which will help you understand what the difference is between the ahruf and the qira'at.
Yeah, guys, so the 7 ahruf are supposedly these different, whatever you want to call it, modes, whatever, that the Quran was revealed in, but they have no clue what that was. And they'll say things like dialects. They do not know. They do not know. And dialects doesn't even make sense given what the Muslim sources say. But you have different ahruf, and then you have different kirat. You've got different kirat, which are, I mean, you still have the different kirat. You still have the different versions of the Quran in the world today. He won't call them versions. We would obviously call them different versions of the Quran. But what his position back then, as far as I can tell, at least the one he's telling students of knowledge, was that the Quran is revealed in these different ways, but then it gets jumbled up. It gets jumbled up over time, and then different kirat ended up preserving different elements of the different ahruf, and that's why they have tons of different versions, and that's why you have more than just 7 kirat, because they preserve different elements of the different ahruf. Whereas by the time we get to the holes in the narrative interview, he doesn't believe you can solve the issue like that, and that's when the cat's out of the bag. The more he learned, the more he realized that the explanations don't work. But let's see.
The ahruf are what Allah Azza wa Jal revealed divinely. If you jumble up all the ahruf together, and then you spread them and let every person recite according to one of these recitations, according to some mixture of these recitations, these become the qira'at. And the qira'at are named after specific people who specialized in them. And finally, as we said, in the 2nd and 3rd century of the Hijrah, these qira'at were standardized. They were codified. And exactly 10 qira'at were chosen by our Muslim scholars.
Did you catch that? I always love that part. 10 qira'at were chosen. For first it was 7, then it was 10. 10 qira'at were chosen by our Muslim scholars. It's like, okay, so some guys got together and decided, hey, let's choose 10, and we'll stick with those 10. Okay, is this guy an inspired prophet who makes these decisions, these inspired prophets? Because there were others going around. They said, let's just stick with these. Let's stick with these. Are these guys prophets? The Caliph Uthman, when he's like, hey, we got a bunch of different Qurans. Let's go with this one. Let's make this one custom and then burn all the rest. Is he a prophet? Because he's burning a ton of stuff that was supposedly revealed to Muhammad. In other words, you have regular human beings all the way down who are making decisions about the Quran. What are we going to keep? What are we going to cut? What are we going to put our stamp of approval on? What are we going to reject? And they're human beings, not prophets. But Muslims today, they're the product of all these decisions that were made by mere human beings for them, and they think that's their religion, that's good as gold. No. All these decisions were made by mere human beings, and sometimes saying very, very stupid things.
I'd like to say what they claim happened at the Council of Nicaea with the canonization of the Bible, what they claim happened there actually happened in Islamic councils.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. One of the things is, like in the previous clip, he said, the Quran we have is what Muhammad intended, right? And by the time they go with 7 Quran, and then they choose 10 Qurans. Of course, all of them has like 2 students, so that makes 20, and then 14 Qurans with 2 students, 28 of them. Muhammad is already dead, being hammered in hell, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like there is no way, practically, even in the movies, there is no way Muhammad is gonna come to the couple of centuries later and then say, yeah, this one is what I intended. This guy was just lied. I love the way he lied. I love the way he stole things. So therefore, yes, this is the Quran I intended. So just
Yeah, and everyone who's watching, notice that the sort of glaringly obvious problem, which apparently didn't sink in too well into Yasir Qadhi here, unless he knows he's lying at this point and he was just forced to be a little more honest later by the time you get to the holes in the narrative interview. Notice the kind of obvious problem. So the Quran was revealed in these 7 ahruf, these seven whatever, we don't know. But we know that it led to different recitations of the Quran. Okay, so that's during the time of Muhammad. Well, by the time you get to Caliph Uthman, they're confused about the Quran and they're reciting the Quran differently. And then it comes to Muhammad and they come to Muhammad and say, I mean, they come to Uthman and say, you got to do something about this, man. We're reciting the Quran differently. Different people have different Qurans and they're going to end up fighting. We're going to end up fighting over this. Now, lots of Muslims interpret that in light of the different ahruf, right? Saying, hey, you know, people are quoting different ahruf, and this is leading to a conflict. And so, well, what's Uthman doing? He's going to burn all the differences and just issue a standardized version. Okay, he issued a standardized version. How are you getting the different qira'at later on? Where are these coming from? Did he put all the different readings in his standardized version so that it said, you know, here's Surah 11 verse 81, this version, and here's this one. Did he put it out like that? No, he was trying to avoid this sort of confusion. So he burns it. Okay, how do you get all these different readings later on? How? So you have to say that their readings were preserved outside of the Uthmanic standardization. Okay, well, what do you do with Yasir Qadhi saying, yes, Uthman standardized the Quran, and since then there haven't been one letter of difference between any two Quran. What do you do there? Now you have people preserving the non-canonical ones. And that's what he realizes by the time we get to the holes in the narrative interview. He realizes the explanation doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. And so that's what he's stuck with.
If it was Umar, it would make a little bit more sense, right? We can say like, okay, Uthman never received any revelation from Gabriel. He never communicated with Allah, all those kind of things. So where does he find the authority to get rid of the very word of Allah? Not like only get rid of it, but burn. And then go only with one of those so-called 7 ahrufs. If it was Umar, it would make more sense because we know Allah agreed Umar in 3 things, right? It's like you can say, yeah, somehow magically he communicated with Allah or Muhammad said something, but with Uthman, it just doesn't make sense. Yep. But yeah, it's pointed out not Muslims, human beings are overriding and deciding what's supposed to be in the word of Allah. And that choice is always made with the political reasons.
Yeah, he even said it. He said the authorities. Yeah. And this is just amazing. We pointed out over and over again, guys, you can't point this out enough. If we had a government deciding what the Bible is and then burning everything, Muslims would be pointing to that all day, every day. This proves that your book has been corrupted. We have nothing like that. The way the Bible spread, it spread as individual books. Matthew spread as Matthew, Mark spread as Mark, Luke spread as Luke, and so on. And these spread across Southern Europe, across the Middle East, across Northern Africa. You didn't have this central authority. You can say, everyone hand over your Bible so we can burn them all and make these changes. That's why the Muslim myths about corruption, they don't work. Yes, you get textual variants if people are making mistakes, copies and stuff, but that's what textual criticism does. It says, let's line up all the manuscripts and we can actually spot when someone messed up or something. We can spot that by looking at the manuscripts. And Islam just, nope, government steps in, burn them all. Here's what we want you to have. And they see no problem with it. Your average Muslim sees no problem with it because he has no clue. When they hear about that, they hear about it from us. Then they go ask the same guys who've been lying to them, like Sheikh Yasir Qadhi here. Let's check it out.
10 of them were chosen because they represented the cream of the crop. They represented the best of the best. In each city, primarily 1 or 2 major qadis were chosen. So, for example, in the city of Medina, there was the most famous qadi, and his name was Nafi'. And Nafi' was chosen to represent Medina. And in Mecca, there was a famous qadi by the name of Ibn Kathir. don't get confused with the one who wrote the tafsir. The
Different
one who
too.
wrote the tafsir lived 500 years later. This is another Ibn Kathir. And so Ibn Kathir al-Makki became another qira'ah.
You guys, you hear this? And they picked a guy from this city, and they picked a guy from that guy. Who's picking these guys?
Yeah, exactly.
Human beings are picking these guys. Human beings are picking these guys who are deciding what the Quran is for future generations.
Who decides like who is best, right?
Mm-hmm.
It changes from one person to other person.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But like someone is making a decision, this person is the best of the best.
Mm-hmm.
How? Oh
Yep.
yeah, because I know that person's relative. Oh, that person is close to the power, or like very supportive of the current power stuff. Like, who decides who is best?
Mm-hmm.
It changes from one person to other person.
Yep. And different people in different times would have made different decisions, but somehow these guys just magically got everything right to where Muslims are never allowed to even question it ever again.
Yeah. Also, I just want to say, when it comes to like he's mentioning the different regions, he's trying to kind of make you believe that there's like a variety there, but he doesn't tell you that for the 7 at least with Ibn Mujahid, that 3 of them were from Kufa. 3 of them were from Kufa, the same exact, and one of them from Basra, which is also in like Iraq as well. And then when you go to the 10, you have another one from Basra and another one from Kufa. So he's trying to make it sound like, oh yeah, there's one from Medina, there's one from Mecca, there's one from Syria. Then there's like, oh yeah, there's also 4 from Kufa. It's like, why didn't you say that one?
Mm-hmm.
Because they don't know why they chose each ones that were chosen. Because there's so many things written about them. Oh, these were the best of the best. According to who? You might say that now, but was that the reputation back then? Because if you have like for example, like the reading of Hamza, for example, he was Imam Ahmad said that this was like an innovation, like a bid'ah. Like he condemned him, and he said this was like rejected and stuff. And you have others saying that this person's a liar, this person's a thief, this person is that. So these were not the best of the best. These were like the best of the worst.
Yep, pretty bad, pretty bad.
And in other places, every one of these places, they standardized certain scholars to become the leaders of the qira'at.
Hey, human beings did this.
And to this day, these qira'at are present in the ummah. Now, for the most of us, we have no idea of these qira'at because we all live in an area or region where one qira'ah is recited. But if you go to other cities or you go to other countries, in particular, for example, North Africa, North Africa has a different type of qira'ah, and it is called the qira'ah of Nafi', which is the qira'ah of Medina. Most of the world has the qira'ah of the people of Iraq, which is Hafs and Asim al-Kufi, the people of Kufa. And this is what I assume
Kufa, more like Kufr. Oh, I bet people made that joke before.
Most of my viewership will also know, they will be familiar with the recitation of Hafs and Asim, and this is the recitation that is prevalent in over 90% of the Muslim ummah. So the point of this halaqah, to summarize, is that there are certain divinely revealed differences in the Quranic recitation.
You catch that? Divinely revealed differences.
Which vary very, very slightly. The variance is extreme.
The scholars who canonized them didn't believe that. The scholars who canonized them were saying like, oh, this person made a mistake here, this person made a mistake here. They didn't, unless they think God divinely inspired mistakes. But it's just like, he's trying to present it as if this is like the standard view, this is the traditional view. But Ibn Mujahid himself said, no, Hafs made a mistake here. He got this from himself. He didn't get it from Asim. Or this one made a mistake here. This one made a mistake here. They had no problem saying they made mistakes. You pointed out earlier, Al-Tabari was like, oh, this one's better than that one. This one makes more sense than that one. This one's grammatically sloppy. It's messed up. Is that Allah divinely inspiring these things?
That's how Allah works, man. Allah works in mysterious ways, man.
Only minute. And these variances are memorized in specialized institutions known as the schools of the qira'at. The average Muslim is not exposed to them.
That's weird. I thought there wasn't one. I thought there wasn't one letter of difference between any two Qurans. Now you're talking about variances that are memorized in different parts.
Is not aware of them, but it is something that one should be aware of if one is an educated Muslim.
Question for Yasir Qadhi. Why do you think it is, in your scholarly opinion, because on the screen it said Sheikh Yasir Qadhi, so in your opinion, why do you think it is that your average Muslim is not aware of these differences? Is it
Yeah,
because
why?
of people like you that go around saying that there's no differences?
Yeah, where'd they get that false idea? What did your daddy done? Yeah, here it's actually relevant, guys. His dad is Mazar Qazi, and he's one of the people. He wrote a book called 130 Evident Miracles of the Quran. And in that book, he says that there has not been one letter, one diacritical, not one difference since the time of Muhammad. His dad is one of the guys who spread this lie.
If you ask around in your locality, I'm sure you will find people who have memorized more than one qira'at, and you can get more information from them and get also specific details of the differences
Oh, cool.
of
Differences.
these qira'at.
Thought they're all the same.
Which brings us to the conclusion of today's episode. Inshallah ta'ala, we will
Good to
continue
know.
our
Good to know.
fascinating journey.
Okay, so that's weird. Now there are differences when I thought there were none. Huh, I'm shocked. Shocked, I say, that he's saying one thing to students of knowledge and saying something, and he's actually advising, hey, yeah, go get these different versions of the Quran. He doesn't use versions, but get these different versions of the Quran, and you can learn about the differences. When he talks to a popular audience, there is not one letter of difference between any two Qurans ever. Total, complete liar, absolute liar. Okay.
Just a quick practical question. I might need help. So he talks about how those are divinely revealed, right? To the people of the Kufa, to Hafs, or Al-Duri, or Khalid, all those kind of things. So those people are late 700s, early 800s. Should I be understanding? While Muhammad is long dead, Allah is somehow communicating with these people almost 200 years after death of Muhammad.
He would have to be, otherwise it was a bunch of human beings making all these decisions about the Quran.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure if I understood that correct.
Yeah, so we can
This is
make
also
this
one
some
the
sort of...
points that Muslim scholars, this is also the point that some of the Muslim scholars make, because as Yasir Qadhi pointed out, that I was gonna say that the standard narrative, but because that's in my head right now, but that the qira'at, or the different recitations or readings of the Quran, is not the 7 ahruf. He pointed that out, and that was a big problem for many scholars too, because initially when Ibn Mujahid chose 7, they just thought, oh, 7 readings, 7 ahruf, it's the same thing. But they just made the same point that Sister Atun made, which is that, well, no, these guys came about way after Muhammad died. So how can you say that this is a harf is the singular of ahruf? How can you say this is a harf of the ahruf when this guy came around like hundreds of, whatever it is later? They made the same points. And so they were trying to correct Muslims on that, because Muslims back then were just as confused as Muslims today on this. What's the relationship between the two? Are they the same thing? And they had to point out the same things. Hey, guys, these guys weren't born until like 100 and something, 200 sometimes years later after Muhammad. How could those be the ahruf? How could they be? And so they had to explain it like that to them.
Yep. And so, guys, those were the lies being told. Perfect dot for dot, letter for letter, preservation, and so on. We struggled for years to get Muslims to actually pay attention to what their sources say, that entire chapters were lost, that large passages were lost, that Allah couldn't protect the Quran from a sheep. We tried to point these things out, pointed out that Muhammad's own companions couldn't even agree on what's supposed to be in the Quran. We pointed these things out for years. None of it. I mean, we could change individual minds and so on, but large scale, it just didn't work. Why? Muslims were being blasted by everyone they were listening to, telling them perfect preservation down to the letter. Are you just going to listen to some random Christian who is telling you something different? No. It's easier to believe the Christian is lying or the Christian is just wrong than it is to believe all your scholars and all your sheikhs and imams, they're all wrong about something. That's hard to believe. Things changed one day when someone showed up to Speaker's Corner.
Just wanted to point out something before, if you are going to show a video or something. So you mentioned that Allah couldn't even protect his word from sheep, right? I was talking with someone who's got farm, and they've got like cows and pigs and sheep. I was making a joke like, oh, I need to use your sheep for some stuff. And then person said, sometimes like crazy things happens to his sheep, and they get very angry, and then they run towards him, and then he gets so scared he needs to leave that, like he needs to just shut the gate so that ship doesn't hurt him. So I'm thinking maybe the ship that came and then hit the verses was having some crazy moment, so Allah couldn't handle it. Therefore, I'm gonna sacrifice those verses. Let the sheep enjoy it, right?
Gotta
Maybe
keep that sheep happy. He was mad. You had to calm him down, let him get rid of some parts of the Quran that that Muslim women didn't like very much. And so they had the sheep. All right. So here is a clip from Speaker's Corner years ago.
Now hold these up, and what do we now know about these Qurans? Amjad says there's nothing. Now, Amjad, do all these Qurans agree with each other? No. Are there two Qurans that agree with each other? No.
Guys, so 26 different Quran. Are there two of them, any two of them, that agree with each other? No.
Is there even one Quran that agrees with the Quran we have here today? No! This is the Quran we use today. It's the same Quran. This is not the same Quran as these.
You heard the guy? It's the same Quran.
We have here today. Surah Ayah says, Yaksibuna. What's that mean? Yaksibuna. They lie. It means they lie. Okay? And over on this side, it says Yukazibuna. What does Yukazibuna? They accuse others of lies.
You catch the difference, guys? One, they lied, and they accused others of lying. Those are very different things. It's one thing if I say, Ja, you lied. Right? It's something else if I say, Ja, you accused others of lying.
Yep. 140. Here you have Takaluna versus Yakaluna. So Takaluna versus Yakaluna.
They say, you say, they say.
Okay, you say or they say. And the verse says, or do you say Abraham, Jacob, and his offspring were Jews? And over here in the words it says, or do they say that Abraham, Jacob were Jews?
See a difference, guys? If I say you say, or if I say they say.
Yep.
That's kind of different. That sounds different, right? But I thought there's not one letter of difference between any two Qurans, right? Or, and I thought even if there are differences, they mean the same thing. No, those mean different things.
Get him!
I'm not going to go in there.
Exactly.
Look at Mansour. That's Mansour, guys.
Hang on. Ask them to come down on my level.
Mansour.
One is my book.
Which one is it? Which one is it?
All of them. All of them. All of them. All of them.
They're all of them.
He can. He can.
Let's unpack.
What is?
Now, is that different? Are these different words? Do these have different meanings?
Okay, hold on. Excuse me, sir. Watch yourself, please.
Why are the Muslims always violent like this? Come on, Muslims, calm down. Calm down. Calm down. If you're going to be violent, just go. We'll call the police. We'll ask you to go. You've all just been watching what's been happening. We showed these 26 Qurans. You'll see the video. We were about ready to leave the corner when all these young Muslims came and surrounded us. They wanted these Qurans. They wanted to take them. They were trying, as you saw, trying to take them out of our bags. They were very upset because they want to know why we had these Qurans. We told them because we've been showing that they're all different. And they could not believe that, and they didn't want this evidence to leave the corner.
This is the public way.
Guys, these are not your Quran.
I'm the public.
You can hear Jay go, these are not your Qurans. Oh, look.
You don't touch it because this is property.
Gosh, he's picking up the Qurans off the ground. I guess they were trying to grab them. They ended up on the ground. Shameful.
He's not allowed to the Quran Kareem and the liar on it.
They want to steal from
Some Muslims are trying he's not going to hold this way,
Shut down and stop it. I'm not going to give you Who cares? Who are you? Who are you? Why are you so...
I want to know why you have so many Qur'ans in the bag.
Because every one of them is different. Every one of them is different.
Shut up, whack.
We have shown today 26 different Qur'ans, and you're upset. And you want to take these Qur'ans from us.
I don't want to take it. Have I said that? Have I looked at every single...
Goodbye.
Have you
We've
even seen me go
finished
grab
this.
it?
Hey! Don't touch it. Here we go. This is so typical.
Hatun, I noticed Muslims like to... there are always Muslims at Speaker's Corner want to snatch the Qur'ans from Christians. Isn't that weird?
Stealing is okay, right?
Yeah, that's what they think.
I remember telling Jay, I wasn't there because Jay left and then we stayed for discussions. I told him if he loses one of my books, I will probably murder him. So good he didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did take couple of Qurans in different occasions.
Now those were those were your Qurans, and if I recall correctly, you once said these were just Qurans you got in like bookstores in different parts of the world while in different parts of the world, right? You just noticed, hey, this Quran's actually different from these other Qurans, so I need to get this.
No, I didn't notice. I'm not that clever, no.
Oh, you're just grabbing Qurans, and later on you find out, wait a minute, this is different.
No, when I first come across with it, so we were in the bookshop to buy Qurans, and then guy asked me, do I want Warsh Quran or Hafs Quran? I was like, what are they? He told me, do I want Warsh Quran or a Hafs Quran? I just, like, it was under $1. I was just like, I'll get both of them. So that was the first time I heard that there are different Qurans. And then I started looking into them, and then, oh, those letters look different. And then I got in touch with Arabic speaker, and then I said, like, what are these? Like, does it change the meaning? And then she looked at them. Yeah, this means this means this. And then I start like going letter by letter, comparing the Warsh Quran with the Hafs.
Started going dot by dot, letter by letter.
Yeah. I am not Arabic speaker. I can recite certain stuff from the Quran, but I am not Arabic speaker. So I underlined it, and then I asked this sister to check and then see whether the meaning of it same or not. And then we kind of start going through them like by one by, and then counted them. Like some of them has like 5,000 variations in them.
You guys get that? We're not talking about one letter of difference and so on. We're talking about thousands of variants. Mm-hmm.
Like if you think about Hafs and then other student of Asim, he's got like 504 differences. Two students of the same guy are disagreeing with one another in 500 occasions. So like I just underlined the ones I kind of thought they look different, and some of them were just nothing. Some of them were like, oh yeah, this is difference. For me, it wasn't like, oh, I've got like lots of Qurans and then with lots of variations. It was one variation, and then one Quran simply destroys the whole argument. That's kind of how I end up. And then once I was told like this Hafs Quran, there is Warsh Quran, every time when I traveled, I would simply go to the bookshops and then ask, oh, which Qurans do you have? And then they are very cheap in Middle East, so you can simply bring them with you.
Very cheap, very cheap. Good to know, good to know. Maybe I need to start getting my Qurans from the Middle East, ordering them from there. They wouldn't be so expensive. Yeah, so guys, this clip, I know because I posted this. I posted this back then. It got over 1 million views, and other people posted it. But this became very popular, pointing out these different Qurans, and then Muslims started saying, no, she printed them herself, or no, they're all the same, and things like that. And so then her and Jay made follow-up videos where they actually started going through going through the differences in more detail and so on. But all this started impacting the regular Muslims way more than we'd been able to do in the past. And this forced the Muslims to go, again, it's so weird. Then they'd go right back to their dawah guys and start asking their dawah guys. And some of the dawah guys didn't actually know because they'd been lied to as well. So they start asking the scholars. And of course, Sheikh Yasir Qadhi, he's got his little private classes and group discussions and stuff like that. And our good buddy Fareed starts realizing, hey, he's starting to sound like he doesn't know what's going on with these different Qurans, and he doesn't have confidence in the solutions offered by Muslim scholars. And then Fareed decided to leak the messages, and they started calling him Fareed Leaks after that because he leaked Yasir Qadhi's private messages and so on. And then it gets out. Oh, Sheikh Yasir Qadhi, the guy who wrote the book on the sciences of the Quran, he doesn't believe in the preservation of the Quran. He doesn't believe that Muslim scholars can account for these things. And tactical genius Mohammed Hijab says, I have a big channel. I can get to the bottom of this and solve the doubts of the ummah, and then I will be the hero for saving the ummah from these doubts. What doubts, man? I will solve this. I will get Sheikh Yasir Qadhi on to join me, and he will explain this, and he will explain how there is only one Quran perfectly preserved, and then I will be the hero of the ummah. It did not go according to plan, ladies and gentlemen. It did not go according to plan, as we're about to see here. Let's take these.
Before you guys,
what's up?
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, if you could drop me for like 10-15 minutes, you'll be able to see me on camera. I'll be right back. I just gotta get my charger, grab a couple of things.
Go do what you got to do, man.
Okay, all right.
We're gonna start watching this, but you don't need to be here for that.
No, I'll be listening. Okay,
we're good.
Yeah.
Then that's what we should do with all of them. Yeah, saying if you want to be respectful, you got to burn them. That's the respectful thing to do. Amongst my goals is to make Jai and Hatun laugh. That's a good one. Well, it's not very hard. With Hatun, just get a video clip of some Somalis stealing millions of dollars from gullible white people. That's the funniest thing in the world. Look, see, you just have to mention it. Makes me never want to lie again. They have a patent on lying. Yeah. When Mojab did his little poll, not in the Muhammad sense, fixed it for you, David. Also, Psalm 72, 8-9, proof that Jesus will be victorious over Islam. Oh, there's no question Jesus will be victorious over Islam. The Muslim Council of Nicaea accept just lies. Yeah, that's correct. Then we have, did Momo feel bad on the night of, was Ibn Kafir was watching the versions burn like the Warner likes to watch? We suck, man. We suck bad. Yeah, how about don't lie and come to Jesus? That would be a good idea. Just imagine, like, the Dawah guys know. They know at this point that this is all just a bunch of lies, and yet they keep promoting it. It's like, why? Why would you be doing that? Uthman was the best of all deciders. Yeah, Allah is the best of deceivers. Uthman is the best of deciders. Love you, Hatun, watching from Dallas with friends. Dallas. Then we have, when is Zut Remembrance public holiday status? Yeah, we do need Zut Remembrance Day. Yeah, that's on, no, Zut Remembrance Day is January 30th. That's 1/30. Get it? 1/30. January 30th. You listened like a dog. You listened like a dog when Andrew Wilson told you hush up. What an idiot. You've got an Andrew Wilson fan. David's Mojab impression will never not be funny. That is true. All right, everyone. Hatun, we ready to check out the classic holes in the narrative interview? Now, guys, it's the entire thing was like an hour and 45 minutes, but there was like it was like 20-some minutes. It's like 20-some minutes.
29.
What's that?
29.
Yeah, it was 20-some minutes. That was just the holes in the narrative part of the interview. One of the most epic things ever offered by anyone ever. Awesome. Did much of our work for us. Let's check it out, guys.
If I remember correctly, we brought before we brought 26 Qurans to Speaker's Corner on the ground. I was kind of trying to get a response from Muslims for couple of months stuff. We brought the 26 Qurans to Speaker's Corner sometime in June or July. And if I remember correctly, because it's been like 6 years, those emails that leaked are sometimes same year in August. And then interview is 4 years later, 2020. Like, they waited for 4 years. They kind of try to figure out 4 years how we plan to bring this man down.
So, took a while. They planned.
Allah is the best of the planners.
Best of planners, best of planners. All right, guys. So now we have the infamous Holes in the Narrative interview where Mohammed Hijab gets to be the hero of the Ummah and restore Sheikh Yasir Qadhi to champion of Islam. All right, here we go.
Okay, now on this point, I just wanted to go to another thing, which is probably the most, when I put on the community page, the most asked thing, which is there was a video that was released by one of our brothers.
Did you hear what he said? So he announced that he's going to be interviewing Sheikh Yasir Qadhi, and he says, what should I ask him? He said, the most asked thing is about this. It's about the, Sheikh Yasir Qadhi. And what does he actually believe? And does he actually believe in the preservation of the Quran and things like that? 1 second. We got someone here who needs attention. Oh, shocker. It's Isa. It's Isa Kabir. Hey, Isa, you got your popcorn, man? Okay. Isa's got his popcorn. Hatun's got her popcorn. And now we can jump into this interview here.
Some time ago, Brother Imran, and he released this big video about the leaks of some kind of email chat that you were involved in about preservation of Quran, okay? And since you were very candid on the points before with the madakhila and things, we want you to be very candid in terms of your position here. I mean, what is your position in relation to preservation of Quran? Is, for example, Hafs an Asim, riwayat Hafs an Asim, do you see it as preserved, munazzal from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? Or do you not see that as munazzal? What's your position?
Jayid. Okay, so first and foremost,
we got all that, guys? Hey, what is your position on the preservation of the Quran? What is your position on Hafs? Is that word for word what the Quran is? What's going on here? Now is the perfect opportunity for Sheikh Yasir Qadhi to clear everything up and say, yes, by golly, there's only one Quran, just like I used to say to the popular audiences, one Quran, not one letter of difference between any two Qurans in the entire planet. Now's the perfect chance for him to go ahead and explain all this.
Did you pick up? He's saying, I'm asking this question because there are leaked emails out there. That's the reason I'm asking.
Yep, got to do it. Thank you, Fareed. Fareed. That's why I've always been cool with you, man. You're awesome.
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, Inna nahnu nazzalna dhikra wa inna lahu lahafidhun. So we believe, as a matter of theology, as a matter of aqeedah, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has preserved the Quran, no question about it. Now, number of points. Let me answer this question in two parts. First of them, the story of what happened very briefly. Secondly, this issue. After the story.
Oh, so we're getting the story of what happened. I haven't seen this guy. I haven't seen this since. I don't think I've seen it since 6 years ago because I've seen the clips since then, like of him saying the standard narrative has holes in it because I was sharing them and I used those at various times. But as far as like this whole section, I don't think I've listened to it since 2020. So this is good. Let's get the recap here on what happened.
What happened? So there was a listserv, I'm pretty sure it no longer exists, where a certain brother started a listserv.
Fareed.
Or, Google group, whatever you call it, for all Western graduates of Islamic universities, across.
Oh, wait, no. He's saying the guy who put it all together. The guy who leaked was Fareed.
World. So you had Deobandis, you had Salafis from Medina, you had from Riyadh, you had from Azhar. The condition was you had to be a graduate of a reputable, accepted program. So there was a small, I don't know, maybe 50 to 70 people. I'm not sure how many. I'm not the organizer, but I was one of those invited because obviously the conditions are fulfilled. And there's all different types of cutting-edge munaqashat between people of knowledge, as it happens. Okay, and one of the main conditions was everything is an amana because we're having internal. When you discuss with a peer or with a colleague, you're going to be back and forth discussing whatnot. It's not publishable material. And so this issue came up. We had a lot of discussions of Aqidah and Najdi Da'wah, and I presented my views there. We had other discussions, and the issue of Qira'at and Quran and Ahruf came up. And
Okay, so private, if I'm getting all this correctly, so very educated Muslims who would be in the students of knowledge category or established scholars, whatever, but these guys have studied in the relevant fields and they have discussions behind the scenes, behind closed doors, where they can feel free to share their thoughts and run their thoughts by people, and the issue of the different Qurans, different Qirats came up, and Ahruf, and what do we do with these kinds of things? All right, and so apparently Sheikh Yasir Qadhi felt a bit more comfortable to share his real feelings and thoughts with the group instead of the normal little speech he gives when he's talking to popular level Muslims. But let's see.
Alhamdulillah.
That should be normally impractical, right? Because everyone studied the similar topics or same topics. You wanna discuss, oh, how do we respond to this? What are your thoughts about this? I want to kind of get more information, where people are hearing each other's thoughts and then they're helping each other's arguments. So those are like safe academic safe spaces. So it was.
And that's good, but Sheikh Yasir Qadhi didn't count on Fareed not liking what he says.
We had a very interesting discussion where all different views were given back and forth. There's at least 160, 70 emails between maybe 30 brothers back and forth. And, there were people that were on the right of me. There were people on the left of me. But again, Allah has tested me because I'm Yasir Qadhi. All those other emails were ignored. And it's, my bits.
Did you hear this? Allah tests him because he's Yasir Qadhi. Everyone else is ignored, but he's Yasir Qadhi. That's good to know.
So one of the brothers...
He's saying we had discussions on lots of different topics. They intentionally focused on this, and this is the test of Allah on me.
Awesome. Well, you passed with flying colors in this interview, buddy. You passed the test.
Yani he did something, again, unethical. He was expelled from the list, and the list was basically banned because of that, stopped because of that. He couldn't refute to my argument, so he sent it to one of your madkhalis in England. And so then, of course, this madkhali gave it to the other one, and so obviously, everything, all whatever broke loose. But
okay, so I don't actually know if Fareed was in there and Fareed leaked it, because it could, people could have passed it on to Fareed, but someone's not liking Sheikh Yasir Qadhi's responses. Eventually it gets to Fareed. Fareed leaks it. Good job, Fareed.
Again, this was not something I brought.
Do you remember the message Fareed put up? Like, I wish I could take the time back. When it all came up, he was saying, I wish I can take the time back.
Too late, Fareed. Don't take it back, Fareed. Don't take it back, man. Be proud of what you've done.
They gave it to the other one, and so obviously, everything, all whatever broke loose. But again, this was not something I brought up in public, and I would never bring it up in public. And I don't think it is wise to bring it up in public.
You catching this, guys? The issue of Qiraat and Ahruf and how we can explain it. Do not bring this up in public when he's public right here. That's what's hilarious. I would never bring this up, but Hijab won't let him not bring it up. So these are good times. Let's check this out.
Think about it. Like, he's been scholar for a long time. He's been sheikh for a long time. He's been teaching, training people for a long time. He says, I never brought it up.
Yeah.
I just hold my different views to myself because I know what might happen to me. But it is you who is forcing me.
You guys are all forcing me.
Having an amana-based discussion.
Oh, that's a job. I thought one of you guys were jumping in. I heard a voice. No, that's a job.
I was going to say something, though. I think a lot of Muslims don't study critical theory, like critical scholarship of Islam. Like, they study critical scholarship of Christianity and Judaism and Buddhism and Hinduism. Like, you see Daniel Hakikachu as an example. He will engage that, but he won't engage Patricia Krona and Michael Cook in these kind of critical scholars towards Islam. If you're an academic like Yasir Qadhi, you actually have to study this. I think he went to Harvard too. You actually have to study this stuff. And I think this makes it very difficult when you don't know these things at all.
That is correct. Let's see.
Bring it up in public. We were having an amana-based
By the way,
discussion.
just one thing. I think the person who brought it up was not a Madkhali per se. He's just to be clear. Like he was, yeah, he's more on the right in terms of, but he's not, for all intents and purposes, not like a card carrying.
When I say Madkhali, I mean the neo-Madkhali strand. I mean the new. I view this person as the same strand of fronting for mistakes and faults, and he should do something better with his life. Anyway, I don't.
Okay, yeah. So I have, I guess I have mixed views of these neo-Madkhalis. On the one hand, they're snitches, so that would be a big thumbs down in my book. But they did bring us this, and therefore they get 1 million cool points. All right.
By the way, I just want to say, Fareed was on the email exchange because one of the things Mufti Abu Layth had access to it somehow. Maybe he was on the email too. I don't know. But he's the one who showed.
Love that guy.
He's the one who showed the emails with Fareed in there, and he showed exactly what Fareed said. So if people want to know what the exact emails were, you can go to Mufti Abu Layth.
Oh, we're going to be hearing a little bit from Mufti Abu Layth here in a little bit because he had a pretty funny reaction to all of this.
I don't know the brother, and it doesn't really bother me. But my point is that what happened was unethical. Where you're having dialogue, discussion. And by the way, even in their series of emails, I said, you know, I'm still developing my ideas. We're having a discussion to go back and forth. That's what you do when you're having a munaqashat ilmiya. Now, for this brother to then spread it and make it, that was something that he has to answer for on the Day of Judgment. And
what's that?
I'll just, if you want, I can just, because he uses Arabic words every now and then. He's saying when you're having an intellectual debate, that's what he said in Arabic. I don't know why he couldn't say it in English, but he said it in Arabic.
Yeah, weird stuff.
Or academic debate, yeah.
One second. Issa wanted attention. Now other people want attention. Everyone's got to get attention. Let's see here. I have to see what's going to happen once we go kind of cropped screen. It might just be poor Eric in the middle. Let's see. All right, we're going to go back to the... Hey, how y'all doing?
Good and well.
Okay.
Blessed.
All right, y'all good? All right, we're checking this out.
if it was done out of ill intention, I shall not forgive. Anything done.
Oh, it's actually not bad. They actually fit there on the screen. All right, cool.
Out of ill intention against me.
I got my own row.
Yeah, yeah. I need to move everyone around so I get that row.
Yeah, you're gonna get the row, man.
Unless they apologize to me, my suing is going to be in the court of Allah. This is, by the way, a blanket statement. Everybody who is refuting other people, I speak for myself. If you have.
Wait a second. Now I'm wondering, can I get them in that? Can I get them in that square? Hang on. So, Jai, you came in third, so I'm just wondering if I pick them third. Let me see what happens here. Let me try and do this. Let me try use my skills of an awesome person, and then we'll go me, and then we'll go them, and then we'll go Jai, and that right there, and now we'll see if this works. I messed it up, man.
He's just like, I'll take over.
Yes, now I get all the attention I could ever want. All right, now let's see if this works. If it does, I'm a genius.
In your heart, ghil and hasad and hiqd, and you don't apologize to me, in that case, my hisab is in front of Allah Azza wa Jalla, and I will get your hasanat, so do what you will. Anybody who's sincere, inshallah, no
He's telling people he's going to get their good deeds from them. He's
What's
telling
that?
people he's going to get their good deeds. So if you wrong someone in Islam, they believe that they don't have to forgive you. They can get your good deeds on the Day of Judgment. So when he says, I'm going to get your hasanat, he says, I'm going to get your good deeds. So Fareed, your good deeds are going to him according to, obviously, that's not what's going to happen, but that's what he's saying.
Good
You can hear how hurtful he is, right? He literally got hurt by this.
Yeah. Come on.
Poor guy.
Come on, dude. Now, it's a weird situation because I'm guessing from Fareed's perspective, it's this guy has dangerous idea. One, he's saying something completely different from what he says in public. So he's lying in public. But he has some what Fareed would believe are dangerous ideas, and people don't know he holds these ideas, and they're having this guy teach them and teach their kids and stuff like that. But really, he has these dangerous ideas that he's going to slowly work into their minds and so on. So this guy just needs to be exposed for the good of Islam. I guess that's the reasoning there.
Anybody who comes to me is automatically forgiven, because that shows that is remorse. Anyway, my point being that this brother did something haram.
he's going to be asked about, because that is not something that should have been done.
Yeah, what should have been done is Sheikh Yasir Qadhi should just continue lying to people. That's not haram, apparently.
A private email amongst fellow students of knowledge. Okay, so that is why I never got involved in deeply defending it, because it was unethical in the first place. Breach of aman. Now, as for the issue itself, every single student of knowledge knows, who studies ulum al-Quran, that the most difficult topics are ahruf and qira'at, and the concept of ahruf and the reality of ahruf, and the relationship of the Uthmanic Mus'haf with the ahruf, and the preservation of the ahruf. Is it 1? Is it 3? Is it 7? And the relationship of the qira'at to the ahruf. This is a topic that when you're the beginning student of knowledge, you're like, what is all of this going on here? When you go a little bit more, you learn to simply memorize what your teachers say and regurgitate it out. And you don't fully comprehend. When you do a deep dive is when things get very, very awkward and difficult. And this isn't new. This is from the time of the Sahaba.
This is from the time of the Sahaba. So, like, guys, lots of good stuff there. Lots of awesome good stuff. So, for one, he said, everyone knows. Like, not your average Muslim, but once you're a student of knowledge, he says, everyone knows the biggest, the most difficult issue, Qiraat, Ahruf, how this connects. You got the Ahruf that are revealed to Muhammad, but then you've got the recension of the Caliph Uthman. He burns things, but then you end up with the different Qurans later on and people canonizing certain versions of this. And then we've got the Qurans in the world today. And he says, he had those 3 stages right there. He said, if you're at the beginning, so student of knowledge, your regular Muslim isn't even at the beginning. They're completely ignorant of what's going on here, unless they hear it from us. But the beginning students of knowledge, they go, what is this stuff, man? What? Why? Because I've been told my entire life, perfect preservation right down to the letter. And now I'm finding out what? There are all these different Qurans and we can't even figure these things out. What's going on here, right? So that's stage 1. Stage 2, you just listen to your scholar who's teaching you, and you just regurgitate his explanations. Oh, they're different dialects, blah, blah. You just regurgitate that nonsense. And they says you do a deep dive, and all of a sudden you're like, uh-oh, this is bad. This is bad. These explanations don't work. These explanations don't work. Now, think about this, guys. If what Sheikh Yasir Qadhi were telling you in public were true, not one letter of difference between any 2 Qurans from the time of Uthman, not one letter. Would there be any problem with Qiraat and Ahruf? And would there be any problem with that? No. You wouldn't know about the problems. That's why he lies to you. That's why he believes, and other Muslim scholars believed, they had to lie. Do you want people finding out about all this stuff that confuses even the best of Muslim scholars? Do you want to confuse regular Muslims with all this stuff? No. Lying is better. Lying is better than the difficult truth. That's been that way since the time of Muhammad, guys. Lying is better.
Even though,
I have a question.
Go ahead, sir.
Go ahead, Hatun. Ladies first.
Okay, ladies first. Work on your good deeds. So, even though he's telling us deep dive, if you do deep dive, thing gets awkward and difficult, and I can see you are pointing out all the problems he's stating, all those kind of things. But I think we all need to take the opportunity and then say thank you to our ministry partner, right? Because of him, so we are using all these like different Arabic Qurans, and then we know about the problems, and then we are helping people to have more doubts so that other people can make money. In that sense, yeah, we want to say thank you to our ministry partner, Yasir Qadhi here.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Yasir Qadhi. We could not have done this without. Well, we could have, but it would have taken many more years. We'd still be doing some very difficult work right now. But you kind of paved the way for us. What were you complaining about, Isa?
I mean, I have a question. It's like, it's curious to me, these kinds of perspectives of like, I'm going to probably butcher this word, the imitable Quran, like it can't be imitated,
Mm-hmm.
that the claim that, if there's anything you can showcase something that's similar in, these types of conversations. I'm like, to any critical scholar, none of this doesn't hold water. I actually just finished a hadith class, and we were looking at kind of Islamic scholars versus like critical scholarship, and they're very different kinds of narratives. The critical scholarship, the Islamic scholars are like, yeah, this is really important, and it's second to the Quran. You have to. This is really important. And also, what was interesting in the class is that we discussed that for some, even like early on, the Sunnah and the Hadith kind of overtook the Quran for a lot of places. Like a lot of people saw the Hadith and the Hadith as a comportment of the Sunnah as even being kind of a superior authority over the Quran. So one of the scholars we looked at was like how, using the Quran primarily and then using, Hadith as a kind of a support system. But what's really kind of interesting is that the critical scholarship is like with the Hadith, they're like, yeah, this is like a joke. Like, this is not any science. This isn't like serious at all. Like, and we looked at that. It's just like, that's just the case. That's the way it is in critical scholarship. Even when you're studying this, it's like, to a critical scholar, like, modern academic scholarship, the Hadith doesn't really hold a lot of water. And it's like a lot of these things, it's like these claims don't fit, but you never hear these arguments. Like, it's interesting, would Quora engage modern academic discourse towards Islamic thought as she does towards Christian thought? I think that's a really interesting thing that you don't ever hear that. You never hear the modern, counterpoints, like even Arabic. Like there's like Arabic scholars who are like, yeah, this is not an impressive feat, So it's like, this is important. Like, I think if you're an honest academic, you have to say, look, you have your faith. Like there's a lot of people who have beliefs. Like, you could be a Christian and be like, there's certain things that may not fit exactly, but I have my faith. You can still rely on faith. And I would think that's a much better, honest position to take in this case, as opposed to this position of like, just like, I'm just going to hide everything. I'm just going to be kind of, I don't want to say like a jester, but sort of like that, where you're just kind of yelling and screaming and throwing your hands up in the air and kind of making a parade and saying, look, I have the best religion of all time. And I'm like, any honest person would not take that position. You would, and that's why a lot of scholars don't go into these places, because they know that this doesn't work and they wouldn't engage. And so to me, it's like very bizarre that he's even saying this. I actually studied with a colleague of his in Usul Fiqh, but I think what's interesting is like, why not just say, yeah, it's complex, it's difficult, and just own it? I think that's such a really honorable position, instead of saying, well, we kind of need to hide it. We don't need to really talk about it. We need to kind of like put shovel over it. I'm just like, you're going to lose credibility, brother. You know what I mean?
Now notice a couple things. You just pointed out, hey, this wouldn't fly at the level of critical scholars. Right. He's about to point that out. He's about to say what happens when the standard narrative of the Muslim scholars runs into more critical scholars. So that's one. Two, as for Muslim dawah bros and dawah ladies, would they use the same methods against Islam that they use when dealing with, the Bible or something like that? No, they don't. And we've always pointed out what happens if they do start using the same methods, right? Because Mohammed Sven Kalish, he was a convert to Islam in Germany, and one of the pioneers of Islamic studies in Germany, became a professor of Islamic studies right there. And after years of criticizing the Bible and so on, he said, what happens if I apply the same critical methods I've been using against Christianity to Islam? And he did, and he walked away saying he doesn't think Muhammad even existed. And so that's what kind of happens there. But then the other example is like Shabir Ali. Shabir Ali, for years, when he's debating, is using critical scholars to attack Christianity. And everyone's always asking him, why don't you do the same with Islam? Why don't you do the same with Islam? Why don't you do the same with Islam? And eventually he did, to some extent. He started rejecting hadith and so on. And now average Muslim is not even interested in him. So that's that issue. As for why Sheikh Yasir Qadhi wouldn't just go ahead and be honest, Isa, have you not been paying attention for the past 6 years? He got destroyed for a couple minutes of honesty in this discussion, just a couple minutes of honesty, and they declared war on him. And later on, this was just last year, he was honest again for 2 minutes, and he said, hey guys, hadiths, no actual historian takes us serious. Not one, not on the planet. Not one takes this methodology seriously. So, and he said, so when I'm in the mosque, I have to be Sheikh Yasir Qadhi, and yes, I believe in these hadiths. When I'm outside of, when I'm in the academic world, I can't say this stuff. I would never be taken seriously. So he kind of points out this double life, and that's really what's going on as far as this double life that people like him have to lead, right? He's got the ummah, which will attack you for telling them the difficult truth and will marginalize you and call you, fake and you're not even a believer and so on if you tell them what you actually think or actual scholarly positions on this stuff. And then you have the academic world. He wants to be in both of them, and he admits you have to change. Here's how I am when I'm talking to you guys, and here's how I am when I'm among academics. The stuff I say to you guys, I could never say around academics. They'd laugh me out of the halls of academia. And the stuff I say when in the halls of academia, I could never say around you guys. You guys would want to destroy me. So I have to live this double life. Well, the issue that leads to this interview is people become aware of this double life he's living. They see what Yasir Qadhi's like behind the scenes when he's talking to students of knowledge and academics and so on. And they're like, this doesn't line up. This is actually some dangerous stuff. We need to expose him. And then Mohammed Hijab comes up with the brilliant idea, I will bring the two Yasir Qadhis together. And this will solve all problems. This will solve all problems. So we're going to see how this solves all problems here. Good times, good times.
Real quick,
you're breaking up.
Move on. Talking about Christianity. Uh-oh.
Okay, I thought that was my connection. Okay, so it's on their end.
Yeah. Hey, tell us your theory, Thaddeus, when your internet picks back up. It usually fluctuates. It usually goes like this. Or you get super top-notch internet like me. You get super top-notch internet like me, and even when it's fluctuating far beyond that of mere regular human beings.
We were just on that stream with IP for 2 hours, and we didn't have any issues really. But hopefully, it's good now. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Just real quick, I'll try to be brief in all my comments. So Christianity doesn't have the same issue, right? Top-level Christian apologetics engages with critical scholarship. The last 150 years of Christianity has been refuting the critical arguments against Christianity to the point where atheists typically don't take those lines anymore. They do moral arguments against Christianity instead, because we have provided answers to the questions that critical scholars are asking about the truth of the gospel, the historicity of the text, the integrity of the text, all those questions, right? We have answers. Muslims don't, right? They're just facing these challenges for the first time in the last 20 years or so, and they have no answers whatsoever. All they have is, please don't talk about this in public. Please, don't push me. I don't want to talk about it. And Hijab's like, yes, you've got to talk about it.
Well, that's not all they have.
He's about to go back 1,400 years and see what happened when Muslims discovered differences back then.
Well, I just wanted to point out that's not all they have. They also have the avalanche of apostasy. So there's that.
Mm-hmm.
Let's check it out.
In the Sahih or the Hasan hadith of Ubay bin Ka'b, the hadith of the ahruf, that when the Prophet ﷺ mentioned the issue of ahruf and that there are different ahruf and whatnot, this is in the version of Muslim Imam Ahmad. Ubay bin Ka'b says, authentic hadith, فَدَخَلَ فِي نَفْسِي شَكْ. In my heart a doubt came that I hadn't had about Islam since the days of Jahiliyyah. This is not a joke, brothers and sisters. The issue of ahruf and qira'at.
It may be funny, but it's no joke. Elle thought of that one too.
Caused confusion to somebody whom the Prophet ﷺ said, if you want to listen to the Quran directly, listen to Ubay. Ubay is not some even average Sahabi. He is the Qari of the Quran. He is the master. He is who he is. And he goes, فَدَخَلْ فِي نَفْسِي شَكْ. What is all of this stuff? And the Prophet put his hand, and then he goes, it all went away.
They're softening that, by the way.
Yeah, he hits him in the chest, right? Pop!
Yeah, it says he hit him in the chest. So imagine this guy. And there's also another. Go ahead. Yeah, go.
Umbai is one of the best reciters, one of the top teachers of the Quran, except he completely rejects Uthman's Quran.
Yeah, he had some problems with his. He had a couple of extra surahs in his Quran. But I mean, this is one of the reasons you can't even take Muhammad's explanation seriously. So Muhammad's, again, this occurs late in Islam, where all of a sudden you have different people reciting the Quran differently, and Muhammad saying, "Oh yeah, Allah," but they're saying, "Hey, I'm reciting the Quran differently from the way you're reciting it, but I heard it from Muhammad and you heard it from Muhammad. So what happened? Let's go to Muhammad." And then Muhammad saying, "Yeah, Allah revealed it in all these different ways." And so Ubay ibn Ka'b, who's one of the four guys Muhammad said, if you want to learn the Quran from anyone, learn it from these four guys. He's on that list of the four guys. And when Ubay ibn Ka'b hears, "Oh yeah, Allah's been revealing the Quran in different ways all these years," he says a doubt arose. And he says it's a kind of doubt that I did not have since the time I was an unbeliever. Yeah. Why? I mean, think about how insane it is to take Muhammad seriously at this point, right? You're telling me, Ubay ibn Ka'b, one of your four top reciters of the Quran, you're telling me you, Muhammad, have been revealing the Quran in all these different ways for all these years, and this guy didn't know anything about it until it came up before you, until it gets brought up? Hey, why are people reciting the Quran in different ways? And they all heard it from Muhammad. And then it's, oh, don't you know, Allah has been revealing it in all these different ways all these years. And this guy never heard one word about it. And they didn't find out about this until Muhammad's really old and his memory's not what it used to be. Are you kidding me? One of your top four reciters of the Quran did not know that you've been receiving the Quran in 7 different ways this entire time. He had no clue. Are you kidding me? What's a much better explanation? That Muhammad just wasn't reciting the Quran the same in his old age. It's a pretty simple explanation, but you can't say that, right? The lie is more comforting than the truth. And so they go with the lie. Oh yeah, Allah revealed it in all these different ways. Oh, Ubay, he's having some doubts about this? No problem. I'll punch this guy in the chest. He'll bring him back to reality.
Yeah. By the way, so he doesn't just say shak, which is doubt. He says also disbelief, like denial. And then after Muhammad punches him in the chest, or he didn't say punch. Okay, I'll say hit. It strikes him in the chest. It says, I broke into a sweat, as if I was looking at God Himself, or like as if I was looking at God in fear of what was going to happen. So imagine that. This is how you get rid of doubt. Okay. Someone says they're doubting, you smack them in the chest, and then they look at you like they break into a sweat. Like imagine, like Muhammad has beheaded people for much less than that. You're in doubt in front of Muhammad, you're in disbelief in front of Muhammad, and then he breaks into a sweat and he says, as if I was looking at God, like he was so scared. And then the doubts went away. Yeah, we believe.
Why?
Yeah. Oh, by the way, it's funny because we're talking about the doubts. It's in Qurtubi's commentary. Qurtubi's commentary on Surah 3, verse 7. It's talking about these guys who would come up with all these questions and stuff like this. And this guy comes up and, hey, I have doubts about this and this and this and that. And Umar just gets some things that you lash people. He starts just lashing the crap out of him until this guy's bleeding and stuff like this. He's like, okay, my doubts went away. My doubts went away. He's like, okay, well, then you're good now. Yep. He learned from the best, Muhammad.
Don't you think that makes sense? Like when Mohammed Hijab, after this interview, was shouting at people, what doubt? What
doubts, man? Yeah. Yeah, you abuse them. You abuse them. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you remember the consequences of that. Mm-hmm. And like, it's the same thing in Umar, right? Like, Ubay bin Ka'b is one of the best reciters that you need to take the Quran from. Doesn't even know until he hears someone is reciting something different, that Allah is revealing these verses in many different versions. Umar, Muhammad's father-in-law, he doesn't even know that Allah is revealing this in many different versions until like fight breaks. So people like, imagine like you are telling the world, I'm gonna go, this is the guy you learn everything from. And you don't even bother to tell him very basics that gonna divide Ummah very soon. Your father-in-law, who is contributing into Quran, helping you out with lots of things, helping you to put your house in order with your wives. You don't even tell him, well, Allah is doing these things with me. I'm receiving Quran in many different versions, until people figure out themselves that they want to harm one another physically. And then Muhammad is like, oh yeah, this is the way I'm going to bring my ummah together. Allah revealed in this way. I can't do much about it. Just bring your chest close so I'll see how powerful my fingers are. Like, just so stupid.
Yeah.
Well, so
I just want to point
fair,
out in logic, this is called ad hoc, where you come up with an obviously contrived explanation afterwards. So instead of telling people as you go along, hey, Allah's revealing the Quran in all these different ways for these different people and Allah's doing it in all these ways. It's after there's a problem, and then you come up with an explanation that is obviously manufactured, because the people who knew the Quran best, they didn't know any of this stuff. They never heard it. You didn't tell them before. It would have been convenient to tell them before, but I mean, so how is he doing this, right? These are the guys who are, they're going around reciting the Quran. You got the guy leading the prayer at the mosque and stuff like this. No one ever notices that this is being recited in 7 different ways. It never crosses anyone's mind. Weird. What are you saying now?
So
but
did
David, Allah revealed lots of things in different ways. After all, Allah revealed that he is a father, and then Allah revealed that he isn't a father. Allah revealed that Jesus would be crucified and then was, and then Allah revealed that Jesus wasn't crucified. Allah revealed that Jesus would be resurrected and then did, and then Allah revealed that Jesus wasn't resurrected and wouldn't be, at least not in that type of way. And so, what's all that different about, being revealed in 7 different ways in this instance? It's actually not even as bad as the other ways that Allah has revealed contradictory things.
Yeah, so the point there is fair. It's Allah is not exactly the God of consistency, so he can kind of, yeah. What are you saying, Hatun?
It will come to me. I can't remember now.
All right, then we'll hear more from Sheikh Yasir Qadhi.
Don't have that blessing, do we? Me and you don't have that blessing.
He said we don't have that blessing of Muhammad punching you in the chest to remove your doubts and scare the crap out of you. Let's see.
Put his hand, and then he goes, it all went away. Yahi, me and you, we don't have that blessing, do we? Me and you don't have that blessing.
We don't have the blessing of Muhammad beating the crap out of us.
Now,
start beating you, and then it went away.
I'm curious. It's like, are doubts a bad thing? I think when we think of doubts, it helps us challenge us.
In Islam, yes.
Challenge us on our beliefs.
That's why you're a Sufi, dude. That's why you're Sufi, and you can't. And the Salafis will not welcome you.
I always forget Isa's here. Then I'm like, oh yeah, we're talking about Islam. I wonder how Isa feels about this.
Well, I think doubt is a good thing. I think it helps challenges us on what we really believe. We have to check. We have to test our beliefs. I think it's not. I think that's a very weak position to say, well, I don't, because I don't like what it says. And I think this links into the Islamic dilemma, which I'm hopefully going to do my master's thesis on. But like, this is a thing that I find is really strange, is that folks are like, well, I have doubt. So, this makes it, I have to throw it away. And I'm like, but that's not what it is. You have to then engage it. You have to test it. I think just saying, well, everything, it's like, is your faith a house of cards? Does it just collapse when something seeps in that you may not, may be difficult to reconcile? Like, I think that's just a really bizarre and unhealthy, like, listening to these people, it seems very much like a very unhealthy belief system that they have. And my question too also is about the Uthmanic, Caliph Uthmanic, the burning of these manuscripts. I'm like, what did these manuscripts showcase? I'm actually curious. I'm like, if we had that, what would that do? And I think it is very strange. Why would you burn all of them? I think it's peculiar and strange, and I don't know. There's not really a good explanation for why that happened. For me personally, I think.
Hey, Isa, let me break this down for you. So your prophet said, "Oh, you have doubts? Let me punch you in your chest one good time and hope you get the message real quick." And Isa's like, "Well, wouldn't it be better to just think through the doubts?" And yeah, we agree with you. It's your prophet. Who doesn't agree with you, man?
Hey, Isa.
Yeah, Isa, I'm actually genuinely. Oh, I would love to hear what Isa's thoughts on Surah 5:101 is. Because like I agree with what Isa's saying about wrestling through doubts, but I'd be curious to hear what like your understanding of that passage is. So like Surah 5:101 says, "O you who have believed, do not ask about things which, if they are shown to you, will distress you. But if you ask about them while the Quran is being revealed, they will be shown to you. Allah has pardoned it, and Allah is forgiving and forbearing."
Well, I mean, it's tough. It's it's a tough question to ask right here. But
that was abrogated from Isa's Quran.
Isa was going to Dawa mode. He's about to manifest.
Uthman should have burned that too then.
Well, I think it's the difficulty is when we're looking at the Quran. It's, how do I say this? It's sort of like it's a poetic text, and it's a very vague text, and I think it's like it's I think that's the answer that I can give towards this particular situation on the spot for this, but it's like
it's just poetry. Okay.
It's one of the verses that no one can understand, according to Surah 3 verse 7.
Well,
Only Allah knows what that verse means.
I think, sir, you just need to spend a little bit time with Muhammad and then get that beautiful punch on your chest.
Yeah.
It will clarify. It will clarify things.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. Hey, Isa, you don't have Muhammad here, but this can be solved. Just go around some of your go find some good Salafi buddies and say, hey, I'm a devout Sufi, and I think you guys are wrong about a bunch of this stuff. They'll beat the crap out of you, and beat all the doubts out of you, and then to be fair, I'll have to hunt down all the dudes who beat the crap out of you and beat the crap out of them. But so you will be avenged, man. You will be avenged.
I have a question.
I appreciate
I have a question. Isa, you said that you wanted to do your master's thesis on the Islamic dilemma.
That's right.
I think the other day with David and Thaddeus were doing a stream, and you mentioned that you were also working on a PhD dissertation.
Yeah, I do both. It's two different things. I'm doing one in chaplaincy, and then this is like
I was going to say you do a lot. You do a lot of work, man. You're always working. How do you have time for?
Isa's going to be 80 years. Isa's going to be 80 years old. And he's going to be like, so I'm in school right now, and I'm taking this awesome class.
That's probably true.
But when someone thinks your is not good enough, that's what they need to do, right? They need to get more knowledge from outside. Or when the poetry is not good enough, you need to seek the knowledge from outside to make sure you don't fit with the criteria Allah puts you in. Wanted to comment on what you said regarding Uthman burning the Quran and what was actually in them. Tradition talks about differences were so bad that this is only 20 years after death of Muhammad, right? Differences were so bad, Muslim communities were calling one another disbelievers, kafirs. So, that tells all. God knows what it is, but they were so bad. Allah knows nothing, knows what it is. But those differences were making Muslims to call one another disbelievers in the war. Therefore, Uthman steps in to fix the issue. And then tradition talks about, we don't want to be divided like Christians and Jews, right? What is our division? Old Testament, New Testament, the identity and work of Lord Jesus Christ can be one of them. So those are bad.
And we can only imagine if Isa had been there, he'd been like, no, don't burn them all. Doubts are good, man. Doubts are good. You don't know what you're doing. Let's take a class. Let's take a class together, Uthman. We'll get to the bottom of this, man.
Next thing is Isai's masterpiece on Islamic dilemma, and then this is from Isa because we can see the blood of Isa when they chopped his head off, spread in two pieces.
Sister, I don't think that's going to happen. I'm such an unimportant person. I don't think that they would go after me. I don't think they would even care about me. So,
It's not about they care about you or not. Allah doesn't even kind of think doubting is important. You disagree with Allah. That's all of it. So just make sure you keep your head on your neck. We
Yeah,
don't,
so
we don't
I
want,
just
appreciate that. I appreciate
we
that.
don't
Thank
want
you.
someone to say, like, someone to publish a book and then say, well, 4th century they said this is Uthman's blood, but we figured out actually no, it was Isai's blood.
So just to
I don't.
clarify on my question, your
Sure.
current stance is you have doubts about the verse that says don't have doubts.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, I think if we did, you could do a deconstruction. I think it's interesting. Like, for example, like the word clear. I think it's always an interesting thing because it says there are clear verses like the mutashabihat and the muhakamat, like these verses that are clear and not clear. Like, what does clarity mean? And that's the difficulty. Like, it's hard.
What's
it's a
a
very hard
debate?
situation.
What's a debate? What's clarity?
No, but I do think I think that's a very fair. It's a fair argument. What is how would we define
What is sitting? What is sitting? It says don't sit with them. It doesn't say don't hang out with them. It says don't sit with them. Come on, what is sitting?
I think it is a difficult thing. Like when we're looking at like if we're deconstructing this word clear, it's
Issa,
like sure.
I think you should go into politics, Issa. I think that might be another direction for you.
Maybe he's already hanging out with Keith Stammer.
Keir Starmer's his best buddy.
I'm actually. It's so funny. I actually am planning to run for politics. So you can.
There we go. Now it all makes sense. Now it all makes sense.
We could see it.
Well, you got the Muslim card locked down, buddy. And he's over here trying to win the Christian card because we'll be like, he wants us to be like, Issa, he wanted the good ones. He wanted the good ones. Yeah, we don't want Mohammed Hijab running the country, but Issa, he wanted the good ones. He's getting the Christian vote now. That's smart. That's smart, man. That's smart. All right, let's check out more Sheikh Yasir Qadhi.
Again, this is you were asking some very honest question. This is the first time I'm saying these things. Many people are aware who listen to my lectures that I've mentioned the crises that happened to me at Yale, my first year at Yale. It wasn't a crisis of faith, by the way. So I was very clear about this. People misinterpreted. It was a crisis of my understanding of knowledge. It was a crisis of what my teachers taught me. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah, as somebody who memorized the Quran as a teenager, alhamdulillah, in my entire life, I have never doubted that the Quran is divine. You cannot doubt that. And you listen to it, you recite it, you cannot doubt that. It's never been an issue. Now, for the first time, I'm telling you here, what was the crisis? I mentioned it, referenced it, but I never explicitly said it. Why didn't I say it? Because it should not be said in public. But unfortunately, these brothers,
I'm going to say it in
release
public.
the emails, so then I have to then get it.
I want to say any of this stuff, guys, but I got to.
Yeah. That's the issue. That the issue of ahruf and preservation and qira'at and relationships between them, these are very, very difficult issues. And the most advanced of our scholars, they're not quite fully certain how to solve all of the unanswered questions in there.
Okay, the best of their scholars cannot answer some of these unanswered questions about the connection between Kirat and Ahruf and all this stuff. The best can't answer it. So that's why they don't want a regular Muslim to find out about this if the top scholars can't figure it out. So better to just lie. Let's see.
Al-Jazari, who without a doubt is the greatest scholar of Qira'at for the last 1,000 years. Ibn al-Jazari famously writes, I have been...
That's why Hijab was citing Jazari that one time. That makes sense. He heard it from Qadhi.
Thinking and pondering... Oh, yes, I've been thinking and pondering about the issue of the Ahruf and Qira'at for over 35 years. 35 wa 30 sana, he said, right? And confused and whatnot. Then finally, this is my response. And by the way, even that 7... all later scholars say, well, that doesn't make any sense. So they kind of dismissed even that. After 35 years, the greatest scholar of Qira'at...
Some accepted it. Some accepted it.
It doesn't answer the question. Anyway, I don't want to get into that issue.
Okay, fine.
Why do I not...
You guys catching this, by the way? We want to let them talk because this is a good discussion here.
This is gold.
He's saying, hey, the top guy of the last 1,000 years, he finally says after decades of studying this, here's my position, and people say it's wrong. Anyway. So.
Yeah,
I want to get to that.
By the way, his response to the 7 Ahruf, this is what he said. This is very ridiculous. But he was saying like it's like the 7 different kind of variations which words can have. So you can have like different nouns, you can have like different verbs. So like the example is that like Jay was giving at Speaker's Corner, like you say, they say. So he was saying like this is a variation of a word. So you can put like this letter in front or this letter in front. He also said you can add a word, you can take away a word. And so it seems like it's obviously ad hoc. Like no one's you can come up. By the way, you can come up with a list of 100 ways words can change, but because there's 7 ahruf, you need to come up with 7. So it's completely ad hoc, and that's one of the reasons why scholars like rejected it afterwards, because it's like you're obviously just trying to like, you see all the problems. You've been studying for 35 years. You know all the issues, and now you're just trying to do some patchwork. But Yasir Qadhi is like, no, it doesn't work. It doesn't work.
One of the thing on Yale, he says like, my world come crashing down in front of me. I didn't know what to believe anymore. So it's not like some simple thing, right? Like Muhammad's hand wasn't there to just punch him on the chest. He says like, my world came crashing in front of me.
Yep. Got to have Muhammad's pimp hand or Islam doesn't work.
Issues should only be discussed amongst people who know what the qira'at are and who understand some of these questions that are being raised.
So is what you're saying the shak that came, or not the shak, but the crisis that you had was in relation to this question of the relationship between the ahruf and the qira'at, basically?
No. The crisis I had wasn't that. The crisis I had was, that was what generated. But what was the crisis? The crisis was very simple. And by the way, this is now a well-known open secret amongst many Muslim graduate students and academics around the world. And this is well-known. Traditional understandings of ahruf and qira'at cannot answer some of these pressing questions that are now being poked by our people.
Not in this sense.
By our academics, not our, by their academics outside of the faith tradition. You see, in a Muslim environment, there's always some respect that we have for the Quran. We should. In a Muslim environment, we'll press a little bit and then we'll say, okay, khalas, sami'na wa ata'na. And that's great, alhamdulillah. When you go to academia, they don't have that red line. And they're going to just, the famous story of the emperor with no clothes. They're going to just point out, no, that doesn't make any sense. Well, that's not true. And this and that. And
guys, that is crazy, right? So think about what he just said. He's talking about he's apparently said for years that he had a crisis of faith when he went to Yale, right? He had some sort of crisis of faith when he went to Yale, but he hasn't been clear on it. Now, for the first time, he's saying what the crisis of faith was. It wasn't about whether Islam is true or something like that. He says, hey, it's not me doubting Islam. And then he brings up the issue of ahruf and kirat, and Hijab says, is it that? He said, that's what generated it. And then okay, here's the issue. As Muslims, since we respect the Quran, we really respect the Quran, we'll kind of push a little bit when we're trying to figure things out, and we'll push a little bit and go, well, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Well, shut up.
We listen and obey.
Okay. I won't push too hard there. And he's saying, then you run into non-Muslim academics. So like as you would at Yale. Now all of a sudden you're reading and hearing from non-Muslim academics on these issues. And he's saying they don't have that red line of not wanting to, cross over into unbelief or not wanting to push too hard in a way that might cause doubt about the Quran and so on. So they don't have that red line. So they'll just keep pushing. And he says, this is his analogy. He compares it to the story of the emperor's new clothes. Mm-hmm. He's comparing Muslim scholars to the idiot emperor who was so dumb that the guys told him, oh yeah, you've got beautiful clothes on. And he was actually naked because they told him, if you're stupid, it's invisible. And so he's like, oh, I don't see anything here. I must be stupid. Oh no. But he has to walk around like he's got these awesome clothes on. He thinks they're invisible to him, but he's really decked out towards everyone else. Until he walks out and everyone... they announce to people the material is really beautiful unless you're stupid and then it's invisible. So he walks out butt naked and everyone's looking at him going, he's naked. Oh, but it's because I can't see it because I'm stupid. And finally there's like one kid in the crowd who goes, look, he's got no clothes on. And then everyone realizes this dude just has no clothes on. They all start laughing at him. That's how Sheikh Yasir Qadhi is describing Muslim scholars. They're all the idiots who are afraid to challenge the explanation of that they've been passed down to them because they think they're stupid, right? Like, oh, if I don't get it, if it doesn't make sense to me, it's because I'm stupid. And the non-Muslim academics are like the kid who just doesn't care, and he's like, this guy's butt naked here.
Yep.
And so what is this? He's saying that the Muslim scholars are all these gullible morons who are just too scared to admit the things because they don't want to appear like they're dumb. This is crazy, guys. This is crazy. That's what he thinks of Muslim scholars. And so this is what caused his doubts. He's realizing these guys challenge this stuff, and he's about to say they're right. Matter of fact, let's go and play this because he's about to say that they're right.
Yeah, well, hold on, David. Just a quick clarification. Just a quick point of clarification. So Yasir Qadhi got mad after this, saying people were misrepresenting him and like using holes, like all kinds of Islamic scholarship. But although in this interview he is only talking about one specific thing, and that one specific thing might have started the problem, I've heard him just like prior to this interview, he had described his doubts in other ways. And the way he described it was that at Yale, they tear down the entire building of Islam. They tear down the entire building of the Islamic history and all these things you believe. And all they give you is rubble. And it's your responsibility to build it back up. So this might have been the start of it, but it wasn't the only thing that he was actually doubting and seeing that there was real problems in Islamic history about.
And let's see him go on here because it's about to get awesome.
They're going to just point out, no, that doesn't make any sense. Well, that's not true, and this and that. And they'll bring issues, which I'm not going to mention explicitly, that you know are true because they're in your own books. They're not inventing anything new. They'll bring you riwayat, and they'll bring you athar, and then you add to that very well-known issues of, I don't even want to be explicit. And then you bring on top of that makhdutat, and then. And it's very clear to you until...
He's talking about they're going to bring, because he's saying it all in Arabic. So he's saying they're going to bring to you narrations, they're going to bring to you reports, they're going to bring to you manuscripts. And so these are the things that are supposed to be creating major issues here.
One thing here. Apparently everyone in the entire universe needed attention today. Everyone in
Oh, Thaddeus got cut out though.
I can fix it, man. Come on, I can fix it. I'm a fixer. It's what I do.
There you go.
Oh, fancy.
That's what I do. All right, we got everyone in now. Everyone who needs attention. Is there anyone else on the planet who needs attention right now?
No, I think it's me.
Okay, hang on.
Not right now.
Let me get back to that.
Every single very...
I might actually rewind this because this is just so awesome, this whole section right here. I'm going to rewind this a little bit. Because he's going
to say reports, narrations, and manuscripts. That's what he says in Arabic.
I rewound it even before that because I just love this entire section. This should just be on repeat all day in front of Muslims.
By our people outside of, by our academics, by their academics outside of the faith tradition. You see, in a Muslim environment, there's always some respect that we have for the Quran. We should. In a Muslim environment, we'll press a little bit, and then we'll say, okay, khalas, sami'na wa ata'na. And that's great, alhamdulillah. When you go to academia, they don't have that red line. And they're going to just, you know, the famous story of the emperor with no clothes. They're going to just point out, no, that doesn't make any sense. Well, that's not true, and this and that. And they'll bring issues, which I'm not going to mention explicitly, that you know.
Can't bring them up explicitly because I don't want to cause doubts.
Are true because they're in your own books. They're not inventing anything new. They'll bring you riwayat and they'll bring you athar, and then...
Guys, you catch that? He says you know they're right because they're in their sources. In other words, we believe this, and these guys come along, you go, that's not true. And they go, why are we going to believe you? You're cool. You're the kuffar. And they say, it's in your own sources. Look right there. We'll quote your sources to you. They're right. You got to hear it from this is what I keep saying. They have to hear this stuff from us because they're not going to hear this. They're not going to hear this from their leaders. And there's Yasir Qadhi agreeing with me.
Before he got his PhD from Yale, he got a master's at Medina. Now, that tells you he didn't learn any of this stuff from the Muslim university. So even a scholar, someone who's a scholar who's getting master's degrees and like the traditional Muslim kind of ijaza or you know, qualifications and stuff like that, he's not learning this stuff there. He even though he has a master's from Medina, he didn't learn that stuff there. He learned it from Yale. That's when, like Thaddeus said, that his Islam got torn down and he had to rebuild it. So even there are Muslim scholars who go to like Azhar and Medina and whatever other, they're not learning this stuff.
Yeah, they're not learning how to examine anything critically. So
probably they are learning how to recite Hafs, how to recite Wash. Even they are reciting, they are not thinking, oh, that meaning of that is different, right? How can that be one and perfect?
Nope, because you get punched right in the chest for that.
But you need Muhammad for that, right?
Clothes. They're going to just point out, no, that doesn't make any sense. Well, that's not true, and this and that. And they'll bring issues, which I'm not going to mention explicitly, that you know are true because they're in your own books. They're not inventing anything new. They'll bring you riwayat and they'll bring you athar, and then you add to that very well-known issues of, I don't even want to be explicit. And then you bring on top of that makhtutat, and then. And it's very clear to you and to every single very advanced student and specialist that the standard narrative has holes in it. That's what I'm going to say.
Amazing.
Tune's got some Swiss cheese there. Matter of fact,
amazing.
That's what. Look.
I couldn't get the mouse. I've got some mouse here.
Yeah.
It's just I couldn't get them. So.
I remember because keep in mind, guys, we didn't know Hatun as well back then, but after the holes in the narrative. After the holes in the narrative interview, Hatun would go up and she'd say, "Excuse me, Mr. Muslim, can I ask you a question? Why is the Quran like Swiss cheese according to Yasir Qadhi?" And would just keep going with that.
I want to point out something. Sometimes you are just like, you're just fed up with life.
Someone else
you're just fed up with life and you don't know how to handle the situation. First thing happens is you speak to someone who first comes in front of you. You just pour all your
standard narrative.
Oh, sorry about that. Just wanted to bring that back up. Okay.
So you pour all your heart to them, like
You're running out of space.
But I'm gonna tell this to you, to Mr. Stranger. Other option is like you just like hold everything with you, and then you find someone whom you trust well, and then you discuss these things. So what's happening in this interview is Yasir Qadhi is again and again turning to Mohammed Hijab and then saying, "First time I'm speaking about this. I never bring this topic up. I'm not gonna go through the details. I'm just like mentioning to you. I don't want to do it, but I'm just doing this first time. So he just fed up with everything. And I'm pouring everything to Mohammed Hijab by thinking, this guy is very trustworthy. He's going to destroy my legacy.
Mm-hmm.
This is Mary Harb, for those who don't know.
Oh, I thought David invited Cora.
If Cora was on here, that'd be amazing.
Like, it's Cora.
Hey, Cora, you're welcome to join us.
Yeah, Mary,
Okay,
don't hate
perfect.
me, but I thought it was AP in a burqa.
That's great. That's great.
Well, it could be Cora. Here, Mary, say, okay, perfect.
Yeah. Okay, perfect.
Okay, yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
that is
that's Cora.
That's
Cora.
Cora. Busted.
Yep. Mm.
Let me back that up a little bit because we definitely need to see hear the holes in the narrative line again. And guys, this is why I said earlier, like we just because, I mean, he's obviously pointing out that he's obviously rejecting dot for dot, letter for letter, perfect preservation of just one Quran for the entire history of Islam. He's obviously, so we use the clip, the standard narrative has holes in it to just expose what your average Muslim believes. But that he was saying something much worse for Islam here. He's talking about the standard narrative of the scholars, of the informed scholars, their explanation of the ahruf and how it's connected to the Qiraat through the Uthmanic he said the narrative has holes, that we've got this figured out. And it's the non-Muslim scholars who have to be pointing this out to us. Notice the parallel, right? Even at the scholarly level, you are not taught to think critically about this stuff or to examine this critically, and you are not even aware of the problems with your own position unless you hear it from non-Muslim academics. Well, that's what I keep saying that's true about the popular level. The popular level Muslim, the average Muslim on the street, is never going to hear about all the stuff we're bringing up unless they hear it from us. That's why we got work to do, guys. That's why we got work to do.
Be Khalif. You just got to be Khalif it. It's fine.
What the heck? You got John McCrae in there?
Hey. I wonder if they can hear us.
Hope not.
Hello.
There we go. Yeah.
Yo, what are you doing,
What's
McCrae? Guys, you know McCrae's a busy man. He's got a lot of videos to make, and you guys got him sitting in here on the couch listening to this live stream.
Good to see you, my people.
What's up, everybody?
What's up, man? What's up? I wonder if I rearrange people. So I would want
Yeah,
these
not
guys.
only is he busy making,
What's that?
I say not only is he busy making his own content, but today he was even teaching a bunch of other Christians how to make their own content better too. So doing some awesome stuff.
Yeah, it's funny. I look darker in there. I can't even see me.
It's better on here.
A shadow. That's perfect.
All right, let's see.
Very well known.
All right, I got a little better. I got him one of the two squares. All right, let's check out this holes in the narrative real quick.
I don't even want to be explicit. Then you bring on top of that makhtutat, and it's very clear to you and to every single very advanced student and specialist that the standard narrative has holes in it. That's what I'm going to say. The standard narrative does not answer some very pressing questions.
And the pressing questions was the non-Muslim academics. He says, our narrative as Muslims does not answer these questions that they have.
Okay, this is what
And he pointed out their questions, their objections are based on our sources. And they ask questions, and they point out problems with what we're saying from our own sources. He said, we know they're right. And he said, we can't answer them. That's what he's saying right here.
And
but I think here we
wait, let me finish this, Mohammed, because this is a very important point.
It's very important. Shut up, Hijab.
And by the way, if you are following
Hijab, know your role and shut your mouth. Yasir Qadhi speaking here.
Online media and articles and whatnot, this is no longer hidden news. More and more professors and academics are writing stuff, and it's being publicized on Twitter in the last 2-3 years. I have had at least, I'd say, a dozen people tweet at me like specific articles like, how do you answer this? And, about ulum al-Quran, about qira'at, about makhtutat, about issues, These are now well known within the Western Academy that they're bringing forth issues. Their level of now knowledge is leaps and bounds above what it used to be, 100 years ago, And by and large, our ulama in the Eastern world are not aware, by and large, of what's going on in the Western side of things. And they're not answering those questions in a manner that it needs to be answered. And this is.
You catch this, guys? Notice the parallel again. You've got. He's talking about the academic level, and he's saying, "Oh, people know about this stuff." He's talking about people at the academic level. Your average Muslim doesn't know about any of this stuff yet. But he's saying, "Yeah, it might need to just start bringing it up now because people at the academic level know." But he's pointing out, he's like, even our scholars don't know about what's going on in the world of academia, and they don't know. They wouldn't know how to respond to any of this stuff. Notice the parallel that we just saw the other day from Libiano, where he's talking to a Muslim saying, why are you interacting with these guys? Saying, we got to answer these guys. These guys are causing doubts among Muslims. These guys are causing doubts among Muslims. The guy says, why are you going to talk to them? Let them go to their sheikhs. He said, you think their sheikhs can answer the Islamic dilemma? Be serious. So this is like these guys, he's saying the same thing, Yasir Qadhi. We can't answer any of this stuff. We can't answer the things that are being brought up by Christian apologists at the popular level. And Yasir Qadhi saying the same thing about the academic level. We cannot answer these guys. Maybe there's a freaking problem with your guys' religion. Just a theory. No one can answer anything at the popular level or at the academic level. We can answer nothing. We're screwed. Okay.
The example of one example of the kinds of things that he's saying that I'm not going to bring up is that they do have recitations that come from different reciters who heard from someone. No one has ever argued that the different reciters recited lots of different versions. The reciters that they're taking it from, each one has one version. So why don't their students' recitations match? Like that is your student. You have two students and they're side by side. Yeah. Some of the most important differences, like the split Sunni and Shia, come from reciters. They come from a number of reciters, but even reciters who have the same master. That destroys Islam and any pretense of like this thing that we have that we can be sure of.
But like Yasir Qadhi pointed out, this is so advanced. Like your average Muslim, this is way above their average level of understanding of what Islam is. But that's something that Hatun brought up earlier. You have one master teacher, awesome, and then he has two students, Hafs and Shu'bah. Well, guess what? The two students differ with how they recite the Quran. They have differences among them, but they're getting it from the same teacher. And so that's what Mary's pointing out, that this is one of these issues that they have a hard time answering. So some scholars say, oh, well, the teacher had two different readings and something. No, he didn't. And so there's a tension there. But that level of understanding what you're bringing up right there, this is very hard to have a discussion. Like he's pointing out, it's very hard to have a discussion about that with Muslims because they hide this stuff from them. And
Jai,
it's really sad.
Just go with Hafs. Just go with Hafs, or I'll punch you in the chest, man.
I mean, that's what the Shia...
Problem solved. Or burn everything that doesn't agree with Hafs. It's pretty simple, man. Pretty straightforward.
The Shia and the Sunni are kind of doing that right now because the Shia prefer a recitation that has a variant found in the other reciter from Asim, the one that isn't Hafs, whose name I pronounce very badly. And that variant says you are... Thanks. You wipe over your socks, whereas the one that is in Hafs says that you have to wash your feet. And the difference is incredible for a Muslim. If you do it wrong, your prayers are not accepted by Allah because you have not done wudu. Allah does not take invalidated wudu prayers. He's not going to do that. So this is a matter of millions of people going to hell because of this difference.
Then go do that wudu that you do.
Well, didn't you bring this up this is on your video the other day, David. Mohammed Hijab was bringing this up, and he said they're debating about what type of socks they're allowed to do.
Oh, yeah.
Like, what socks, man? Your child is going to become an apostate. Like that. Yeah. That's what he was talking about. One of the issues was Muslims are debating about, like, this sounds really trivial and insane to Christians to think about, but Islam is a legalistic religion. You have to do everything to the letter, otherwise it's not accepted. You might go to hell because you messed up on one little thing. It's very legalistic. So it sounds stupid, like, okay, who cares if you wash your feet or you wipe your feet? And what's even the difference? But there are differences between those two things. And if you do it one way, according to some scholars, you're not going to be pure and you might go to hell. The other way, you do it and you might not be pure. You're going to go to hell. So Mohammed Hijab was using that example. He was saying, you guys are debating about what socks to wear. What socks? Your child's becoming an apostate. And that was from the famous clip of Mohammed Hijab admitting that 24% and all that stuff is happening in the Muslim world.
It's also based off like how you urinate, right? I mean, if you urinate the wrong way, then you have a lot of suffering in the grave. It really just kind of depends on if you're doing anything the right or wrong way. You're just going to suffer. Basically, no matter what you do, you're going to suffer. Question is just how much. So, Islam's very legalistic, but I think Yasir Qadhi is helpful because the number of Muslims I've spoken to over the last couple of months, one of them was a Muslim. Now he's not a Muslim anymore. He's a Christian as of like 2 weeks ago. But turns out, right? It's incredible. I just had to ask him about like why Allah would want to create, and that kind of helped a lot. But Yasir Qadhi is really helpful when he's not talking to a Christian audience because now you actually have him being somewhat honest. And this is before people even get into the issues of like the aruf being the Quran, right? It's like there's 7 aruf, and each aruf is the Quran, but there's only one Quran, but they're also all 7 Qurans, which are truly eternal. And so it gets worse and worse the more that you get all of our modern day arguments against Islam. I really don't know what's left for Islam. What is there left to defend?
No, what's left for Islam is complete, utter, total destruction. That's it. But I have to say, David S., if you want an extremely legalistic religion that tells you how to go to the bathroom, you're in luck.
Come on.
That's what I did.
Holy moly. That's bad.
All right, let's check some of this out. Let's see.
Something all of us that are in academia fully acknowledge. We actually have a list, by the way. I am involved with a group of people, 15 of them, which is especially all of us are Muslims, Hufad al-Quran, Qira'at experts, and academic-minded as well. Not everybody's Qira'at expert, but all of us are basically practicing within Muslims. We have a group that is discussing amongst itself these issues.
And then stuff got leaked.
One of them, I'll just mention this, that the Yaqeen paper on Qira'at is one of our group members as well, and you can log on to Yaqeen and he has a paper on Qira'at and whatnot, and that's one interpretation that does a great service, but it doesn't answer all the questions. My point being that this issue of ahruf and qira'at has troubled the ummah from the very beginning of time.
Yes, guys, think about what he was just saying there, right? Like, hey, there's 15 of us. We're really working hard on being able to answer these questions that currently we can't answer. 14 centuries of Muslim scholars cannot answer this, but we're working on it. We're working on it. Don't worry. We're working on it right now. And he's about to say, guys, hey, this has been troubling Islam for 14 centuries, and we still haven't figured it out. So, but check this out.
It's nothing new. There are 15 opinions about this. None of them fully answer all of the questions that are raised. Some of them answer more than others. So the issues of the relationship...
We've got 15 explanations. None of them work.
Okay, so this right here, what he's about to say right now, the relationship, this is what he's talking about. Like you said, we took him and like a very like basic kind of like, okay, he's like, that's a given. What we were talking about was a given, but what he's talking about is more specific, and this is what he's about to say right now. The relationship right here that he's about to bring up is the issue that he says no Muslims have. He said 15 opinions, actually closer to 40 opinions, and he even said that his colleague who authored that article on Yaqeen, actually, he said, doesn't answer all the questions. So no matter what they do, they come together, all these years of research, all these PhDs later, whatever else, they still can't answer these questions. But this is it right here.
Let's see.
Issues of the relationship, of the origins, of the ikhtilaf and all of this should only be discussed amongst those who are familiar with this science. And if you want to, and I'll be very, again, open-minded here, I did a class last semester with the Islamic Center in America on Ulum al-Quran. And in that class, we took students and we introduced them. This is what ulama say, this is what Suyuti said, this is what Fulan said. And then we introduced them to the other side, and then we developed. It takes a while. I can't answer this question in a 20-minute interview.
Nor at all, apparently.
Nor is it wise to do so, which is why I never brought this topic up myself. You will not find one lecture of mine about this issue. It should never be brought up in public. And I don't like these idiots, and they are idiots, wallahi, because they're the ones who caused this. In this issue, they're utter idiots who did something haram. And I don't like saying this.
He's saying these are idiots. They brought this up. We should never be talking about kirat and aruf to regular people. We should just be telling them perfect preservation right down to the letter. We should just be lying to them. Shame on them. They've done something haram by bringing these issues that we can't answer. And for 14 centuries of our scholars have not been able to answer, but we're still working on it. We're not supposed to bring this up until we can actually answer it. And shame on this guy for bringing this up. You shouldn't have just kept lying like I do. This is crazy.
These idiots, and they are idiots, wallahi, because they're the ones who caused this. In this issue, they're utter idiots who did something haram. I don't like saying this. This is not something you discuss amongst the masses, ya akhi. It's not wise. You don't understand qira'at. Let it be. It's wise. That's why I never did it. And that's why even when they accused me, I didn't defend myself, because I would rather people have doubt about me than the Quran. Let them throw me off the manhaj, no problem. Believe in the book of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But what is happening in the last few years is not me anymore. It's the Western academics. These problems are now becoming mainstream. Twitter has so many accounts of Quran experts and non-Muslims who just say things.
Have more room on the couch.
Are you guys just chatting back there? What's going on? Hey, if you guys are chatting, you want to mute your microphone for once in a while?
Sorry, we thought we were muted.
Oh, you thought wrong. And if you're wrong about that, what else are you wrong about? You guys are basically the Yasir Qadhis of Christian apologetics.
Hey.
Well, one thing that's super interesting about this whole, like only 15 of us can deal with this, and we're still not really able to deal with this. It reminds me a lot of what we just, I'm hoping you guys are hearing me because it is being a little bit glitchy, but it reminds me of what we just saw exposed by the Orthodox Muslim, because he was saying about how, you think your local, sheikh or imam can deal with the Islamic dilemma. They can't. It's like, guys, this seems like a pretty deal if your top dudes can't deal with this.
Mm-hmm.
And as we see, if he's one of the top dudes and he can't deal with this, and Muhammad, the top dude, and he couldn't deal with this, and Allah is the top dude and he couldn't deal with this, we got bigger problems.
Yeah, so we've seen none of the Dawah guys, none of them can give a real, genuine, correct answer to the Islamic dilemma. They're working on it, right? They're working on it. just like Sheikh Yasir Qadhi and his 14 buddies are working on a response to the academics. Well, in other words, you guys are failing at both levels and you just can't answer this stuff. So you are, as the French say, les screwed, apparently. Let's see.
I think he's about to mention Shadi Nasser, and he's about to say, like, he's one of the academics that publish on this. And he's right, he is. And anyone who's interested on this topic about the differences in the different Qur'ans or the canonization, you're like, where do we get started? How do we, like, he has 2 books now out on this, about the canonization of the Qur'an and the way that the Qur'an has come to us from Muhammad till today, the differences that are there. His work on this is really, really, really fundamental to understanding, like, all of these topics, and he lays it out. So he's about to actually mention him, but guess what? Shadi Nasser, he destroys Islam in the he's not, like, his intention is not to destroy Islam, but that's what he does. So I don't know. It's like Yasir Qadhi is about to introduce somebody who, it's like, I don't know, like David's like, hey, everyone go buy Bart Ehrman and read Bart Ehrman. That's not going to tear apart your faith because you learn what all the scholars say. But I'm just saying, it's like he's advertising somebody who's going to destroy, was not trying to, but it amounts to destroying the religion, which is not an equivalent to Bart Ehrman because he doesn't destroy Christianity. But it's like, I don't know what he's doing here. He's not really trying. He's not really helping.
It's weird stuff, but let's find out. What's up?
Just let me add something. So, Shadi Nasser was brought up soon after we brought 26 Qurans to Speaker's Corner. There was a conference in South Africa. Speaker's Corner Muslim missionaries were in that conference, and then they were asking again and again the question we were asking at Speaker's Corner. Umar and Hisham are from the same tribe, and they are adult males. Why Allah is revealing the Quran in different versions to those, like, same tribe, adult and male people stuff? And in that video, Dr. Yasin Dutan is simply warning people about Shadi Nasser's work and encouraging people to just, like, ignore him. I met him. He's, like, awesome. He's really, really awesome guy. Also, I just want to point out something from Yasir Qadhi. All he said, very basic takeaway is, when Muslim says this is problematic, we don't want to talk about it. Anyone who is Christian, breathing out and breathing in, all you need to do is, you need to hold these 2 Qurans in your bags and then go to the Muslims and then ask them question. When they say, we don't want to talk about it, you've got to push it. When they say, we don't want to talk about it, you've got to push it until they seriously expose all those lies. And then when their foundation kind of shaking down, Quran is the place of Quran in Islam is the foundation of Islam. Once their foundation is shaking down, what else they have? Muhammad is not going to hold that much, right? So my takeaway from this clip of this part of Yasir Qadhi's clip is, like, make sure in my handbag I've got a couple of Qurans. I am walking around with them.
That's a good idea. All right, let's see.
Books written, brilliant. Sorry, I just wanted to add, as far as the foundation goes, I think this is another crossover that we've seen recently. We actually, Thaddeus and Eric and I just got off a stream right before we jumped on this with IP, and we were reviewing a debate that God Logic did with Dr. Nasser, and Dr. Nasser trying to score, goodie points and clip farm, had asked if God Logic worshipped a rock, because he was referencing the fact that our God is our firm foundation. He is our rock. And I think it's very interesting when we compare the 2 things between Islam and Christianity. We see that in Christianity, we truly do have a reliable, firm foundation in the Lord Jesus Christ. In Islam, when you see all these things that the standard Islamic narrative has, when you see the Quran has holes in it, when you see Muhammad's revelations have holes in them, when you see that what Allah has revealed is so horribly inconsistent that you can't possibly follow every part of it without going against other parts of it. There really is a big difference. We do not worship the same God, and praise God that in Christianity we do have a solid rock, unlike in Islam.
Now back to Sheikh Yasir.
At least
here.
a book by Shadi Nasser. Again,
Hey, there we go.
read that book as well. And
Boom,
so,
read
for
it.
those that are interested in stuff, and
Do it.
you'll understand that, hey, we need ulama who believe in the Quran to defend the Quran. Alhamdulillah, thumma alhamdulillah, ubashirukum, that our group
Let me
has...
ask you one question to try and make this as specific as possible. I think.
Do it.
If I were to give you a blank Muslim, yeah.
Hold up. This should be the easiest question in the universe to answer if these guys are right about anything. If your average Muslim is right about anything, if Mohammed Hijab is right about anything, this should be the easiest question in the universe to answer. Let's see how he answers.
Alhamdulillah, ubashirukum, that our group
Let me
has...
ask you one question to try and make this as specific as possible. I think. If I were to give you a blank mushaf, yeah, and tell you to write what is munazzal verbatim from Allah into that mushaf with no human interference, would you write something?
Jai, just translate what he just said.
Okay.
So
So
blank
if I were to give you-
mushaf.
Basically like a blank book.
You can't translate this.
Just some paper, guys. Just some
Blank-
paper. If I were to give you a bunch of blank paper.
Yeah.
Right?
And then he says, well, if I asked you, what is munazzal? What's inspired? What's sent down from Allah? What would you write in that blank piece of paper, basically? What would you write?
And he's basically asking, okay, so you've said we can't answer some of these pressing questions about the kirat and the ahruf and how they're connected and what's going on here. We can't answer these things. But at the end of the day, if I gave you a bunch of paper and a pen, could you put down what was revealed by Allah to Muhammad? Could you give us that? That's going to answer everything for us, guys. That's what he's saying. Watch.
It should be an easy answer.
Yeah, should be easy.
It should be an easy answer.
And tell you to write what is munazzal verbatim from Allah into that mushaf with no human interference, would you write something which corresponds?
It's not an easy answer. It's not an easy yes or no. It is enough for the Muslim to believe that the
I think
Quran
this should
is...
be an easy yes or no, though.
I love that. It should be an easy yes or no. Dude, guys, think about what he asked. Could you write what was revealed to Muhammad as the Quran? It's not an easy yes or no. What do you mean? What do you mean?
And Hijab was
If you say yes, then we know we're kind of on a firm foundation, according to you, that you could actually write what was revealed by Allah to Muhammad that we are supposed to have. You could write it. If you say it's not an easy answer, then you're not convinced you could do it. You're not convinced you could put down what the word of Allah is. How well do you think how well do you think your case for preservation of the Quran is going if you don't even think you could put down what the Quran is? You can't do it.
He should
And
have
just
said,
for the record-
okay, perfect.
Just for the record, he's inviting him here to clear up. He's not pressing.
He's trying to help him. He's trying to help. He's like, you're sounding like you're doubting all this stuff. Let me go ahead and give you a softball so you could just say yes,
exactly,
and then we'll know. Even if and then we'll clip this. We'll clip you saying yes.
Yeah.
It's so easy. It's not easy, guys. It's not easy.
So there's a bunch of people that are questioning your views. I'm gonna give you a bunch of easy yes or no. Like, can you write down exactly what the word of God is? Yeah, of course I can. But he doesn't do that. So he's not actually trying to like press him or be hard on him or anything like that. But what he is doing is he's setting him up for this viral moment right now that we're about to see.
Oh yeah, and hang on.
Not only that.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead, say it, man.
Yeah. So not only that, he made it as easy as possible by saying something that corresponds. He didn't even say like word for word or anything.
Right.
He was trying to make it as easy as absolutely possible. And Yasir Qadhi cuts him off. Stop! I can't answer.
Yeah. And then here you had a comment. Didn't he say he memorized it when he was younger? Yeah, he says he memorized it as a teenager, and he still can't. He still can't even get. He still doesn't even think he can get it right.
I thought people might actually. That's a good connection you guys made with that, because so I was really confused when I saw this too, what his actual views are. But now, because he references here that he actually is working on something, like he was talking about how he's 15 colleagues and stuff like that. But later on he mentions that he's working on a paper for expressing what his views are, or like telling people, okay, this is where I stand on the issue. Well, that book has since been published. It was published like last year or the year before. And so now that I actually understand what his view is, I'm able to like see, okay, this is where he's coming from here. So when he said he was able to memorize the Quran, his view of the Quran is Muhammad was given something from Allah, and it was a particular set of words that he was given. The ahruf, he takes the ahruf to mean that Muhammad gave permission to people to say synonyms or to add in words as long as it doesn't like contradict what he said. So in other words, so now you can kind of see where he's coming from. He's saying like, I memorized Hafs. Yes, I memorized the Quran, but is that exactly how Muhammad would have said the Quran? I don't know, because he believes that Muhammad gave people permission to say things in different ways. So in other words, this is not exactly how Muhammad said it, but he gave permission for them to say it in those ways. So that's why this is such a hard question for him, because he needs to kind of like work out, kind of like do like textual criticism and work out, okay, what's the extra thing here? What's the permission that Muhammad gave? Is this one of those words that he permitted people to say, or is this something he actually said? So that's what's going on in his head when he's answering these questions, which isn't clear from the interview, but now his views are published. You can kind of make sense of it a little bit better.
But that's terrifying, right? Because even if you take his more nuanced approach, I'm going to put that in very clear air quotes, even if you take that more nuanced approach, doesn't that mean that there's like no epistemic access to the words of Allah at all? Like you cannot.
That's
know.
what he's going to get into. That's what he's going to get into.
Like that's insane, right? Because then the whole point is that the argument is that Muhammad is the prophet, the final prophet, and the seal of the prophets, right? He's the final revelation, or final individual through whom Allah has given revelation to humanity, and is supposed to be, at least according to modern Islamic narratives, he's supposed to have this Furqan above the other scriptures, even though the Torah is a Furqan as well. But ignore that for now. Like, if that's the case, that this is supposed to be the Furqan, but you don't know what it is, so you don't know what it's actually guarding or protecting, then we really can just say the original Quran was actually just a Trinitarian theological treatise in which Muhammad actually did believe in the Trinity, and he did recognize the divinity of Jesus, and there's no way to know, right? Because even if you try to do textual criticism, a lot of these, I mean, I've read through Hatun's stuff before that she sent to me a couple of years ago on like the different versions in the different Arabic. These straight up just contradict on multiple cases, so it's hard to do textual criticism when the text of the Quran contradicts between the different Arabic versions.
So he's limiting himself to like the canonical readings, like what Hatun would have given you. So he's not saying that there's something outside of the readings that we have today, but what he's saying is, just as an example, like there's the famous one in chapter 1 verses 4, is Allah the king or the owner? Is it Malik or Malik? He would say that Allah revealed one of those two words, and then Muhammad would have just given people permission to say the other word. So when he says to him, what did Allah reveal? Could you write that down? That's why he's saying he says a hard time, because he doesn't know which of those two words he revealed. He just knows one of them was revealed and the other one was just permitted to say. And that's his view. That's his actual view on the topic.
What do you think are the odds that him and his little band of 14 buddies are going to figure out the answer to those questions?
It'll be like the Jesus seminar where they like vote on like they'll be like
yeah, they just be voting or something, and they decide it based on by democracy and stuff. So yeah, this is wild stuff. But let's see where he goes with this.
No, it is enough for the Muslim to believe that
I think this should be an easy yes or no.
Darn right, it should.
I have to.
Okay, very, very well. So yeah, Muhammad, after we get off this phone call, me and you, let's have a number of discussions. No problem. I'm very open with advanced students. But these issues should not look. It is Kalamullah. What is going to be written? It is Kalamullah. It is
what would you write?
You're pushing me, and I'm saying
not pushing me, man. Don't push me. Don't push me into saying that I could actually figure out what the word of Allah is. I can't do it, man. Quit pushing me.
Listen, I have a condition. Like I said, everything I say is going to be factual. If I wanted to do Tawdi and whatnot, I would do it right.
Everything's going to be factual. Ooh. Oh, yeah, guys, not one letter of difference between any two Qurans since the time of Uthman. That was factual, guys. That's factual. Liar.
Now in front of you. Okay, there is no need for Tawdi.
Listen to what he says here. He says, I could do Tawriya right now. There's no need for Tawriya. Tawriya is this Islamic doctrine where it basically permits you to, well, we would call it lying, but they say lying is forbidden, but you can do like ambiguous speech. They call it Tawriya. What he said, and guys, imagine this. Imagine if you had a New Testament scholar sitting in front of you and you asked them some questions about textual criticism. he could, and imagine if the Christian New Testament scholar said to you, I could lie to you about this right now. I don't have to, but I could lie to you about this right now. Would that give you like confidence in your religion, or like make you feel like, oh, wait, my scholars can lie to me? So Tawriya, they say it's ambiguity. So the example, I think, like maybe like the closest thing you could think about maybe is like, if I say to you right now, I'm not lying to you guys. I'm not lying right now. I'm not lying right now. Does it mean that I'm not telling the truth, or does it mean I'm not lying down? Well, there's some ambiguity without context, right? So they actually, you have Muslim scholars telling you, if you say something in such an ambiguous way, where you intend one meaning, but you want them to understand the other meaning. So let's say you're pressing me on an issue and you think that I'm not telling the truth. I say, I'm not lying, but I really am lying. But what I mean is I'm not lying down. That's allowed in Islam. That's what he means by Tawriya. That's what it is.
Okay, so this would be like this. This would be like him saying, so Mohammed Hijab asks, could you write down what is what is it? Munazal verbatim? Yeah. Could you write down Munazal verbatim? Yes, of course I could. Munazal verbatim. Right there. Boom. Wrote down Munazal verbatim. Boom. Yep. So yeah, that's what he's talking about, guys. He could be deceptive like that, but he's saying, but I don't want to be. I don't want to be. For once in my life, I want to not be lying to people, and he sees how this goes. Let's check it out.
You're pushing me, and I'm saying it's not hikmah to listen. I have a condition, like I said, everything I say is going to be
low
factual.
hikmah. These low
if I wanted to do Tawdi and whatnot, I would do it right now in front of you. There is no need for Tawdi. The Quran is the uncreated speech.
He said everything I say, it needs to be factual. And he says, if I want to do Tawriya, I can. So he's like, I want to be factual though. So I don't want to do the other thing where I lie to you. Again, guys, imagine for a Christian audience, your Christian scholar is telling you, I could lie to you about important topics.
Don't push me or I'll have to lie.
That's crazy. That should be a huge wake up for all the Muslims listening to this.
Hikmah to listen. I have a condition, like I said, everything I say is going to be factual. If I wanted to do Tawdi and whatnot, I would do it right now in front of you. There is no need for Tawdiya. The Quran is the uncreated speech of Allah. The Quran is preserved. The Quran is known. The Quran is mutawatir. And alhamdulillah, all of the qira'at are the Quran. All of the qira'at are authentic. Alhamdulillah. Leave it at that, ya akhi. Beyond this, honestly, I have no problem. We'll have a discussion or take my class. But beyond this requires background information. It is enough for the Muslim to know.
What are you saying, Isa?
Wait a second. How is it mutawatir? Like, based on what? How is he making that argument?
Exactly. I mean, they put, like, for example, they put Ubay in the list of all, this is Mutawatir Hafs. He is in the list for Hafs. What did he say about Uthman's Quran? He wouldn't take it. He's like, I won't take that Mushaf. That's not mine. It's not the Quran. And yet they stick the names of people who explicitly said, this is not from Allah, into the chain of narration for the most important thing they have. So imagine how corrupt other chains of narration are if you are willing to lie to that extent about the most important chain that there can ever be. It's insane. And this is a religion. This is what you are basing all of your confidence on, are names that are written down that include names that you know would have rather died in that moment than have their names associated with that product.
That the Quran is the speech of Allah that has been protected, and what we recite is the kalam of Allah. That is enough for the Muslims.
I appreciate what you're saying, but I look, the reason why I don't want to kind of leave it too vague here is because I feel like if there are vagaries in what we say here, then it's going to bolster the initial, whether it's said privately or not, it is going to give credence to that.
So let me say one thing, Muhammad, is that over the last, I've been discussing this issue, talking about my Ulum al-Quran book that I wrote. Was published when I was 21, so it's been 25 years, 26 years that I have been thinking about the Ahruf and Qira'at, right? And that book represents the standard mainstream of Islamic thought. And it's a very advanced book that is the standard positions out there.
The one that has holes. The one that has holes, yeah.
Now, over the last 25 years, especially over the last 10 years, I have been doing a deep dive into this issue, going back to the original sources, getting consulting experts. And I have a workable theory. Inshallah ta'ala, when the time is right, I will publish books and papers on this. In the meantime, what have I done?
The hero, look, he's the hero, right? Look, he'll cause all these doubts and then say, and I have the solution, take my class. It's $5,000.
It's not a solution. And as far as like his writings, as far as I've read, make everything worse. They do.
Yeah. Like how I was presenting it earlier, do you think Muslims will be happy with that? Like, this is not how Muhammad said it. He just gave people permission to say it in different ways. Like, he didn't come from him, because that's the big claim that Muslims like to say. We have the chain that goes from this person, this person. Muhammad said this exact word, exactly as I'm saying it today. That's exactly how Muhammad said it. Well, he's saying that's not true. That's not, it didn't come from Muhammad. He said it came from Muhammad in the sense that he gave permission, you're allowed to say another word, but Muhammad didn't say it like that. And so Muslims wouldn't be satisfied with that view, and that's why it hasn't caught on since.
It's a collaborative effort. Isn't that totally normal? Things that are eternal and from God is that you get to make up parts of them. Mm-hmm. And I want to point out once again,
the eternal tablet. That's a good addition to like how does it fall in there? Yeah,
right. That Mohammed Hijab once again cannot make it through a live stream without misusing a word. Vagary does not mean what he thinks it means. Mm-hmm. Just have to point that out.
All right, let's see.
Let me finish this point here. Let me finish this point. It's very important before I lose my train of thought. What have I done? I have approached around a dozen ulama that I look up to. And I'll mention some of the names, but you ascribe this to me. Sheikh Akram Nadawi, Sheikh Abdullah Yusuf al-Judea in England, Sheikh, subhanAllah, the Qira'at expert in Medina. Actually, when I went to Medina, I made it a point to contact him, and we had a one-on-one discussion. And I've presented the findings of our group. It's not just me, like 15 of us are thinking about these issues. We understand some of these modern problems and whatnot. And I presented the khulasa to all of these people who are world top-notch experts. Some of them, I'm not going to mention names right now because I don't know if they want me to, fully agreed. Some of them said, these are really interesting ideas. I need time to think about them. And in the meantime, I want you to present it to me in written form. Okay? One of them,
but then if I could push back here just a little bit, I know.
You're gonna finally push back, man.
I don't want to make it uncomfortable, but it's just to make things clearer. Like, as you know, I spend a lot of time with Sheikh Akram, and we had these conversations about the qira'at, like for many years. I would say many years I've had these conversations with him. His view is that the qira'at are not mutawatir. He made that public. It's not something which is on his YouTube page. I think that's fine. For many years, many people have said that. Even though I vehemently disagree with the idea that the Quran,
that's an important point right there.
Mutawatir, but many people.
That's an important point right there. So Yasir Qadhi is saying that he's went to other scholars and other sheikhs and things like that, and he explained these views. Well, this word mutawatir, what they're saying is that this in Islam, this is a concept where something is so mass transmitted. The idea is that it cannot be something that one person lied about. The idea is that it came from all these different people. There's no way they could have colluded and lied about it. So they would normally say this is one of the conditions for what makes something the Quran. Like everybody agreed on it. There's no disagreement. Well, he just mentioned a scholar, Akram Nadawi, which Mohammed Hijab has studied with, and Yasir Qadhi is consulted on. He doesn't believe that the different readings of the Quran are mass transmitted. He thinks that they're sent down through single chains, not through mass chains. So if you ever hear Muslims saying that, this is like, we have all the companions, you say it like this, and everyone say it like this, and everyone say it like that, he's saying, no, you only get it from one line of people. And Mohammed Hijab is saying this is a known view from scholars like Ibn Jazari held this view as well. We mentioned him earlier. He held this view as well, that the Quran, that the readings of the Quran are not mass transmitted. So this comes up in these kind of discussions. If you get into these topics with Muslims, they'll bring up this point a lot. It's actually not the case that this is a consensus amongst Muslims.
Good to know.
For many years, if you look at the early times, you had to have, Tabari, whatever. It's clear that the question of tawatur was not always a straightforward one. With all 10 qira'at that are like the Ashr. But what I was gonna kind of push, because this question here, I think if it's left unanswered, a lot of people will have doubts in your position. That if someone gave you a Quran which is empty in terms of there's nothing on it,
I must have.
Gave you a pen, obviously you're half of the Quran.
Would you be able to write? What Allah said. He already asked and answered, and his answer was not an easy question. Definitely can't answer yes or no to that. Sorry.
Obviously, you can do isti'ana with what's maktub, but the question is, would what you write in that mushaf correspond with any? I'm not saying it's a mutawatir. I'm saying would it be sahih, authentic? Would it correspond with anything that we have in terms of the riwayat and the qira'at? If the answer is no, then for all intents and purposes, what you could be portrayed as saying is that you have a view which is not only completely anti-normative, but is beyond the scope of what was written for 1,400 years. So someone will say
if it's beyond the scope, no, who's going to bring a new Quran? A'udhu billah. We're going to have the Quran there, but which qira'ah will it be in? It'll be probably a mixture, right? It's not going to be necessarily... Fine. Yeah, okay, so let's...
And guys, you understand the problem here? This is why you can't answer, could you write it, right? Could you write it? He's saying it would be a mixture. In other words, you would agree with Hafs, if you could somehow figure out what Muhammad actually said, which you can't, then you'd have to say, it would be more along the lines of, okay, I agree with Hafs on this, I agree with Warsh on this, I agree with this, and you'd kind of go through and figure out what you think is the best read. There's no basis for doing that because you burned all the freaking manuscripts. You can't figure it out. It's too late. And so, no, you just can't figure out. You just can't figure out. And so, guys, the overall situation here is you have the Muslims who are just saying, like this is Fareed's position, yeah, Allah revealed it in all these different ways. When you read a verse and there's like one letter's difference, but it completely changes the meaning of the verse, they say, oh yeah, Allah revealed it in one way, and then he revealed it in the other way, and completely changed the meaning of the verse. And he revealed it in both ways. He wanted both ways out there, and he wanted all these variants. He revealed it in all these different ways. Anyone who's looking at that is going, okay, that is the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. That is beyond ridiculous. It's just stupid. And Yasir Qadhi apparently acknowledges some of the stupidity of the position, so he thinks it's revealed in some particular way. And once you say that, you're screwed, because how can you get back to it? You can't. You can't figure it out. There's no way to figure it out. And so it's either you say something insanely stupid, like, oh yeah, Allah revealed it in all these different, sometimes contradictory ways, or you have no way of figuring out what the authentic word of Allah is. That's a new dilemma, guys. That's a new dilemma. Yeah. The Yasir Qadhi dilemma.
What Qadhi wants to do is basically textual criticism.
Yep.
And his position, I guess, is that every original reading exists somewhere. You just got to figure out which one is the correct one. I think that's basically the position he wants to hold. And the problem is that's like very anti every Muslim scholar, right? Every Muslim scholar is like against doing textual criticism and saying, no, none of these versions are correct, but we can get back to the original correct version somehow.
Yeah. And so he's just screwed that. And by the way, Muslims have never let him do this. Here's the problem, guys. If you're wondering why they would want to cling to such a stupid position, Allah revealed it in all these different ways. And he revealed all of these different verses and different words. And again, sometimes contradictory meanings and so on. Why don't they just say, okay, we reject that one, we reject that one? Because these 10 qira'at all meet the standards of authentic preservation and authentic chain of transmission. And if you say some of them are getting it wrong, your entire system is under investigation. The system doesn't work. Your methodology for preserving the Quran has not worked if you say, oh, this one meets all the requirements, this one meets all the requirements, this one meets all the requirements, but they're contradicting each other, so we have to start rejecting them. The entire system. I've used this example before, but it's like, suppose you're the president of the United States and you're speaking somewhere, and the Secret Service are checking every person who gets into the room. Every person who comes into the room, he goes through the metal detector, he goes through the scanners, they scan every person who gets into the room. And so the crowd's all together. The president of the United States walks up on stage, all of a sudden someone in the middle of the crowd pulls out an AK-47. So Secret Service jump on that guy, right? They jump on that guy who's got the AK-47. Okay, is the problem solved? No, because this dude got an AK-47 past your security, which means your security is the problem. Your security is screwed up. And for all you know, every person in the room has an AK-47 at that point, right? That's the problem. If you say this is our methodology for determining an authentic recitation of the Quran, and you say this guy got it wrong, even though it meets all our criteria, your entire system fails, and you don't know what the Quran is anymore. That's the position they're in right now. That's why they just have to lie at this point.
But Jai, what did Al-Tabari say about things being wrong and the ones that are chosen?
Oh yeah, and that's an interesting point, because I was thinking about that as well. So when Muslims do textual criticism, they don't do it the way that you would like, the way that Christians do it. So there are different criterions that Christian scholars will use to determine what they think the original reading most likely was, and they have different things that they do. Well, guess what Muslim scholars do? They do things like, okay, what makes the most sense? Would it be this way or this? So in other words, one of the ways that they might determine what an original reading is like a way that doesn't kind of seem as straightforward. Maybe it's a little awkward, like it makes sense, but there's another way to say it, and the other way happens to be a textual variant. You might think, oh, someone might have, when they were writing it, they just thought they were, or for whatever reason the other variant exists, you might think that the awkward reading has more probability of being correct, because if you're going to write it in a particular way, it's not. In other words, you're more likely to not get the other reading, and so a scribe's not going to come later and make an awkward reading, right? That's the idea. Well, the Muslims do it the opposite way. They go, oh, this one makes more sense in this context. This one's it's like opposite land, and so.
Yeah, their methods are always the opposite of what actual scholars use, and it's pretty crazy.
Doesn't that also apply to Hadith science too? Like a lot of scholars actually
their
say
methods are the opposite.
Yeah, that's wild.
In other words, and I pointed this, and Joshua Little points this out as far as in his dissertation, and he reviews basically scholarly ideas on the Hadith from an Orthodox Sunni perspective. You look at a story, and if the story has to line up perfectly with Orthodox Islam, and the chain of transmitters has to be this chain of wonderful, awesome guys. And so he's pointing out, wait a minute, this is a later methodology that people invented. So when a non-Muslim scholar, or someone who's not just going with the party line and so on, when they examine this, they actually look at it and say, okay, if the reading kind of goes against orthodoxy, that makes it more reliable because it's not lining up, and this isn't something that someone would have invented. And when they look at like a broken chain or a chain of transmitters that contains weak transmitters, they say that's more likely to be authentic because it's less likely to be made up, right? It's less, if you're making up a chain, you're not going to put weak guys or have a broken chain. And so when they look at these perfect chains of completely reliable individuals, they say, how were you getting that chain of individuals? The methodology had not been invented yet. Why were they keeping this chain of transmitters when the methodology wasn't invented until later? It makes no sense. So when they see perfect Orthodox Islamic, keep in mind, Islamic orthodoxy is evolving over time as well. And so by the time you get to the stories, okay, yeah, if they line up with Islamic orthodoxy, which was just defined 50 years earlier, then they're looking at that more suspiciously. So what a Sunni Muslim scholar would look at and say, that's a good hadith, they would say that is, the non-Muslim scholars say that is obviously fabricated. Obviously. Do not bring that crap around here. They look at stuff that seems more unorthodox or has broken chains as more likely to be authentic. So yeah, complete reversal of methodology.
Yeah, and that's kind of the principle of one of the principles of textual criticism. But we got an early morning, so we are all going to jump off now, make it a little bit less crowded at least. Thank you for having us on. And if anyone else wants to say anything, that's great. But my takeaway is that you just can't trust anyone in Islam. You can't trust any scholars. Yeah, the most knowledgeable Muslims are telling us, no, we can't discuss any of our religion will destroy our religion, among other people who are less knowledgeable. The only possible way to maintain your Islam and actually be educated is to learn everything, spend 15 years talking to every scholar, and then invent a new theory that no one has ever said in the history of Islam. That is where Yasir Qadhi's position is, apparently. Not a good place to be in. In Christianity, you have all kinds of scholarship done on the Bible, and yes, there are people who come away and say, yeah, I doubt this about Christianity or whatever. But there are plenty of people who do all of the in-depth research, right? Put it the Bible to every test you could imagine, and come out and say, yeah, I have a lot of confidence in the truth of Christianity now because everything checks out. And that's the difference between our religions. Anything else you guys want to add?
Do you want to say anything?
No. Yeah, good to be here.
I would,
everybody.
yeah, I'd say that we are seeing the death of Islam, and I'd say this was kind of one of the major points that we're reviewing and celebrating here. I mean, so far, we're not even halfway through this year completely, and it has been the worst year for Dawah ever. And I'm shocked to say that because we thought at the end of last year that there was no way this year was going to be worse than the year before. It's definitely worse. And I'm here for the ride. E-I-E-I-O.
Yeah, this definitely did not help with the avalanche of apostasy. Ever since this happened, we've continued to see that avalanche continue to come crashing down. But I may be borrowing a thought from Hatun here, but I think either way it reigns true. Do not accept the religion and the book that has so many holes in it that you cannot trust it, except our Lord God, Jesus Christ, who took on humanity and took on holes through crucifixion because he is trustworthy and true, and we are not, and we need his sacrifice for us, and resurrected and continues to be trustworthy and true. Unlike the standard Islamic narrative. But thank you very much for having us to continue to expose these things.
And John, when we ask you if you want to say anything and you got nothing to say, then you're supposed to say,
what do you mean?
What do you mean?
All right. Catch you guys later, man.
Good
All right. Peace.
I just want to point out something. What was that, guys? Mohammed Hijab pointed out. He expressed that Tabari is all okay with all this all different Arabic Qurans to be mutawatir stuff. If I remember correctly, 10 qira'ats entered the Islamic tradition around 14th century to 15th century, right? Tabari was long and very long dead by then. So he cannot be okay with something that wasn't even exist at that time. And also there is this Islam lover professor, Dr. Putin is out there. He is kind of actively very supportive of Islam and doesn't do that much critical thinking when it comes to Islam. Even he points out that current Quran, like the majority of Muslims are reading Hafs Quran, is not mutawatir. So all that mutawatir thing is just like in the minds of Muslims for Muslims, the ones who don't even bother to think about things. So in that sense, it is very, very sad that, like he says, like, you are pushing me to lie, but I'm not going to lie. I want to be honest. Even in that, they are not able to be honest.
Pretty rough life. Let's see where this goes.
Leave it at that. It's not gonna be the exact Hafs and Asim bi riwayati fulan or Shu'ba. This is something that is coming at a later stage. Okay. The codification of the qira'at is coming in the 2nd, 3rd century of the Hijrah.
But you would have something which you could say is sahih.
Fully recognizable by the average Muslim, obviously. We're not
Did you hear that? He's saying, yeah, I could put a Quran that would be fully recognizable by the average Muslim. Just
take something that's.
I'm sorry to push on it, but the reason
he was just saying though that Hafs is like that's what we were pointing out earlier, that this is like 200 years after Muhammad. He said this is something that comes at a later time. So he's like, Hafs definitely wouldn't be it.
Yeah,
that came in a later time.
Yeah, but then he says, but it would still be recognizable. So if I were reciting it on a bus, a Muslim would be able to recognize that as the Quran. That's all that matters. That's good enough for us, guys.
Why? It's because I know how.
Yeah, a Muslim who knows every single recitation in the world might recognize. Oh, you got one from here, you got one from here, one from here.
Or a Muslim would just, oh, okay, he's reciting Surah Al-Fatiha, so I guess that's good as gold.
Will take your kalam.
Okay. So, of course it will be fully recognizable. obviously, akhi, what you
would
so
recognize
yes,
it,
if
guys.
that's what you're asking, then I would be left. Okay, so you got my mind thinking at a much more advanced level. No. Obviously, if we were to present, yani,
empty mushaf.
You could. So the issue comes. There's a problem here. The problem is very simple. Yani, are you certain that that's the way that it was in early Medina? Because just like the codification occurred. But what you would have, let me put it this way, would definitely be something the average Muslim recognizes and understands and will not.
And all of it is verbatim.
You hear this, guys? He's saying, okay, if I got Hafs and Warsh and Black, how do I know what was actually revealed in early Medina? How do I know? How can I be certain? But so I can't say which one. But you'd recognize it as the Quran when you hear it recited. You'd recognize. You'd be like, oh, what's that book? Oh, it's the Quran. Yeah, he's reciting the Quran. So
yeah, Muslims also recognize random things that are recited in a Quranic style as long as it's Arabic and you recite in that style. They fooled Arabs in multiple places. They fooled Arabs with the Bible. They fooled Arabs with like atheist passages. So what is this? You'll recognize it like they recognize anything. They're very, very poor at pattern recognition.
Yeah. Matter of fact, when Mohammed Hijab recites the Quran and other Muslims and then Jai and Dios make fun of him for getting things wrong, you could still recognize that he's reciting the Quran. And so that's kind of that situation. Yeah, you may be getting all kinds of things wrong, but it's still recognizable as the Quran. So that's where Yasir Qadhi's setting the bar now. If I were to write out what I think the Quran is, you'd kind of recognize it as the Quran. So
from Allah.
This is in the hadith, ya akhi. It's exactly hakada unzil. It's literally what the Prophet said. Hakada unzil. It's literally what he said. And again, I encourage anybody who is really interested to go deep to take the class. I do this class. It'll be 1 year later. I had 100 students, by the way. Alhamdulillah, none of them. I was worried one of them I problematized. But because, you see, when you take a group of students and you develop with them, right? It's not a 10-second clip that they're just going to have su'al dhan. I had 100 students take that Ulum al-Quran class, and I went over every one of these issues with time and with reading and by developing their minds. No problem. Some of them were not experts in qira'at. No problem. We gave them the background information and we took it with them. But in this 20-minute interview, or half-an-hour interview, akhi, it is wiser to not do a deep dive. That's what I'm saying. But to answer your question,
is clear.
It's wiser. What did you not hear? And look, Hijab just keeps pressing the question. Look, is your answer?
He doesn't get it. He doesn't get it.
Is your answer yes or no?
He was so happy that not one student, what do you say, problematized? That not one student had an issue at the end of his class. Well, guess how many thousands of Muslims after this interview?
Thank you, Mohammed Hijab. Thank you, buddy.
He was happy that not one out of 100. Now he's got thousands on his back, on his head.
No doubt. The average Muslim would recognize this if he knows some qira'at, because you're going to say, what is Maliki? But if he understands qira'at, what he's going to see is going to be something that is very, very, he knows that this is exactly what it is. He's not going to find anything bizarre or strange.
So when you write, so just to be clear, if you write down, it might not be a standard Hafs and Asim.
Exactly. Yes.
There you get it. You got exactly what we understood like 3 hours ago, Mohammed Hijab. Good boy.
What you write recognizable. Is recognizable, and you believe that everything within that is munazzal min Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
100%, as Allah is my witness. 100%. That is the belief.
Yes. That's very clear. So your position in that case wouldn't be any different from the mutaqaddimin. Many of them.
Let's leave it at that. I don't want to confuse the people. Yes, the early mutaqaddimin understood this. That's my point, Muhammad. The earliest scholars of qira'at fully understood this. But what happened was a switch in the 6th, 7th century, which kind of then ossified the tradition. As for anyway, let's not go there. So you're right.
That's fine. So one last question now, just to end this kind of conversation. There's been a lot of discussions here and there, but for someone, we talked on a very advanced level, but let's just try and benefit the majority of people that will be listening to this if we want to.
Yeah, let me say, okay, so if I give you a big stack of paper and I said, yes, can you write the Quran? Would you be able to do it?
This guy's talking about. If someone wants to start now, kind of learning Islam and get involved, and maybe they haven't got a full command of the Arabic language, but they want to start with books, what would you advise in terms of where to go? Not only just books, but bodies of work, videos. Okay, you mentioned your seerah, for example, so that's something people can maybe refer to. But is there anything in addition to that you would that you would point them towards?
Yeah, so we have to understand this now. We are not talking about those interested in academic Islamist study in Western institutions.
Should we cut it there?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, let's see. All right. All right. Well, good times there. Good times there. We've been going a long time, everyone. If anyone needs to cut out, they can. I got some super chat. I also wanted to check out a little bit of the clip of Mufti Abulay's reaction to that, because he has the funniest laugh. I'm trying to think. Anthony Rogers has a funny laugh. Robert Spencer has a funny laugh, but nope. Mufti Abulay takes the cake on when he's laughing at something. Let's see. Somali Leering Center and Comedy House. That was about tune earlier on. Is Islam more gay or PDF debate? Oh, be ready by the Zut of Pride, June 30th. If not, how will you celebrate the day? A Diha special?
Holy moly.
Yeah, we have to figure that one out. Yeah, we'll figure that out. We'll discuss that. Isa, the hair flow is majestic. God bless, bro. He finally let it all out. Uncovered by the beanie. Can one buy a shirt like the one Hatun is wearing? No, she already said it's one of a kind. Al-Zut Day should be Holes in the Narrative Day. Yeah, that's a different one, though. That's different holes in the narrative. I'm finally listening live for once, so I can super chat. The Quranosaurus scene in Demolition Ranch 2 was hilarious. I was laughing out loud by myself like an idiot. Keep crushing the Dawah scene in a hilarious way. We'll try. You fit Thaddeus on screen in your face, Sam. I can't shut up about this, but when you were filming the T-Rex scene, how many takes did you have to go through to get your facial expressions to match your inner monologue perfectly? Because I know you didn't get that first try.
Didn't get a first try?
No, we just pointed a camera at me and I just made some faces like this. Yeah, she's talking about like where I'm about to, I'm deciding what to do with Quranosaurus, and I just, I start having inner monologue and stuff. But no, we just recorded me just sitting there looking and changing my perspective, and then I made it match up later. So, yeah.
A lot of people don't know that you actually recorded your testimony video in one shot.
Yeah.
It doesn't take David multiple tries. He's a pro at this.
I'm a pro. L's hat got bigger. Oh, yeah. He's got the ad hoc and the hikmah. He doesn't have the hoc. He's got the ad hoc. The ad hoc. That'd be a funny video. Ad hoc. Isa is the Matthew McConaughey of Islam. All right. What are Isa's thoughts on John 1:1 and John 1:14 if the Christian scriptures are authoritative according to Isa's prophet?
Don't say poetry, please.
Yeah, we don't
say poetry.
We don't have a ton of time to go into that right now.
We'll investigate that in a later time.
Yeah, we'll do that. We will eventually interrogate Isa. Check news from Belfast. Anyone want to check news from Belfast? See what's going on? In Christianity,
there was a guy who attempted to behead another guy in the street, and pretty horrible video. It's on Twitter, like as we speak, or on X as we speak. So, pretty hard watch, but I guess that's what happens when you bring people who consider that like an honor killing.
Yeah, I'll check that out in a bit. In Christianity, the standard narrative has holes in it too, in our Savior's hands. Yeah, Elle pointed that out. Cora, your eyes are so beautiful. Ha ha ha. And your voice is less annoying. D. Wood, can you conduct a micro poll on Quran preservation? I can. Strange Muslims have problem with the Trinity, but no problems with 30-13-ity. 30 for 1. Very Islamophobic. Hijab Takati, what do you mean? That's a good one. Serious question. How do you know when a Muslim is lying? It seems to me that every Muslim lies near constantly. Why do people still trust these guys? Lying is pretty common in Islam. These data needs to get into general AI databases. Yeah, so they start giving more accurate responses. Hijab wanted the clips, but he ended up clipping the Quran that day. Quran cut down in a hail of hijab questions like a mob hit. That was a great day, guys. Am I your son, Yasir Qadhi? It's not an easy yes or no. What do you mean, Yasir Qadhi? You don't discuss this in public, Yaki. Give me a straight answer. Yeah, take my class. Yeah, I wonder if he talks like that to everyone. Moped lied both ways. Oh, the lying versus the lying. That was your example, man.
Okay.
YS. Who's YS? I can't say which Qur'an is true. Who's YS?
I think you mean why.
Yasir Qadhi, probably.
Yeah, Yasir Qadhi? Okay.
Probably YQ. It's probably YQ.
I can't say which Qur'an is true, but it's true. Trust me, bro, as I lied to you, Islam is true. However, it's all blind faith. Facts destroy Islam. No, it is true. They should make a sequel to the Jim Carrey movie Liar Liar, where a Dawa guy in the main role is supernaturally compelled to lie all the time. Or no, to tell the truth for 5 seconds.
It would have to be tell the truth. That's what Liar Liar is about. So.
Oh, we should do that. We should do that, guys. Guys, someone take mental note of that. That'd be a funny skit. We'll have a Dawa booth, but someone comes by and puts a magical spell on them, and they have to tell the truth. And then people come up and ask questions, but they get the true answers for once. That'd be a funny idea.
Wait, no, they set up the table on opposite day, and so they can't help but be honest all day.
Isa, I respect you, seek truth, and agree, value to question all. Please forgive putting on the spot. Resurrection is history or not. All else aside, if true, then Christianity is. If not, then not. What would convince you of true?
Yeah, I think we should do a stream where we'll answer these questions.
We will, guys. We will have an Ask Isa Anything live stream. Hatun, Chris didn't know his first song has already been released until I met him on last Thursday. He's a very good singer.
I don't know what is they are talking about. I don't know.
Isa, not my intent to put pressure. My apologies, just to understand for all people who feel the same way I care for. Yeah, we're just focusing on something else, guys. Hatun Ministries, the watchtower of Islam. Good to know, good to know. All right, guys, again, we've been going a long time. Let's just check out the beginning of this Mufti Abu Layth. I just remember, I haven't seen it in years, but I just remember how hilarious this guy is when he starts making fun of Yasir Qadhi.
Those of you that know, this was this is what it was all about.
Explicitly, that you know are true because they're in your own books. They're not inventing anything.
Masala
They'll bring you riwayat and they'll bring you athar, and then you add to that very well-known issues of, I don't even want to be explicit. Then you bring on top of that makhtutat, and then. And it's very clear to you and to every single very advanced student and specialist that the standard narrative has holes in it. That's what I'm going to say. The standard narrative does not answer some very pressing questions.
That's some good stuff. That's some good stuff. Now let's see what he thinks.
Okay.
So many of you may be familiar what Sheikh Yasir Qadhi did. Is he went on an interview with Mohammed Hijab, and what he decided to do in that interview is no, he never decided. To be fair to him, Mohammed Hijab sprung on him this question, this controversy to do with the Quran not being preserved. What is this about? You know, because how do we have these different manuscripts? Or
Hatun, are you laughing at Mufti Abu Layth, or are you looking at something else?
No, I just remember this video. This is so funny. So it just, sorry, I'll mute myself. Sorry.
No, and I can kind of like read him, like his eyes light up when he's about to say something like hilarious, and you can kind of tell he gets this amused look on his face when he's about to say something.
These different variants and what's going on. And Yasir Qadhi Saab, what he does is he decides to just be very open. And he decides to say, well, you know what? I'm going to just pour my heart out and say that we've got huge problems with the Quran, yeah?
Oh, man. Oh, gosh. This guy's funny.
But then what makes it worse is he doesn't give the solution. Like, he keeps saying this is something we shouldn't be discussing in front of people. Shouldn't be discussing this in front of people. But then he carries on discussing it, but only discussing the problem part. Yeah. And when it comes to the solution, he says, well, you know, this is really complicated. Why don't you go on my course?
Pay me money.
So
Imagine
it's just
that.
problem. This is our theory beforehand. They
Take my
create
course.
doubts. They create doubts, so you have to pay them for the solution. Oh gosh, this guy's just so funny, man.
why don't you go on my course? And, you know, I had 100 people on it, and join my paid course. And what I'll do is I'll take you through the answer.
Oh man.
In fact, I've already done this with 100 people. I have generated these doubts with 100 people, and totally take my course. It's worth it because I cured all their doubts that I made.
Yep, he definitely did it.
But there was a point in there where Mohammed Hijab says to him that, look, if I gave you a blank mushaf, a blank Quran, and you can use any mushaf you want, but you have to rewrite the Quran, would you rewrite it with pretty much what we have today? And for some reason, right, so what happened is, after this whole episode of Mohammed Hijab kind of pressing him and him deciding to have this moment of epiphany and transparency, and I want to just pour my heart out to the world, right? This backfired so badly. People flipped. The mob flipped. Worse than that, Mohammed Hijab realized that, oh my God, this has backfired on him as well, right? So people turned on Mohammed Hijab. What does Mohammed Hijab do? He turns on Yasir Qadhi. He has a, if I can, let me.
He did. Oh man. And by the way, no, I recall at the very end, we didn't play it because I started talking about something else, but at the very end, they're like, oh, we should do this again. Yeah, we should do this again. Yeah, this is so great. These guys never do anything again together. Oh
Just
boy.
see, where was the, I had it here somewhere. Right, here it is. So, this is a part of Mohammed Hijab's Facebook post. He decides to make a Facebook post saying that Yasir Qadhi against him after the interview, he will be refuted. He will be refuted. Boy.
He did it. He did it.
And he never did anything about this, ever.
Oh, look at him.
You're finished.
even Muslims laugh at Mohammed Hijab, man.
I know.
Even
they
Muslims
do.
laugh at Mohammed Hijab.
They think he's funny.
Will be refuted. This is what. So Mohammed Hijab decides to, you know what?
Look at
Let's
his
just
face.
turn on him. This bichara had come on there, and you know something? This.
Oh man, this dude's funny. Look at him.
Yasir Qadhi had come on there and thought, you know what? I'm gonna have a heart to heart.
He puts this. I can't play because I don't know the status of this nasheed here, as far as YouTube copyrights and stuff.
What did the English say underneath it though? What did the English say? There was like some sort of like, what is it?
And they'll bring issues that I'm not going to mention explicitly that you know are true because they're in your own books.
Love it.
That's what he did. He said, you know they'll bring issues and you get it. Oh man, and you know they're right because they're in your books, but I'm not going to mention them because I don't want to create doubts. Look at this stuff. Oh, come on, quit playing the music, man. Hey, I don't know if this is... Man. Hey, quit playing your music.
He decided to come on there and do a heart to heart. Little does he know that Mohammed Hijab turns it on him and says, if I think he's being a deviant, and if he's going to be a deviant, we're going to refute him. We're gonna turn on him. And this is who he, by the way, Yasir Qadhi would never agree to come and have a dialogue with me.
Nope.
I had asked him, let's have a dialogue. No.
Too controversial.
I would never backstab any of my guests. I wouldn't do that. Not my style, you know. I mean, I may ask them questions. I may do that, but I wouldn't backstab them. You know, I wouldn't kind of call them on, press these questions, and then say, oh, you know what? He needs to be refuted. So this is where you've got this statement by, obviously, Mohammed Hijab to gain his own popularity.
Finished. Wallahi, you're finished. Wallahi, you're finished.
I'm letting it play. It's too funny, man. Copyright strike me. I don't care. This is funny.
Allah, एतबार ना this is what has happened, people. This is what. But I want to say, look, listen, people. In many ways, Sheikh Yasir Qadhi, Mohammed Hijab, in many ways, this is for them just chickens coming home to roost. They are part and parcel of this mob culture of creating this, we need to refute people. This, you know, this refutation.
He's got a good point. We'll destroy him, we'll humiliate. Okay, eventually come up against each other. We'll destroy you, no, we'll humiliate you. No, we'll destroy and humiliate all of you. And this is
culture of like, oh, if you're and Yasir Qadhi is one of the biggest proponents of this. Not so long ago, he made a video where he was speaking about me. He doesn't mention my name, but he's saying, yeah, you know,
that's what he does with me too. Did you know there is a Christian apologist?
And he's speaking about these so-called muftis, and he says that this scholar, we wish he would, rather than claiming to be Sunni Maliki, just claim to be of another sect, non-Sunni, Mu'tazili or something, so we don't have to refute you. Acha. And now
he does all these funny things, man.
Good.
You know, check this out, people. Check this out. Sheikh Yasir Qadhi, Qazi Saab. When, you know, look, this is my nasiha to Americans. You know, Americans really don't know how to handle this stuff. Two things they can't handle. One seems to be they can't handle women. As soon as they get on certain, as soon as they get to certain kind of fame, usually there's a big problem, you know. And two, they
what problems with Muhammad? This is before Mohammed Hijab was exposed for all this stuff.
Can't handle controversy. People, I king of controversy, you know. Come ask me how, and I'll help you out. I'll give you some tips. Qazi Saab, Yasir Qadhi.
This is awesome.
Look, when he...
This is awesome, guys.
He's being asked, Halloween. No. Too controversial. Won't say Halloween is permissible.
He doesn't want to answer controversial questions.
No. Merry Christmas. No. Top. Too controversial. Music. Is it? Can you clearly say music is not haram? No. Too controversial to be clear. You know, too controversial. You know, this one not nice. You know.
Not nice.
Men's jewelry. Controversial. No.
And what's crazy is that some of these things will like send you to hell if you aren't careful. But too controversial.
Too controversial.
Like,
but
warn people.
There's one thing that Yasir Qadhi was willing to get controversial about. Let's see.
Hijab, too controversial. Beard, too controversial. Bukhari Gate? Can we speak about Bukhari Gate? No, too controversial. Acha. The first controversy he wants to begin with is the Quran isn't preserved.
He doesn't want to say anything that's controversial, and the first thing he wants to say is, "Oh yeah, the Quran's all screwed up. We can't answer it. Nothing we can do about it. Sorry."
Which certainly,
that's like
telling people that is not going to like do them any favors from an Islamic point of view, right? Because you're just supposed to remain in ignorance and blindly follow people. And if you just go make noise, that's fine. But other things, it would have actually really gotten them in trouble according to their own belief. And all it would have to be is like clear about things. You know, Allah says, if you're a man and you wear gold, you'll go to hell. Like, how hard is that? But no, he wants to do the thing that's totally not needed, completely extraneous, but he has a class for it. He has lessons for it.
And Hijab is the one who made him do it.
The Quran isn't preserved. That's like no foreplay, just anal.
Whoa.
Oh man, what?
Oh
is
gosh,
this?
This is a Muslim scholar saying that's how extreme this is. Oh my goodness.
I thought you were talking about Al-Zub for a second.
Yeah. That's like let's go into the desert and zoot me. That's what it would be like.
So what is going on here? I mean, is that the controversy you want to begin with? Things like Merry Christmas is too controversial. Halloween is too controversial. So you want to begin with that the Quran is not preserved. the backbone of Islam.
The backbone of Islam, just rip it out.
This is the thing, and people might say that, oh, but Mufti, you're being harsh on him, but am I? Because in all honesty,
but am I?
This is the thing. This is what you get. This is what you get for promoting this culture, creating
reap what you
this
sow.
culture.
The saying is, you reap what you sow.
And for even up until recently being a part of it. This is what you were doing. This is what you're doing with people like me. Oh, this is a deviant sect. These are deviant people. This is wallahi, wallahi, ya akhi, this is deviant, And then for thinking Mohammed Hijab is a friend, he would never come on a show with people like me or other people, but he wants to come on a show with Mohammed Hijab. This one not nice, my friend, واحذر لسانك من خل تنادمه. Allah, beware of what you say in front of these so-called companion friends. إن النديم لمشتق من الندم. Allah. This is it, people. But then it comes back and it bites you. This one bite. And so for being so foolish and stupid, you see, you have to that's his own fault. And look, let me tell you something. He kept saying, oh, we shouldn't discuss this in front of the public. No, don't discuss this in front of the public. Don't discuss. Abe o mere chache. Discussing the question was the problem, not discussing the answer.
It's funny, people keep asking us to translate what he's saying. I don't think that's Arabic.
He's mixing. Well, some things he's saying is Arabic, but the other stuff is like, because it's like what, Punjabi or
something like that, Punjabi or Urdu or something like that. Yeah,
it's some of it, like the proverb. He said, sometimes he'll throw in some Arabic stuff, but
when he came to the answer, he started saying, "Oh, come on my course everybody join my, enroll on my paid course, and I will then give you the answer. Are, oh Maha Qazi Saab. The question was the problem, not the answer. Give them the answer, or give them some answer. And then he's like, oh my God, I've got so much hate now, I've got so much hate. And because now the public are either going to force him to pretend he doesn't believe in what in his problems, and pretend that there's no problems that he sees, or he's going to have to own his truth and become further disowned.
Yeah, see, that's why he didn't. That's why he didn't state these things for all these years. Once you state them, then people come after you, and then you either have to say, "Okay, I don't affirm that anymore. Yeah. No, I was wrong. Yeah, I affirm. We've got all this covered, and yeah, all these different Qurans, they were all revealed by Allah. Allah revealed them in all these different ways, and no one ever made a mistake. And yeah. You either have to say that, which you know is nonsense, or you become irrelevant because everyone rejects you. And so, which do you do? Well, better not to bring it up, but too bad. He went on Mohammed Hijab show. Big mistake.
And it's chickens coming home to roost because, this... Let me tell you something. What? My uncle, legend, may Allah bless his soul and have mercy on his soul and grant him an elevated maqam in Jannatul Firdaus. Once we were in Karachi, when we were chatting, and we were talking about someone. My uncle was telling me about this person, and he was kind of criticizing him. And I said to my uncle, I said, Mamu, I said to him that because the person that we were speaking about was poor, poverty stricken. And I said, look, gharib hona koi ghalti thodi na hoti hai. And my uncle said to me, he said, हाँ यार, he said, ye to hai. He said, gharib hona ghalti nahi hai. I said, look, the person being poor isn't you can't fault him for that. And he said, हाँ यार, he said, that's true. Ghalti hona, gharib hona ghalti nahi hai. He goes, magar phuddu hona.
I wish I understood what he's laughing about. You got to translate.
It's probably really funny.
Yeah.
This is really funny. This is the problem. You see,
there are people in the chat who know the language, and they'll catch up in a second. So
they're probably cracking up. That was the funniest story I've ever heard in my entire life.
Being an idiot, this is your fault.
Okay.
When you decide to come on,
is not your fault, when you decide it's your fault.
Yeah.
Okay. To come on live and make these kind of dumb statements and then not even qualify them, not even, when the person's asking, just to kind of dramatize the whole thing, would you be able to write a Quran that looks like the Quran today? Oof, that's a very complex question. Oof, yeah, but complicated. Yeah, this one, hada su'alun. Oof. What is it? سوف نلقي عليك قولا ثقيلا. What on earth is this guy on about? Just look, say what you have to say, and then just give some clarity. Say that, look, of course, the Quran is going to be the same Quran here. What other Quran am I going to write? Oh, this is complicated, this one.
It's weird how he goes into this Indian accent, Indian or Pakistani accent,
when
like
you're
hardcore.
It sounds nothing
he
like
doesn't
that.
sound like that. He sounds more like Zakir Naik.
And then people are obviously having a field day. Ex-Muslims are having a field day.
We're still having a field day.
Jay Smith is going on about it. He's made a whole video. All these Islamophobes are loving it. So this was the story of our beloved Qazi Saab, who is right now heartbroken. Jiye jana, bina dil ke jiye jana. This is how Qazi Saab right now is living without a heart. But so that's what happens, people. That's what happens. So yeah, so I had to cover that part, and I hope but before I went into it, I wanted to cover the topic beforehand of the dynamic nature of the Quran, so people already know that. Somebody said Yasir Qadhi equals. No, I'm not saying. I no say that, yaar. I say his behavior is like. It's true though. His behavior was a bit, and mark my words. You know something. He has only gone further down in his crisis because he will now have to choose: does he remain true to himself? Like, does he own this, or does he now have to pretend?
Pretend.
And he will lose so many more fans and so much more of a following that he's pandering to. Mohammed Hijab, I actually believe in, because he's young yet. Give him a decade, I feel he too will crumble under a similar crisis.
He doesn't need a decade, dude. He doesn't need a decade. He doesn't need a decade.
5 years.
It's a pretty prophetic. That's a prophetic insight.
Yep. Here we are 6 years later, he's crumbling.
Because these people, they began their journey from this kind of plateau that isn't sustainable. With all these certainties that they claim, that just ain't there. And with maturity, that will kind of crumble. But yeah. Guys, I hope that's been of some help.
It was funny.
People, let's...
Yeah. He cracks me up just when he's looking at his screen.
Let's wrap this up. He can step down now. I'm sure he can, but, he's going to lose it all, isn't he? This is why I was saying that I'm so glad that, alhamdulillah, that I did things my way. Like, at the end of the day, if my opinions change, they change. But people know that's who I am. They don't need to accept me, but I'm not pandering or sucking up to a kind of Frankenstein crowd who, will then turn on me.
that was the end of the clip. Oh man, we went and watched the entire thing. I couldn't resist. So we're just gonna watch the beginning, but oh man, that dude's funny.
I think what's interesting is that he brought up Frankenstein, the Frankenstein crowd, because like in Mary Shelley's text, that's like what happens is this mob comes to like destroy the creature, and I think that that's an interesting thing because like, is this who you want as your bedfellows? People who will destroy you if you don't say what you want them to say. If you don't say what they want you to say.
Yeah, and he pointed out. He said like Yasir Qadhi is one of the guys who created that. This mob that go around screaming that everyone's like some sort of deviant about some idea or something like that. And he's one of the guys. So that's why he said the chickens have come home to roost. Oh boy!
Remember when he was talking about when his house got attacked by Mohammed Hijab's gangs? In that he was saying like. Yasir Qadhi was saying, I criticized the same guy, but I did it like politically correctly so that no one kind of leaked it, what I said, who I said stuff, versus you didn't do well, Mohammed Hijab. Like, I remember there was like such a conversation happening between Mohammed Hijab and Yasir Qadhi regarding how Mufti's house got attacked.
We have Hatun, the song in your intro, Surah 9. I guess that's not the song they were talking about earlier. It seems that subcontinental da'is have more academic knowledge and the Arab ones are more vocal. Thoughts? I could be wrong. I don't know.
I mean, it depends on what side of you're talking about in English. Like, obviously in Arabic, they're going to be scholars in Arabic, but most of the people that are in English, I've noticed that as well. They tend to be like Pakistani or Indian or something like that for like their scholars. Like you have Mufti Mink, you have Yasir Qadhi, Mufti Abu Layth. Adnan Rasheed's not really a scholar, but a lot of big Pakistani community, Indian community for the Muslims in English at least.
Well, I think there's also the social mobility of the South Asians across the board seek getting positions of power and social mobility, and they seek whatever way to get status. That's just that's a very standard South Asian thing. So a lot of South Asians in the Muslim world want to be Arabs. They strive very hard to do that.
Yeah.
And it's kind of tragic.
Oh,
There's a
yeah.
lot
Oh,
of
yeah. Sheikh
self-loathing
Uthman as
and hate.
well. Yeah.
Exactly. There's a lot of self-loathing and hate among themselves, and they're not Arab. They can try, and like Sheikh Uthman, he might know some Arabic, but I don't think he could really stand up to you, Jai. I don't think he could like win an Arabic battle with you personally, but I think that there's this idea of wanting to have social mobility, and there's just like saying, I have to be the best Arab. There's a movie that I always talk about. It's called International Gorilla, and it's a fascinating Pakistani film because it shows, like, I could say this, Islamic fanaticism, a degree of Islamic fanaticism, because the whole premise of the movie is these Pakistani people trying to take out Salman Rushdie because he wrote the Satanic Verses. And it shows like mob rule. Like they said, we must protect the Prophet of Islam, and they start going and killing people. And it's a crazy film. It's actually, the way I learned about it was because I like to watch like bad films, and it came up and they said, oh, there's this crazy Muslim bad film. And I was like, what is it called? It's International Gorilla. And you can watch it for free on YouTube, but it's like, it's like torture. It's like a torture film. But in the movie, at the end, I'm going to give a spoiler. At the end, these Qurans fly up in the sky, and they shoot laser beams at Salman Rushdie, and Salman Rushdie melts. I'm not even joking.
We need to make a movie like that. We could do that. We have the technology.
The
We have the
protagonists
technology,
aren't able to and it's so wild because they're like being crucified, and then they start singing a nasheed, and there's like Jewish people that convert to Islam. Like there's this Jewish woman in a hijab flies from the sky and lands on her head, and she becomes a Muslim. I'm not even joking. It's like one of the most craziest films you could ever see. And it just shows the madness. Like I call it Pagal Pakistan, crazy Pakistan. It just shows the insanity that's going on there. And it's wild. It's wild. And I think there are people who really believe this stuff. They're like, we will harm people, we'll destroy. And that's what they do. Like the reason why they want to kill Salman Rushdie is because he, the Prophet of Islam is defamed. And I'm like, is that your faith? You know what I mean? Like your faith is that little that, you feel that your hero is defamed. I'm like, do you think that's your hero? Like it's such a bizarre fanaticism that I've never understood. It doesn't resonate with me, but it's like, it works for.
It seems to resonate with other people besides you, Issa. Issa's
Yeah,
always
I hear that.
Issa's always like, hey, I don't think like that, so why would anyone else think like that?
I think that people who think like that have I hate to say this, I don't think they have any ability of self-worth and self-understanding. I don't think these people even know who they are as people. They're just like, I hate to say this, like blind zombies. It's like a zombie apocalypse, you know what I mean? And they're just wandering around as a zombie.
Issa says most Muslims are just blind zombies.
I mean, it sounds like that. It's like, it's like a zombie. It's not like a person who's functioning as a human, who's critically thinking and wanting to understand who they are as a human. They're just like, well, I'm just in the society and I'm just a blind zombie, and that's just all I can do is eat and function like some kind of beast. It's tragic. It's a tragic reality.
The song is playing. The song basically means your friend is not your friend anymore, meaning Hijab betrayed Yasir. That was the song he was playing. That's funny then.
That makes it even funnier.
That is super funny. So people are listening to that. It's like, your friend is not your friend anymore. Can we call the video the cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha dilemma? Cha-cha-cha-cha. And we have David Wood. We have the technology, the $6 movie. Cue the music to the $6 Million Man. Yeah, it would work too. It worked out. All right, guys. Well, we got through everything for Holes in the Narrative. I think we got to review it again next year and every year after that.
Oh, yeah.
On someone's channel. Final thoughts, Hatsune, on all this?
Not final thoughts, but some thoughts. Yes, we were told that what did we have to say? Backbone Islam is being questioned thanks to Yasir Qadhi and Mohammed Hijab. We talked about it for years, couple of years, and it seems we need to talk about it more and more because in the mosques, people are still holding the view that Quran has been perfectly preserved. There is only
Yep.
one Quran. So we want to expose that because at the end, we want people to give up Islam. One of the way they will give up Islam once their foundation is being shaken, they checked it out, and then they become convinced that their sheikhs, their fathers, their loved ones lie to them and deceive them, as well as Allah and Muhammad, because that will make much easier to preach gospel of Lord Jesus Christ. So in that sense, we've got still work to do. And of course, our ministry partners, Mohammed Hijab and Yasir Qadhi, we are grateful for them. So
Very
we will
grateful.
continue to work, we will continue to partner with them for the gospel of Lord Jesus Christ, I guess.
They saw us. They saw us struggling, trying to show Muslims that the Quran has not been perfectly preserved, and they said, "We're going to help. We're going to help."
Yeah, that's what partners do, right?
That's what partners do. Yep. Wish Mufti Abul Laith were here to play a song about best friends helping each other. Jai, what do you think, man?
It was really fun. Really enjoyed the stream. Love the mega streams. How long have we been going for? It feels like 4, 5, almost 5.
Almost 5 hours, and then we were
That's
on
pretty
your channel
cool.
before that, so almost 6.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's right. So that was awesome. I really enjoyed it. Final thoughts are, Islam is false and Jesus is Lord.
That sounds about right. Sounds like a message for Issa there. Hey, Issa.
You can't say, oh, I don't know, I cannot comment on this. One day you will have to just sit down and then reflect all these kind of things and make decision. Don't use those.
Hatun is tough.
I'm just saying, like, I remember every time when I hear you, you were even in one of my live stream, right? You said, oh, I don't know, I need to think about it. And then tonight is the same thing is happening. Like, you don't have that much time to think about it. How old are you? You are like in your 40s. You are not going to make it for a long time, right?
I'm in my 40s.
You're like in your 70s, dude. Come on.
Wow, I'm in my 40s. I can't believe that.
Doesn't matter. Even you are 18, like last couple of years. Doesn't matter. You are not going to live forever. There is a time and place. You've got to make decision because you are going to stand in front of Holy God one day. So
it's true.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for sharing.
That line will be helpful to you when you join the politics.
Wow, that's a hard act to follow.
He's no too controversial. Too controversial.
No good,
politician.
no good.
Very controversial.
Very controversial. Oh God. So my final thoughts are, I think it's fascinating to think about. I just kept thinking about like the burning of the manuscripts, and I was like, I don't know, I really love like archaeological treasures. I think it's such a powerful thing to have things from the past. And I think about like what Indiana Jones said, it belongs in a museum. I wish that we had those manuscripts and we could have seen them and could have had them in a museum. I think that would have been kind of an amazing experience to have. But I mean, like, this conversation with Yasir Qadhi and Mohammed Hijab,
Qadhi sub.
Yasir Qadhi. Got to make that D into a Z, right? I think it's a very strange conversation. It's a conversation you see a lot in the Salafi community. I don't know, because they kind of take the Athari manhaj. They take this very like literalistic creed. I think it's a very difficult thing to deal with, especially because Yasir Qadhi went to Yale. I don't know. It's difficult. It's a very difficult conversation. I think he's right to take that sort of nuanced approach at it. But I think that Mohammed Hijab is the wrong person to have this. I think he's what's his name? The Mufti Abul Laith. He's correct. This is the wrong person to have this kind of conversation with. You can't have this kind of and like especially the kind of da'wah that you see online that's very Salafi oriented. It's like there is no room for gray area. It's black and white. And that's why you have like the Islamic dilemma, why it's very successful. It's successful because you have people who are like, well, it has to be literally aligned. So if it's not literally aligned, these texts are corrupted. But then the problem is that if you're a Sunni, which these people are claiming they are, it violates the Sunni creed, because the Sunni creed means you have to believe in the books. That's one of the parts of the Arkan al-Iman, the pillars of faith. You have to believe that if you're taking a very strict Sunni approach. And then how do you deal with that? And it's like, yeah, I think that it's kind of a nightmare to deal with. It's very difficult. So, yeah.
All right. Well, good times. Always fun to revisit the holes in the narrative. And then, of course, we have International Zut Day to remember other holes. We have, why didn't Yasir Qadhi and Hijab do mubahala? Yeah, I don't even know if these guys mubahala, bro. I don't even know if they mubahala. He should have. As a matter of fact, that should have been Hijab's. If I find he's a deviant in any way about any of this, then I'll challenge him to mubahala. We have D Wood play Iadosti Hum Nahin Todenj as outro. I don't know what that is or what the copyright's on, but I actually pulled it up. It says something about friendship special on there, so I will check it out. I will check it out after this. All right, everyone. Thanks for watching. Should have a video up tomorrow on some fun stuff. Thanks for watching. Never forget the holes in the narrative. Catch you all next time.